Toussaint embraced it, while characteristically refining it for his own ends. But he was careful not to articulate it publicly, as achieving it would be fiendishly complicated. The expulsion of Hauteville had caused a breach with France, and Toussaint knew that it was imperative that good relations be restored as quickly as possible. Furthermore, the interests of the regional powers he sought to court were in a state of flux. The Spaniards, who controlled neighboring Cuba and the adjacent territory of Santo Domingo, were notion ally France's allies since 1795. But they were extremely wary of revolutionary change and had no intention of following Saint-Domingue down the path of ending slavery, on which their plantation system depended. Indeed, in 1799 the Cuban authorities blocked the sale of a sizable schooner to Toussaint's envoys, and the slave regime in Cuba was brutally reinforced in the years following its abolition in Saint-Domingue. 4 Nonetheless, Toussaint established a line of communication with the Spanish governor of Santiago, taking advantage of his sense of isolation from his own capital, which was further away than the nearest port in Saint-Domingue. In 1800 Toussaint even offered to send provisions to the city, which was completely lacking in essential foodstuffs. 5. Still smarting from their military defeat by Toussaint, the British were caught between their racial scorn for the black commander. The commander of the British Navy objected to any colored communication with the colony, and their desire to prize Saint-Domingue away from the French. It was in this spirit that Maitland had made seductive offers to Toussaint, showering him with gifts and even offering to recognize him as an independent monarch. 7 The Americans, likewise, were divided. On the one hand they dreaded the prospect of Toussaint's slave revolution spreading to their cities and plantations, notably through the presence of black French refugees from the colony. On the other, leading American newspapers carried favorable stories about Toussaint and his comrades from 1797 onwards, especially their military campaigns. 8 And their merchants yearned to build a lucrative commercial relationship with Saint-Domingue. 9 Even though France was a long way away she remained jealously watchful, and any overt move by Toussaint towards the United States and Britain could be viewed as potentially treasonous, especially after the imposition of a congressional trade embargo on France and her colonies in June 1798, in retaliation against attacks on American ships by French privateers. To this quasi-war were added the ongoing hostilities between the French Directory and the British in Europe, the Levant and the Caribbean. In Toussaint's mind, diplomacy was the continuation of domestic politics by other means. Rebuilding a healthy trading relationship with America was a way of consolidating his leadership, but also of strengthening his hand in dealing with his internal enemies. Before his departure, Hauteville had openly encouraged the Southern mixed-race leader Rigaud to repudiate Toussaint's authority, as this rebellion developed into a full-scale insurrection from mid-1799. Toussaint sought to use his diplomatic leverage to gain political and military support against Rigaud among regional powers. But the commander-in-chief knew that he had to tread carefully here as well. Too public a rapprochement with the British could weaken his position among the black cultivateurs, who had grim memories of their enslavement in the British-controlled parts of Saint-Domingue and sincerely embraced the Republican depiction of England as a corrupt and bloodthirsty tyranny. Undeterred by the scale of these challenges, Toussaint set about securing his objectives, fully conscious that he might need to be creative, and even crafty, to achieve his ends. He often railed against his adversaries, but he was well capable of the same Machiavellianism when he believed the greater interests of Saint-Domingue were at stake. Finesse and flexibility were the watchwords of his diplomatic approach, which he summed up, characteristically, as raffineur de politique. 10. Toussaint's most urgent diplomatic task was to secure a successor to Hauteville as French agent in Saint-Domingue. His ideal candidate was Philippe Rose Roumet de Saint-Laurent, the official French representative in Spanish-controlled Santo Domingo. Roumet hailed from the Caribbean region. He was a white Creole from Grenada. He was very well acquainted with Saint-Domingue, having briefly served as French envoy to the colony in the early years of the Revolution. 11 He was an idealist who was fully committed to the new fraternal social order, and his companion Marie-Anne Elizabeth Rochard, whom he later married, was a mixed-race woman. Toussaint's name appears as a witness on the birth certificate of their daughter Rosemarie. 12 Roumet was a mild-mannered, gentle, and humane figure, with neither the brashness of Sonthonax nor the arrogance of Hauteville. An ardent Republican, he was an immense admirer of Toussaint. The intimacy between the two men was visible from their very early correspondence, notably when Roumet hailed the commander-in-chief as the savior of Saint-Domingue, but also urged him to look after his health, and especially to avoid too many of his breathless rides. He signed off his letters with Je vous aime tendrement. 13 Toussaint gave Roume a portrait of himself which he took back to France, and was later thought to have been used by Nicolas Morin for his classic lithograph of L'Ouverture in 1832, see Plate 1.14. Crucially, Roume was close by and could fill the vacuum quickly, before the French authorities had time to gather their wits and settle on a less accommodating alternative. Conscious that he did not have formal authority in the matter, Toussaint nevertheless skillfully managed to turn Roume's appointment into a fait accompli. He dispatched letters to Santo Domingo with his emissary Charles Vincent, presenting the situation to Roume as a crisis of popular sovereignty. Hedeville had been forced to return to France after losing the confidence of the people, and Roume was the obvious person to succeed him because of his attachment to true principles, virtuous conduct, and love for France and for the Republic. Toussaint's invitation to Roume was issued in his own name, in his capacity as Commander-in-Chief of the army, but also in that of a people who does not and will never cease to cherish the Republic and its Constitution. 15 To emphasize Republican procedural legality further, Vincent also carried a letter from the Cap municipality, written at Toussaint's request. It emphatically endorsed his invitation to come to Saint-Domingue in the name of public safety and patriotism, adding that Toussaint has no wish to be entrusted with the reins of a government which frightens him all the more that he fears that he may not be able to support its burden. 16 Toussaint observed, too, that he was too grateful to the motherland to allow himself to deviate from the path of French patriotism, although there was ambiguity in his use of the term Monday pays, as it could be taken as a reference to Saint-Domingue. 17. These grand declarations of loyalty to the French representative, as we shall see, were not wholly consistent with Toussaint's true intentions. The real measure of his rapport with Roume was Toussaint's decision to relocate the agency office to Cap from Port Républicain, the traditional administrative seat of colonial power. True, he organized a large military parade in honor of the new agent upon his arrival, but even this was a double-edged homage, as it was also a reminder of Toussaint's coercive force. 18 Pretending not to notice this geographical demotion, Roume promised to work closely with the great man and perfect Republican who had been the protector of Saint-Domingue, and pledged to assist all his efforts for the public good of its citizens. Roume also committed himself to be his true friend, making amends for the trouble his predecessors had caused him, but also never hesitating to speak the truth when he felt the commander-in-chief was straying off the path of righteousness. 19 Yet notwithstanding their disagreements, which eventually escalated beyond repair, Roume remained mesmerized by Toussaint. The French official was astonished by Toussaint's energy and intelligence, and impressed by his attentiveness to the plight of the needy. He frequently hailed him as a virtuous philosopher, and told him that he was already becoming a legend across France and Europe. He would, wrote Roume, come to be celebrated as a leader who transcended all genres, a remarkable French citizen, an outstanding political strategist, and one of the greatest generals of the world. 20. Toussaint was not the only Grand Capitaine who was attracting public attention as the 18th century was drawing to a close. Roume's assumption of his position in Saint-Domingue coincided with a turning point in France, the military and political ascension of Napoleon Bonaparte. It was Roume who brought Bonaparte to Toussaint's attention, frequently mentioning the rising star from Corsica in his exchanges with him, and finding many similarities between them. On one occasion he observed that Toussaint was greater even than Bonaparte. 21 Knowing Toussaint's fondness for Republican exemplars and his ability to learn from the military experiences of others, Roume highlighted Napoleon's exploits during the Egyptian campaign of 1799. He sent the commander-in-chief a copy of a popular Parisian brochure by Roux which detailed the successes of Bonaparte's army, noting in the process the parallels between Toussaint and Napoleon, the same courage, the same bravery, produced by genius, and the same capacity to be in all places at once, observing, judging, marching, acting and destroying the enemy even before it has realized what is happening, and above all the same vision, embracing the past, the present, and the future. 22. While Toussaint would have been flattered by these comparisons, there was one further, more political aspect of Bonaparte which would have struck him just as forcefully, his capacity for innovation and transgression. This quality came into the open in his challenge to the decaying system of the Directory, culminating in the coup d'état of 18 Brumaire, November 9, 1799, through which he assumed power as part of a new triumvirate of consuls. Toussaint was told of Bonaparte's coup by a letter from Vincent, written from Paris on the very day of the event, as well as by a long communication from Roume, detailing the measures taken by the new consuls to restore order in France and seek to end the military hostilities with France's adversaries. For Toussaint, the political strategist, the lessons of Napoleon's rise to supreme power were clear, and they would shape his fertile imagination in the months and years to come. It was legitimate to pursue peace with former enemies without impugning the integrity of the Republic. It was appropriate, too, for a new social contract to be underwritten by the drafting of a new constitution, and for an individual to assume power in the name of the Republic in order to end anarchy and promote order and tranquility. 23 Like his French counterpart, the Bonaparte of Saint-Domingue was ready to ignore convention in order to embrace his singular destiny. After securing the appointment of Roume, Toussaint turned to the key economic crux of his strategy, restoring Saint-Domingue's commercial relations with her regional neighbors. The colony imported most of its foodstuffs, as well as military commodities such as gunpowder. Describing his arrival in Cap in May 1796 as he took up his post as administrator of the Northern Department, the French official Joseph Idlinger found a calamitous situation, with the harbor blockaded by British vessels to prevent the entry of any neutral ships, and warehouses completely devoid of foodstuffs. 24 By the middle of 1798 the position was grave. Exports were still crippled as a result of the destruction of the French merchant fleet during the naval war with Britain, and Saint-Domingue faced the prospect of food shortages. To compound the looming disaster, the American merchants who had become the territory's principal link with the external world were now officially barred from entering its ports by the congressional trade embargo on French products. 25 If Saint-Domingue's revolution was not to suffocate, Toussaint needed to act immediately. He decided to make direct contact with President John Adams, who had been in office since March 1797, dispatching his treasurer, Joseph Bunel, to meet him. A wealthy white merchant from Cap, Bunel was a key member of Toussaint's inner circle. He was an ideal envoy to America. He was hard-headed, brash, and more than slightly shady, and had developed a large network of commercial interests in the United States. Bunel met Secretary of State Timothy Pickering, who was well disposed towards Saint-Domingue's Black Revolution, and then dined with Adams in January 1799. He sang Toussaint's praises as an effective and pragmatic leader to all he met, and handed Adams a friendly letter from the Commander-in-Chief. 26 In this missive Toussaint noted with the greatest surprise that American ships had deserted Saint-Domingue's ports, and that the result had been mutually disadvantageous. The wider reasons for the embargo levied by Congress were irrelevant. The return of American vessels to Saint-Domingue, he told Adams, was in your interests, as well as ours. Toussaint also undertook to protect American ships from attack by French privateers, and guaranteed that all vessels would receive exact payment for their cargoes. In this manner, Toussaint concluded, they could work together to restore the harmonious relations which should exist between the American and French republics. 27 Toussaint's nimble text appealed enticingly to America's mercantile aspirations, while treading the fine line between loyalty to France and the cultivation of Saint-Domingue's self-interests. Although Adams disappointed him by not replying directly, Toussaint rapidly obtained the result he hoped for. In February 1799 Congress adopted a bill lifting the trading restrictions on a number of French colonies, including Saint-Domingue, as a tribute to its architect. It was even referred to as the Toussaint Clause. Within months of the passing of the bill, Edward Stevens, a West Indian-born physician from Philadelphia and boyhood friend of the founding father Alexander Hamilton, arrived in Saint-Domingue as America's diplomatic representative or consul. This title was normally reserved for emissaries exchanged by sovereign states, and was not fortuitous. Stevens's instructions were to reach an agreement protecting American ships from the depredations of French privateers and developing commercial links with Saint-Domingue, but also, in the longer term, to push Toussaint to declare independence from France. 28 There was a widespread view among merchants and congressional representatives that Saint-Domingue was a mine of gold awaiting American exploitation. 29 Toussaint had no intention of breaking completely with France, but he did not reject this possibility out of hand in his conversations with Stevens. From the moment the American consul set foot in the colony, Toussaint did his best to make him feel that he had privileged status, and that forging a special relationship with the United States was his highest priority. As soon as Toussaint was informed of Stevens's landing, he rushed to Cap to meet him, a courtesy which, as we saw, he had not extended to Hedeville, whom he kept waiting for several months. He also spoke to Stevens separately, and at length, before taking him to the agency building in Cap for his initial meeting with Roume. This private conversation enabled him to be more candid about his commitment to the American presence in Saint-Domingue than he could have been in the French agent's presence. During this first meeting with Roume, as they engaged in detailed discussion about the protection of American vessels from French privateers, Toussaint repeatedly sided with Stevens, and used his powers of persuasion to convince the skeptical French agent that American demands were not fundamentally prejudicial to French interests. Toussaint also came up with the ingenious solution eventually agreed by both parties. There was to be no outright ban on French privateering, but a commitment to recall all existing commissions and not to issue any new ones. A delighted Stevens wrote back to Secretary of State Pickering commending the powerful support, penetration and good sense of the Commander-in-Chief. Toussaint had clearly made a very strong first impression. Toussaint did everything in his power to make this arrangement work. He worked on Roume, who was initially hostile to the American presence and kept trying to link the treatment of the Americans in Saint-Domingue with the fate of French ships in America. At one point he even suggested that Stevens and his associates should be detained and held in prison in retaliation for the capture of any French vessels off American shores. 31 Faithful to his strategy, Toussaint argued that such wider diplomatic considerations should not undermine the colony's own economic arrangements with the United States, and he eventually won Roume over. So much so that the French agent expressed his public appreciation of the helpful pragmatism of Consul Stevens, and heaped praise on Toussaint's patriotic measures for the renewal of American commerce. 32. Roume's contentment was understandable. Within a few months of the agreement with Stevens, dozens of American ships, as well as vessels bearing flags from Spain and Hamburg, began to arrive in Saint-Domingue, replenishing local stores and markets with food. He thanked Toussaint, and looked forward to the prospect of the days of plenty. 33 He was also pleased to hear from Stevens that the Americans had sent 3 frigates to protect their trading vessels and would not tolerate any insolence from the British. 34 A local observer welcomed the return of the greatest abundance of provisions, noting that increased competition led to a significant drop in the prices of key commodities such as flour, a boon for ordinary citizens. 35 American exports to Saint-Domingue, which had fallen to $2.7 million in 1799, bounced back to $5.1 million in 1800 and then $7.10 the following year. 36 A thriving commerce of colonial commodities from Saint-Domingue also resumed. A report from Cap in 1800 indicated that 3/4 of the sugar exports and 2/3 of its coffee went to the United States. 37 There was also a boom in exports of timber, with American merchants especially eager to lay their hands on local dyewood. 38 Toussaint's correspondence showed that he spared no effort to encourage Americans to feel welcome in Saint-Domingue. For example, when the captain of a ship asked him for permission to celebrate an anniversary by firing a round of artillery in the Bay of Cap, he readily obliged. 39 Toussaint eased the integration of American traders into local communities, and issued clear instructions to his military commanders to protect their persons, interests, and properties. He facilitated the appointments of Nathan Levy and Robert Ritchie as American consuls for Cap and the Western Department respectively, and even nominated some of the American merchants to administrative functions. Eugene McMahon Sheridan was appointed as one of the assessors on the Léogâne Tribunal. 40 An American expatriate community rapidly developed, notably in Cap, and its representatives regularly expressed their enthusiastic admiration for Toussaint, which was relayed back to the United States. Articles favorable to the incorruptible General Toussaint appeared regularly in the Philadelphia press. 41 When he was in Cap, the Commander-in-Chief regularly visited the Hotel de la République, a tavern where leading American and Saint-Domingue figures mingled happily. 42 The positive first impression that Toussaint made upon Stevens only grew. Stevens became close to him, often spending the night at his inn residence, a rare privilege. 43 Toussaint gave him messages for Roume. The protection afforded by American military vessels was so reliable that Stevens even helped transmit official letters destined for the French government through Philadelphia. His reports about Toussaint were glowing. He told Pickering that he had the most perfect confidence in Toussaint's ongoing commitment to honoring his agreements with the United States and protecting American interests in Saint-Domingue. 44 Stevens was also struck by the support he enjoyed across the different communities through his humane and mild conduct. He went out of his way to stress to his racially conscious superiors that Toussaint was endorsed not only by most of the black citizens but also all the whites. 45 There was little doubt, in his mind, that Saint-Domingue would thrive under Toussaint's leadership, commercially, agriculturally and in sound administration. 46. In a blatant but cunning breach of etiquette, Toussaint also showed Stevens copies of his correspondence with a French agent, including a severe letter in which the commander-in-chief accused his superior of weakness, indecision and criminal neglect of his duty. 47 The point here, of course, was to undermine Roumé's authority, while creating the impression that Toussaint was the Americans' only reliable ally in Saint-Domingue. Indeed, Toussaint, who had a gift for telling people what they wanted to hear, encouraged Stevens to believe that he was actively considering separation from France. The ploy worked. In one of his subsequent letters to his superiors, Stevens reported that all connections with France will soon be broken off, and that Toussaint would shortly declare the colony independent. 48 With the obvious encouragement of Toussaint, Stevens also joined in the plotting against Roume. He associated himself with what the latter called a cabal of Anglophiles in Cap whose aim was to weaken the position of the French agent and eventually force his return to France. Among these plotters was Christophe, the military commander of Cap. Confronted by Roume, Stevens pulled back and promised to refrain from such undiplomatic activities in the future. As a goodwill gesture, he invited the French agent to come on board his ship for a reconciliatory tour of Cap Bay. Roume accepted, but such was his paranoia that he suspected an Anglo-American plot to kidnap him, and ordered that the ship be sunk if it appeared to sail in the direction of Jamaica. 49. Despite the importance of his diplomatic breakthrough with America, Toussaint realized that his strategy would prove futile unless Britain was also brought fully into the equation. In early 1799 a British proclamation allowed Jamaica to establish commercial links with Saint-Domingue, a move which suggested a continuing willingness to engage with Toussaint. While their material interests in the region were significant, the British were extremely concerned about the spread of revolutionary ideas from Saint-Domingue, especially as rumors of a directory plan to invade Jamaica were beginning to circulate. While these stories strengthened Toussaint's hand, he also appreciated his own vulnerabilities. Even though the British had been expelled from Saint-Domingue, they still had the capacity to make local mischief, in particular by encouraging the descent of Toussaint's southern rival Rigaud. British sea power was also such that it could effectively maintain a naval blockade on the colony and stifle the renewed commercial links between the United States and Saint-Domingue. In January 1799 General Maitland wrote from London, announcing that he had been instructed by the British government to return to Saint-Domingue to negotiate an extension of the terms of their agreement. He concluded by reaffirming his personal esteem for Toussaint. 50 After stopping in Philadelphia in April for discussions with Pickering, the British envoy then made his way back to Saint-Domingue and arrived at Cap in mid-May. 51 Mindful that the sight of British officers in uniform in Saint-Domingue could be unsettling to many of his own supporters, and aware of the need to keep discussions with Maitland away from Roume, he swiftly decamped to Gonaives. 52 He declined Roume's suggestion that he should arrest the British envoy and bring him to Cap as a prisoner. Such a move, he replied, would be a betrayal of his country, and contrary both to his honor and to the practice of civilized nations. Highlighting the French agent's impotence and his own power, Toussaint showed Roume's letter, and his reply, to Maitland. 53 In his preliminary note setting out his position to the British envoy he described himself as acting in the interests of his country, Monday pays. This was no slip of the tongue, he was now getting used to thinking of Saint-Domingue as an entity distinct from France. 54. After several weeks of hard bargaining, the two men signed what became known as the Maitland Convention on June 13, 1799. In the presence of Stevens. 55 Extending and formalizing the terms of the 1798 agreement, it stipulated that Cap and Port Republicain would be open to Anglo-American shipping, and that Britain and the United States would not molest any ships heading to these ports, provided they were not carrying weapons, and not engage in any hostile military actions against the parts of the territory controlled by Toussaint, or interfere in its political affairs. In return, the commander-in-chief repeated his pledge that Saint-Domingue would not be used as a base to mount any expedition against British colonial interests in the region or against the United States. Indeed, Toussaint promised Stevens and Maitland to do his utmost to oppose the Directory's plans to invade Jamaica, and again held up the prospect of a complete break from French control. The governor of Jamaica, Balcarres, understood how tricky it was to pin Toussaint down, reporting in late 1799, "From what I have observed of Toussaint's general conduct, I must suspect that he is playing a game, not only with us, but also with the Directory, and that his aim is independence." 56. The Maitland Convention included an exhaustive list of restrictions on Toussaint's capacity to navigate and mount his own naval force, painful concessions, especially in light of his developing conflict with Rigaud, as we shall see shortly. 57. But the commander-in-chief also drove a hard bargain. Aware that the presence of British diplomatic and commercial representatives would be controversial, Toussaint also demanded that British merchants should sail into the colony under international or neutral flags, and that, unlike the American representative, the principal British envoy in Saint-Domingue envisaged by the agreement should not formally hold the title of consul. He initially refused to accredit the first British representative, Colonel Grant. 58. Maitland was even persuaded to recommend to Balcarres that Jamaica should provide military assistance to Toussaint, in the form of gunpowder, arms, and flints. 59. The governor agreed, albeit reluctantly, and the supplies, consisting of 100 barrels of gunpowder, 200 stands of arms and 7,000 flints, were duly delivered. 60. As much as what it contained, the agreement itself was a major symbolic victory for Toussaint, as it represented an international confirmation of his diplomatic legitimacy. The promotion of revolutionary change in the region provided the first major test of Toussaint's non-aggression pact with the British. There had been a number of French Republican schemes to liberate British and Spanish colonies in the Caribbean during the Revolutionary years, but none had been pursued systematically. In 1799, however, with the active encouragement of his superiors in the Directory, Roume hatched an audacious plan to throw the British out of Jamaica. It involved sponsoring a local insurrection through the mobilization of the Blue Mountain Maroon rebels, while also recruiting support among the small contingent of French black and white exiles on the island. The coup de grâce was to be delivered by a French expeditionary force of 4,000 men, trained and equipped in Saint-Domingue and commanded by the mixed-race General Marshal Besse. One of the key agents of the operation was an idealistic young Jewish textile merchant from Cap, Isaac Sasportas, who volunteered to be granted the honor of carrying death and desolation to the British enemy. 61. In his formal letter of instructions to Sasportas, written in mid-July 1799, a month after the signature of the Maitland Convention, Roume rounded on the British, denouncing them as cannibalistic Machiavellians for their global opposition to the French revolutionary cause, and for their enslavement of African peoples in their colonies, where they captured free men and kept them like vile cattle. He also condemned their dispatch of agents and spies to foment chaos in Saint-Domingue. 62. Even though Roume did not yet know the precise terms of Toussaint's agreement, he had clearly been outraged by Maitland's recent presence in the colony. In late August 1799 he issued a decree banning British and American ships from Saint-Domingue's ports. 63. The Jamaica expedition was a direct challenge to Toussaint's accommodating policy towards the British. Toussaint was now confronted with a serious dilemma. The expedition was approved at the highest levels of the Directory, and Toussaint could therefore not afford to express his misgivings openly. In fact, he pretended to go along with the plan, and actively involved himself in all its preparatory stages. He met Sasportas with Roume and agreed that he was the perfect candidate to lead the operation. He helped organize the young conspirators' first visit to Jamaica, during which he made contact with the Blue Mountain rebels, planned the outbreak of the insurrection, which was to include poisoning Governor Balcarres's morning coffee, and reported back that they were willing to launch an insurrection against the British, provided French military support was forthcoming, and he oversaw the training and equipment of the combat troops destined for Jamaica. Pressed by Roume as to whether the invasion had his support, Toussaint assented, even referring to it as our expedition. 64. He made a point which struck Roume forcefully, noting that, while he was concerned at the prospect of the white settler population in Jamaica being massacred by the insurgents, he believed that in the end they would not put up any significant resistance, not least because they would not want to suffer the same fate as Saint-Domingue's colons in the early years of the Revolution. 65. In principle, of course, Toussaint was sincerely committed to the liberation of black people in Jamaica from British rule. In a letter to Vincent in late 1798 he described the British as oppressors, adding that if it depended only on my will, Jamaica would soon be free. 66 In his private discussions with his entourage, however, Toussaint was scathing about the Directory's plan, and not only because of his commitments to Maitland. The scheme cast a shadow over his strategy for autonomy, and was a waste of military manpower at a time when he needed to concentrate on containing the internal rebellions he was facing. He suspected, too, that some elements in the French government wanted to use the operation as a ploy to draw him and his black army into a risky foreign venture, rather in the same way as the Directory had sent Bonaparte to Egypt, in the hope that he might never return. Defeat would then enable the replacement of Toussaint with a more pliant leader, who would then have a free hand to restore slavery in the colony. This was not just his own view, it was widely shared among his senior officers, as well as by sympathetic observers such as the former French Commissioner Raymond, who warned that the Jamaica expedition would imperil all the achievements of the revolution in Saint-Domingue, noting that one of its primary purposes was to get rid of Toussaint, his principal officers, and his army. 67. Faced with this dilemma, Toussaint resorted to an extraordinary series of moves. He first revealed the Jamaica plans to one of the British agents in Saint-Domingue, Charles Douglas, who passed them on immediately to Governor Balcarres. The documents included a 12-page presentation by Marshal Best to Toussaint on September 25, 1799.68. Toussaint then also leaked the plans to the American consul, who reported in a letter dated September 30, 1799 that the commander-in-chief was determined that the invasion shall not take place, adding that he appears to encourage it that he may the more certainly prevent it. Toussaint urged Stevens to counteract the agent's operations by every possible means. 69 His wishes were soon fulfilled. Sasportas was captured soon after his arrival in Jamaica in late November, tried, and executed on December 23, 3 days before the insurrection was meant to begin. 70 There is little doubt that Toussaint's leaks were directly responsible for this outcome and that, in handing over confidential material about a forthcoming French military operation to representatives of foreign powers, he could easily have been accused of treachery. 71. If Toussaint had anticipated that his acrobatic efforts to honor his non-aggression commitments towards Jamaica might earn him some British goodwill, he was to be disappointed. Writing to Stevens, Governor Balcarres expressed his belief in the good faith and honorable intention of General-in-Chief Toussaint Louverture. 72 The Earl even credited Toussaint, in a report to his superiors, with making every effort to save Jamaica. But he had done so, he added mulishly, only to favor the line of his own ambition. 73 Balcarres flatly refused to consider Toussaint's request for the supply of further arms and ammunition, including 6,000 rifles, claiming that he did not have such material in Jamaica and would pass on his list to the British government in London, which was of course a diplomatic way of burying the request. 74 There was much worse to come. Very soon after the arrest of Sasportas, the British flexed their naval muscle and captured 4 of Toussaint's military vessels, which he had dispatched to the south to assist in the war effort against Rigaud. The ships were seized and taken to Jamaica, even though they were carrying the proper authorizations signed by the British representative in Port Republican, Hugh Cathcart, as well as by Stevens. Despite Toussaint's speedy dispatch of an emissary to Kingston, the British sold the vessels, confiscated the weapons and munitions they found on board and detained the crews. 75 Prior to this incident, Toussaint's naval capacity consisted of 13 ships. The loss of 4 of them, and nearly half his mariners, was without doubt a significant setback. 76. Toussaint fumed, telling Cathcart that the British behavior was nothing less than dishonorable, and that he would never dream of acting in such a way, even though he was black. 77, although he had, in fact, refused to release a British vessel captured by a French corsair just a few months earlier. 78 In a letter of protest to Balcarres, he described the news as afflicting to the highest degree. 79 He acknowledged that the level of armament of the 4 ships had exceeded the limits imposed by the Maitland Convention. However, he stressed that the vessels were intended only for defensive purposes. He had not only obtained the requisite documentation for them, but had written to the commander of the British Navy, Admiral Sir Hyde Parker, to inform him about his ship's movements. There had been no attempt to act deceptively. 80 By late January 1800 Toussaint was still complaining bitterly about the incident to the local British representatives, and declared that, even though he regarded Maitland as a friend of Saint-Domingue, he still felt personally injured by the way he had been treated by the British admiral, whom he also described as a ferocious beast. 81 He reminded the envoys that the British were indebted to him for warning them about the Jamaica invasion, and that instead of treating him as a benefactor, they had dealt with him as an enemy. After such behavior, he asked melodramatically, "How can I ever trust you British again?" 82. This was exactly the reaction of Roume, who expressed his satisfaction at the fact that the British, by taking Toussaint's ships, had revealed their true colors. He lectured Toussaint about his naivete. "You will now no longer be able to lend any credence to the lies and promises of these monsters whose only goal has ever been to destroy our colony, and you with it." 83 Toussaint replied in 2 successive letters, stiffly upbraiding Roume for his lack of discretion around the operation, and claiming that the French agent had failed to keep the information about the planned Jamaican invasion secret. By September 1799 its imminence was widely known, even by the women and children of Cap 84. Toussaint brazenly claimed this leak had led to the capture of the French conspirators in Jamaica, and also provoked the seizure of his ships. Grasping the moment, he announced to Roume that the plans for the Jamaican invasion were now suspended indefinitely, given that the British were fully apprised of the French plans and that they were so terrified at the prospect of further revolutionary upheaval that they had expelled all French citizens from the island. Gratuitously twisting the knife in the wound, he blamed Roume for the entire debacle. "Your scheme, which you failed to keep secret, has done us much more harm than good. Indeed, it has ruined us comprehensively." 85. The conflict between Toussaint and Roume over the Jamaican expedition underlined the starkly different philosophies of the two men with respect to Saint-Domingue's future. The French agent's strategic goal was fully aligned with the interests of his national government, to extinguish the maritime despotism of England. The duty of all French citizens in the colonies was to join in a collective effort to destroy the influence of the British government over its colonies, by all means possible. 86 Toussaint, for his part, did not need reminding of the depravity of the British. He had fought them implacably, and would never forget as a former slave that they were upholders of human bondage. 87 He repeated the point a few months later in a letter to Roume. 88 He certainly did not discard the objective of confronting the British position in Jamaica. In early 1800 he secretly offered to provide the Spaniards with armed volunteers to recapture Jamaica, taken by the British in the mid-17th century, in exchange for supplying him with 20,000 rifles. The offer, conveyed through Toussaint's Lieutenant Miguel de Arambari, was turned down by the Cuban governor, Summeruelos. 89 This showed, nonetheless, that Toussaint was willing to adopt an assertive external policy, provided it was not conducted in isolation. Roume's unilaterally aggressive policy towards British interests in the Caribbean seemed highly dangerous to him, as it did not take any account of Saint-Domingue's vulnerabilities, both to threats from outside and to internal subversion. As he put it revealingly, his priority was the safety of my country. 90, the phrase he had also used to Maitland only a few months earlier. In a later frank letter to Roume, Toussaint expressed his position even more bluntly, asserting that he would never hesitate to use the English, even though they are our most cruel enemies, as long as I believe this might be in the best interests of Saint-Domingue. The French agent's belief that a decisive blow could be struck against British interests in the Caribbean was absurd, given that Saint-Domingue had no naval forces. For Toussaint, republicanism was not a matter of making grand rhetorical declarations, but of acting concretely, in the best interests of the colony's citizens. In light of the unequal balance of forces and their Machiavellianism, the only way to deal with the British was through a combination of conciliation and ruse, which Toussaint spelled out. I am prepared to use them in any way which might be of service to the safety, the preservation, and the prosperity of the colony. Perhaps seized by a pang of remorse at the extreme measures he had just taken to prevent the Jamaica expedition, he concluded that time will tell whether I have made the right or wrong decisions. 91. Roume remained unmoved by Toussaint's reasoning, and continued to argue against any further development of British commercial interests in Saint-Domingue. At one point he even demanded that all British Jamaican commercial assets in St. Mark, Arcahaie, and Port Republicain be seized, along with any British vessels sailing under neutral or American flags. 92 The clash between the agent and the commander-in-chief came to a head in the early months of 1800, when Roume learned that the two British envoys, Hugh Cathcart and Charles Douglas, had been operating in Port Republicain for some time under Toussaint's protection, despite the latter's repeated denials of their existence. He expressed his outrage to Toussaint, and issued a proclamation ordering that the two men be immediately arrested and expelled from Saint-Domingue, along with any other British nationals in the colony. 93 Toussaint rejected Roumé's demands as impolitic and ruinous to the commercial interests of the colony, adding that he could not allow his ill-judged policies to prevail. 94. Toussaint's diplomatic maneuvers with the Americans and the British were further complicated by the eruption of a major domestic conflict with his southern rival André Rigaud. Before his departure from Saint-Domingue, as we saw earlier, Hedeville had released a mixed-race general from his military obligations to his commander-in-chief, and openly sponsored his dissidents. The relationship between the two men became increasingly tense, and in early February 1799 Roume had tried to broker a reconciliation during the 16 Pluviose anniversary celebrations of the abolition of slavery in Saint-Domingue. At this meeting in Port Republicain, Rigaud pledged his loyalty and, as a gesture of goodwill, agreed to hand over to Toussaint's forces the control of the towns of Petit and Grand Gove, situated on the border between his southern department and that of the west. However, Rigaud quietly continued to prepare his challenge to Toussaint and clashed with troops loyal to him. In one incident in Jeremy 40 soldiers were killed, and in another gruesome atrocity 31 of Toussaint's supporters, 30 black and 1 white, suffocated in a cramped cell where they had been detained. Their bodies were then dumped at sea. 95 As tensions rose, Rigaud issued a proclamation in early June 1799 denouncing Toussaint for preparing his troops to attack the south, handing over the colony to émigré and British interests and promoting civil war. 96 A few days later Rigaud shattered the peace by violently seizing back control of Petit and Grand Gove. Again, dozens of men loyal to Toussaint were massacred. In early July Roume officially declared Rigaud a traitor, and gave Toussaint leave to use all the instruments and stratagems of war to destroy the rebellion. The bitter war of knives had begun. 97. The violence of the war of words was immediately apparent. Both leaders issued a barrage of pamphlets and proclamations denouncing each other. In a single missive, Toussaint described Rigaud as slanderous, deceptive, conniving, proud, pushy, jealous, unjust, vicious, callous, cruel, tyrannical, vindictive, divisive, murderous and treacherous. 98 For Toussaint, the driving force behind the Southerners' insubordination was his naked ambition, as well as his desire to rule over the entire territory. This was not a recent phenomenon. As he observed in a letter to Roume, Rigaud's seditious disposition was already in evidence during the episode of 30 Ventos 1796, when he had instigated Villade's rebellion to depose Governor Lavaux and undermine the colony's legitimate French authorities. According to Toussaint, Rigaud's commitment to the republican ideal of fraternity was a sham, as he was driven by a deep hatred of the white population. He claimed that Rigaud had once told him that only black and mixed-race people were the natural inhabitants of Saint-Domingue, and that his secret aspiration was to eliminate all European presence in the colony. This was, of course, the antithesis of Toussaint's vision. 99 During the war, Toussaint received many reports about the mistreatment of whites by Southern rebels. In Jeremy, for example, a large number of Europeans had been murdered, and many of the survivors had fled to Cuba. Most of the men who had stayed behind had been forcibly conscripted into Rigaud's army. 100. Issued in late July 1799, this proclamation denounced the impious coalition of treacherous men who rebelled against his authority under the leadership of the mixed-race general André Rigaud. The rebels' aim was to destroy the white population, break away from France and re-enslave the black people. The intensity of the war with Rigaud was increased by its strong fratricidal undertones. In a private letter to Vincent, written at the beginning of the conflict, Toussaint asserted that he could only fully trust the white and the black people of Saint-Domingue, and that the conspiracy against him was the work of the ungrateful and denatured mixed-race supporters of Rigaud. As long as he was alive, he vowed, the colony would never become the property of people of color. 101 Shortly afterwards, after hearing of the murderous attacks carried out by the rebels against innocent civilians, Toussaint wrote to Vincent again, noting that 3 out of 4 men of color were criminal. 102 In a public proclamation he declared that the major part of the mixed-race population had allowed themselves to be seduced by the felonious maneuvers of one man. 103 Rigaud, for his part, presented himself as the leader of a beleaguered and victimized mixed-race population across the colony. He urged his compatriots everywhere to rally to his support in his battle against Toussaint, whom he accused of threatening to wipe out the mixed-race community, notably in a widely reported speech delivered in February 1799 at the main church in Port Republican, in which Toussaint allegedly declared that he would not hesitate to exterminate the people of color if they stepped out of line. They were, he observed, like greedy guests at a dinner table, trying to help themselves to all the dishes, but they should not touch the Toussaint louverture plate as it would burn them. 104. Challenged by Roume, Toussaint claimed that he had only been referring to those who were engaging in acts of sedition in support of King Rigaud. He added that there were undeniably some people of color who could not bring themselves to take orders from Toussaint Louverture, a black man and a former slave. 105. Nonetheless, he rejected viewing the conflict with Rigaud as a racial war, stressing that he still had absolute faith in the virtuous men of color who were attached to their duties. By way of example, he noted, accurately, that he entrusted his life every day to mixed-race officers who remained in his close entourage, and who served as his aides-de-camp and among his elite regiment of guides. There were also dozens of mixed-race officers in senior commanding positions in his army. This, he concluded, was simply not consistent with Rigaud's accusation that he had a visceral hatred of people of color. 106. Confirmation that this was not primarily a racial war lay in the sheer scale of Rigaud's insurrection, which was not geographically confined to the southern province. In a series of carefully coordinated moves, which confirmed, as Toussaint noted, that the rebel general's sedition had been planned for at least 6 months. 107, uprisings were launched across the northern and western departments, notably in Arcueil, Jean-Rabel, Gonaives, Saint-Marc, and Mole Saint-Nicolas. Even Toussaint's control of Cap was briefly under threat. Almost all the municipal and administrative officers who betrayed him in these localities were people of color. 108. However, and to his immense chagrin, there were a number of anciens libres, black freedmen, who joined in the rebellion too, as well as some of his senior black officers, including Colonel Christophe Mornat, one of the heroes of the war against the British, recently nominated for promotion by Toussaint for his constancy and courage. 109. He conspired to open the gates of Port Republican and hand Toussaint over to the insurgents. Rigaud's rebels also carried out several assassination attempts against Toussaint, including one which failed on the outskirts of Saint-Marc and another near Gonaives. In the former case his carriage was riddled with bullets, and he survived only because he was riding behind it on horseback. In the latter a couple of bullets went through his hat, and 2 of the officers traveling by his side were killed. He had reason to be grateful for the small plume which Lavaux had given him in 1796, and which he had worn ever since on his hat as a good luck charm. 110. Most disconcertingly for Toussaint, senior black commanders such as Pierre Michel and black citizens in a number of localities also joined the insurgency. For example, the entire mass of the cultivators of Port-au-Paix went over to the rebels. Toussaint blamed a group of mixed-race troublemakers from Jean-Rabel and Moustique for deceiving these agricultural workers, adding that the agitators had always been agents of discord and destruction in the locality. 111. While it was true that many joined the uprising for material reasons, personal advancement, financial reward, or the promise of pillage, there was a more important reason why black communities across the colony were becoming uneasy about Toussaint's rule. Rigaud's propagandists effectively exploited his renewed diplomatic connections with Britain, notably by claiming that his agreement with Maitland included a secret clause to restore monarchical rule and slavery in Saint-Domingue. 112. According to one story, the price had even been agreed, 3 Gordons for a male slave and 2 for a female. Another rumor which circulated widely in 1799 among black peasants in the South was that, in the wake of his alliance with the British, Toussaint had already removed the tricolor flag from Port Republican. There were also various stories about Roume being placed under arrest by him. 113. The administrative capital was clearly the focus of the wildest imaginings. A European officer who joined Rigaud's side claimed that he had personally witnessed Toussaint fraternizing with British officers around a lavish banquet, and kicking black and mixed-race officers in the backside and tearing off their epaulets. 114. The irony was that, far from giving Toussaint any support in his fight against the insurrection, the British were gleefully undermining him by strengthening Rigaud's hand, on the classic imperial principle that their interests would best be served by a Saint-Domingue which was divided by civil war. As Admiral Parker put it, for as long as Rigaud and Toussaint are carrying on the contest, No great danger can be apprehended from either. 115 As he left Saint-Domingue after negotiating with Toussaint, Maitland noted that Rigaud was thoroughly supplied in arms and ammunition from Jamaica. 116 So, just as he was censuring Toussaint for selling himself to perfidious Albion, Rigaud was receiving weapons, money, and supplies from the British, which ensured that his own soldiers, although fewer in number than Toussaint's forces, were better equipped and paid than their counterparts in the regular Republican Army. 117 The British also provided Rigaud with a fleet of naval vessels which intercepted Toussaint's communications and carried out numerous acts of piracy against French and American ships, murdering their crews and throwing their passengers overboard. 118 Toussaint denounced this British connivance with Rigaud to Roume, noting that the Spanish authorities in Cuba, including the dastardly governor of Santiago, had been sending assistance to the rebels. 119 The War of Knives was a comprehensive challenge to Toussaint's social, political, and military power, and his response was no less imperious. Conscious that rebel accusations of his collusion with the British were gaining traction, he issued a series of proclamations vigorously denying that he had reached any arrangement with them which might impinge on their freedoms. "I took up arms so that you may be free," he told the insurgents of the Mole St. Nicholas garrison. "I alone have driven the English out of Saint-Domingue, and like you I was once a slave." 120 He mobilized his supporters by promising an additional day of rest to plantation workers and organizing Catholic processions and colindas, in which they playfully elected their kings and queens. He also sought to counter Rigaud's propaganda by sending emissaries to reassure concerned citizens across the colony. General Laplume, who was greatly admired among the Black Bosales, was dispatched to quash the persistent rumor that the town of Léogany had been handed over to the British forces. 121 Toussaint also used his network of municipal agents to drive home his fundamental advantage. He was the representative of legitimate authority, and it was Rigaud and his followers who had rebelled against the Republic, thereby placing themselves, as the mayor of St. Louis du Nord put it, in the position of usurpers. 122 Toussaint took immediate charge of the military response to the insurrections in his own strongholds. He moved with speed across the different sites of unrest, here driving back rebels who had taken up arms, there surprising them before they had had a chance to organize themselves, and in several instances arriving just in time to save his own besieged officers and soldiers from death. In Port-au-Paix, for example, the local commander Jacques Maurepas had retrenched himself in the main fort and was nearly out of munitions when Toussaint arrived and, in one decisive cavalry charge, routed the insurgents. 123 Although the commander-in-chief grumbled that he was absolutely exhausted physically 124 by these multiple operations, he prevailed rapidly, and by the end of August 1799 the entire western and northwestern areas were back under his control. In Mole St. Nicholas the relieved inhabitants, who had in effect been taken hostage by the rebels, greeted him with festive illuminations. 125 Toussaint then focused his attention on the south, tasking the recapture of rebel territory to his faithful Lieutenant Dessalines, whom he picked for his precision, bravery, prudence, and impeccable republican principles. 126 It would take Dessalines' forces a year fully to defeat Rigaud. Their first major breakthrough was the port of Jacmel, which fell in March 1800, followed by Grand Gove in April. Before Toussaint's entry into the southern capital of Les Cayes in early August, Rigaud had fled the colony a few days earlier. He returned to Saint-Domingue only in 1802, as a member of the French expedition sent by Bonaparte to overthrow Toussaint's regime. This military victory was a logical outcome of Toussaint's numerical superiority, but it also reflected the resilient spirit of his Republican army. The reports filed by Dessalines contain extraordinary accounts of gallantry, as when the 3rd Battalion of Sans-Culottes, assisted by Laplume, were sent to clear out an enemy fortification built on top of a steep ridge in the École region. Despite coming under intense fire, they marched up fearlessly, charged their way through the rampart with bayonets forward and took the position, along with a large supply of weapons and munitions. Dessalines noted that 4 enemy combatants were snatched from the soldiers by their officers and taken prisoner. The rest were put to the sword. 127 The fury of the soldiers, in this instance, was caused by their desire to avenge the recent loss of more than 100 of their comrades from the 7th Half-Brigade who had been murdered in an ambush by Rigaud's men. The rebels had pretended to be farm laborers who had been forcibly enrolled in Rigaud's army, and were seeking to desert and return to their plantations. When the 7th Half-Brigade arrived to assist them, they were slaughtered. In his report of the incident to Roume, Toussaint noted that the ringleaders were all people of color. 128. It was this explosive combination of racial antagonism, fratricidal conflict, and visceral sense of betrayal which accounted for the War of Knives' horrific violence. Rigaud's atrocities, the long list of which were methodically reported by Toussaint's officers, were especially directed at the white population in the South. Alongside Jeremy, there were mass killings in Les Cayes, and planters were systematically targeted and murdered, with no mercy shown even to women and children. 129 Although Toussaint never practiced the same relentless ethnic cleansing, he too was drawn into the downward spiral of violence, not least as the rebels had tried to assassinate him. Even the genteel Roume had urged him to exterminate the insurgents. 130 Little restraint was shown towards the officers who betrayed him. Both Christophe Mornat and Pierre Michel were put to death, as were many of their subordinates who were accused of fomenting civil war. 131 At least Michel faced a firing squad, Mornat was baited, and the men who plotted against Toussaint and Gonaives were executed by cannon. One of them survived the first discharge and the sentence had to be completed by firing squad. 132 There were stories of mass executions, both in territories controlled by Toussaint and by overzealous officers in the south. According to expatriate French sources, reprisals took place against mixed-race soldiers and civilians in Port Républicain, Arcueil, Saint-Marc, and Gonaives after the failure of the insurrection. Many were executed by firing squad, and some were chained to each other and thrown into the sea. 133 A letter sent to the French Minister of Navy estimated the number of people of color killed at 6,000, and compared the atrocities to the massacres of Saint Barthélemy. 134 Toussaint himself recognized that some poor innocents 135 perished in the fighting, and blamed their deaths on Rigaud. Even figures sympathetic to Toussaint, such as his emissary Vincent, noted that he sought to terrify those guilty of insubordination by dreadful and striking examples. 136 Which is why, when he reprimanded one of his officers about the excessive spilling of blood, he hardly sounded as if he meant it. "Me dit balisser, yo des salcher mim." 137 Perhaps unsurprisingly, the officer responded laconically, quoting one of Toussaint's favorite sayings back to him, "Quand la pluie tombe, tout c'est qui." That or mouille. 138 But not all were so bloodthirsty. Despite his reputation for ferociousness, Dessalines, notably, did his best to protect mixed-race civilians. Toussaint subsequently attempted to rein in the violence of his troops, and his later proclamations offered amnesties to all those in the South who were prepared to lay down their weapons and return to their occupations. He promised to forgive and forget everything. 139 And sent Vincent to Les Cayes to negotiate an end to the conflict with Rigaud. 140 He also insisted on the virtues of humanity. A homily from the commander-in-chief was read out to his soldiers before one of their attempts to enter Jacmel, reminding them that the enemy they were about to fight were their brothers, many of whom had taken up arms because they had been misled by Rigaud. He urged them to respect the vanquished and never to undermine their glory by spilling the blood of a man who has laid down his weapons. 141 This particular attack by Dessalines' forces was pushed back by the insurgents, who erected 7 forts, each surrounded by a deep trench, to prevent the Republican army from reaching their town. As Toussaint acknowledged after carrying out a reconnaissance of the terrain, great measures were needed to overcome these defenses. 142 This decisive contribution came in the end from American naval support. After holding out for 6 months, Rigaud's men surrendered when the USS General Greene bombarded Jacmel's fortifications. The Experiment and Augusta also participated in the blockade. 143 Indeed, from the moment the war in the South was declared, Consul Stevens extended his full assistance to Toussaint, promising food supplies, weapons, and munitions to his under-equipped army. 144 Stevens also denounced Rigaud's capricious and tyrannical temper to the U.S. authorities, stressing the absolute necessity of supporting Toussaint by every legal measure. 145 His calls were heeded, and the unstinting support of the United States not only enabled the crucial victory at Jacmel. American ships, including the USS Constitution, ferried Toussaint's troops and gunpowder to the southern front, and blockaded Rigaud's ports while Dessalines' forces attacked by land. They also patrolled the seas and engaged Rigaud's barges, inflicting severe losses on the rebels. 146 Toussaint expressed his delight to the American naval commanders, stressing his enormous debt of gratitude to them. 147 The operation was also hugely profitable to American merchants and even naval officers, Christopher Perry, the captain of the General Green, received a reward of £10,000 of coffee from the commander-in-chief for his contribution to the liberation of Jacmel. 148. As he entered the southern capital of Les Cayes in August 1800, Toussaint's mood was sober. He urged his compatriots across Saint-Domingue to remain vigilant, and declared that man was more inclined towards evil than good. 149, a clear sign that the war of knives had taken its toll on him too. He appointed La Plume as the commander of the southern region, a sensible choice which reflected his desire to restore things to normal as quickly as possible. 150 He commended his soldiers for their bravery and discipline, and ordered them to mark their victory by attending Sunday Mass, perhaps to atone for some of the extreme violence they had resorted to. 151 He blamed the war entirely on Rigaud's criminality, stressing that he had declared war on the Republic, while he himself was motivated by the principles of humanity, religion, and love for his compatriots. In this spirit, he extended the hand of forgiveness and reconciliation to the population of the South, whom he promised henceforth to consider as his friends and brothers. 152 The rhetoric was wholly Republican, right down to an ideal of fraternity couched in exclusively civic terms. There was no longer mention of white, black, or mixed-race people. As Saint-Domingue now looked ahead to the prospect of peace and prosperity, Toussaint expressed his gratitude to the Supreme Being, concluding mystically, "Without his guidance, the work of men is perishable, and their designs are more ephemeral than the agitated tides of the sea." 153. Toussaint had good reason to be grateful to the Almighty at the end of the 22-month sequence which began with the expulsion of Hedeville and ended with his victory over Rigaud. He had broken Saint-Domingue's economic and political isolation, survived a major challenge to his authority, and asserted the colony's autonomous diplomatic agency in the region. In the process he had consolidated his grip on Saint-Domingue's colonial bureaucracy, despite its notional subordination to Roume, so much so that all applications for passports, for example, now had to be personally sanctioned by Toussaint. 154 He was in absolute charge of the colony's finances, too, as evidenced by his control of all estate leases. 155 And the terse instruction issued to one of his senior treasury officials, "Not a penny should leave the coffers without my permission." 156 In his own mind, as well as in his actions, he had moved further away from France. In early 1800 he told the British representatives in Saint-Domingue that the power he possessed, he did not hold from France. 157 But these achievements had come at a considerable price, both human and political. He had become even more secretive in his ways, more reliant on his deepest intuitions, and less trusting of his comrades. Hundreds of his valiant Republican soldiers had died in the War of Knives. And to many of his own admirers, his dealings with the British, his betrayal of his own government's secret plans over Jamaica and his systematic conspiring behind the backs of successive French agents appeared to be inspired more by power politics than by the precepts of Christian or Republican morality. Yet Toussaint's actions were driven by strong principles, whose underlying coherence seemed self-evident to him. As he explained to Roume, he would ruthlessly pursue the ideal of a Saint-Domingue which remained an integral part of the French Republic but which also had the freedom to pursue its specific interests, even if these flew in the face of France's diplomatic alignments and political goals. It was not only to the French agent that Toussaint expressed a difference in his mind between France and Saint-Domingue. Responding to a request from Vincent to be allowed to leave the colony and return to the metropolis, he stated that he loved his country too much to allow the engineer to return to France, a telling distinction. 158 This clash came to a head over his opposition to the Jamaica expedition. In his mind, his rejection of intervention in this case was fully justified by his own revolutionary calculus, whether it was sacrificing Sasportas's life to prevent the deaths of hundreds of his own Republican soldiers, preserving his military forces in order to deal with Rigaud's treasonous insurrection, or sabotaging an ill-conceived and potentially unsuccessful French plan in order to safeguard years of patient Republican consolidation in Saint-Domingue. Nor did he altogether jettison his dream of liberating his enslaved brethren. According to the memoirs of his son, in his later years he often talked about leading an expeditionary force to Africa to end the slave trade. 159. Toussaint was no doubt disheartened at times by his dealings with the British. His 4 captured ships were never returned, nor their imprisoned crew members, although Balcarres tried to intercede in his favor with Hyde Parker. The Jamaican civil and military authorities remained wary of revolutionary Saint-Domingue, especially after Toussaint's victory over Rigaud. 160 becoming frustrated with the lack of progress with its local agents, especially Parker, who regarded him as an enemy. 161 Toussaint decided to try and approach the British government directly. He dispatched an envoy to London, a white colon named Penetier, to reaffirm his claims to be a force for stability in the region. 162 With the support of Maitland in London. 163 Penetier made a favorable impression, stressing that Toussaint was interested only in the happiness of his people. 164, so much so that the Foreign Secretary, the Duke of Portland, eventually came round to the view that it would be in Britain's interests to cultivate a good understanding with the ruler of Saint-Domingue. 165. The message rapidly trickled down to British merchants, a number of whom established themselves profitably in Port Republicain and Gonaives after 1799. Another measure of Toussaint's diplomatic finesse was his ability to charm the British envoys in Saint-Domingue and persuade them to write favorable reports about him to his superiors. He was successful. One of the first of them, for example, commended Toussaint for the exactitude and faith with which he had honored his commitments so far. He also praised his mildness and humanity, and noted that he was beloved to a great degree by his people. 166 But Toussaint was no pushover, especially after the seizure of his ships in late 1799. He was keen to keep the British in their place. Their agent in Port Republicain was not only denied the status of consul but was asked to call himself an American, and got the distinct feeling that he was there on sufferance. 167 Nor did the détente with the British undermine Toussaint's capacity for cheekiness. When another local British representative asked him why a recent batch of deliveries shipped from Jamaica had not been paid for, Toussaint coolly replied that he was not the administration, and that as a soldier he did not get involved in such trifling matters. 168. Toussaint was delighted when his strategy of forging diplomatic links with the United States paid off handsomely under the presidency of John Adams. Thanks to the strong relationship he established with Consul Stevens, he was able to bypass the strict limitations imposed upon Saint-Domingue's naval activities by the Maitland Convention and eventually draw upon American assistance to crush Rigaud's rebellion. In September 1800, Toussaint received consignments of 20,000 rifles, 10,000 pairs of pistols and 60,000 pounds of gunpowder through trade with the United States. 169 Americans became so popular in revolutionary Saint-Domingue that they were known as the Good Whites. 170 American trading ships brought hundreds of African American sailors to Saint-Domingue, who returned to the United States and spread stories about the revolution and its valiant leaders. 171 There were glowing articles about Toussaint in the American press. The National Intelligencer and Washington Advertiser hailed him as an extraordinary man. 172. Conclusive proof to Toussaint that Providence was by his side, as he brought the War of the Knives to a conclusion in Les Cayes, came from a more intimate source. For many decades he had not seen or had news of his half-sister Genevieve, the daughter of his father Hippolyte's first wife Affaba. She had been torn away from the family when he was young and sold to a slave owner who lived in the South. Hearing that she might be living in Les Cayes, he sought her out and found her happily married to Bernard Chancey, an affluent white planter who had freed her from slavery, and with whom she had had 9 children. Toussaint spent some blissful moments with Genevieve, remembering their father and the days when they had been together on the Breda plantation. He promptly recruited one of her sons as his aide-de-camp and invited 2 of her daughters to come and live with him. They did so, and one of them, the gracious Louise Chancey, ended up marrying his son Isaac. 173 Toussaint had managed to stand one of his own aphorisms on its head: out of bitterness there could, after all, come something sweet. 8. No time to lose. In June 1800 a 3-man delegation arrived in Saint-Domingue from France. Its ostensible purpose was to inform the local authorities of the intentions of the consular regime which had replaced the Directory after the 18 Brumaire coup. In Article 91 of their Constitution of 22 Brumaire 8, the new French rulers had decreed that colonies were to be governed by special laws which were adapted to their habits and interests. 1 But behind this lofty nod to the ideal of protecting local customs was a clear effort, led by First Consul Bonaparte, to restore central control over the affairs of Saint-Domingue. Under the new arrangements, colonies were no longer to be entitled to their own representatives in the legislature. Aware that their proposals might provoke adverse reactions among the colony's nouveaux libres, The consuls publicly pledged that the sacred principles of freedom and equality enjoyed by the blacks will never be encroached upon or modified. Point 2. In a further effort to placate Toussaint, one of the members of the delegation was none other than his own emissary, Charles Vincent. Even though the young engineer had not welcomed his expulsion of Hetteville, he was still highly regarded by Toussaint. Bonaparte was well aware of this, and after receiving a briefing from Vincent in Paris in late 1799 about the situation in the colony, he sent him back across the Atlantic. After some initial difficulties, he was detained by an overzealous military patrol on the road to Cap, beaten, and then thrown in jail for 3 days, during which he survived on a meager ration of bananas and water. Vincent finally reached Port Républicain, where he gained access to Toussaint in late June 1800. Transcribed in minute detail, his ensuing conversations with Toussaint painted an absorbing portrait of Saint-Domingue's revolutionary leader at this pivotal juncture in the colony's history. Point 3. What struck Vincent most forcefully was Toussaint's intellectual integrity. There is no man more attached to the ideal of French republicanism. Striking, too, was his prodigious activity. A typical day at the office would normally last 16 hours, and his indefatigable zeal was such that every member of his entourage, be it his chief of staff General H., his aides-de-camp or his secretaries, was overwhelmed with work and exhaustion. He sent out an average of 200 letters, and was capable of traveling up to 40 lieues for a day, and at full speed no one could match his endurance. In one scene witnessed by the French envoy, Toussaint left Port Républicain abruptly at 2 o'clock in the morning, ordering 4 of his secretaries to follow him on horseback. Only one of them, however, was able to keep up with his frenetic pace. Having emasculated Roumet's authority, Toussaint was now in charge of all matters, both civilian and military, managing this concentration of power by turning his carriage into a small office and relying on a system of prompt communication. Point 5. Whenever he arrived at a location, he would order the region's military commander to bring him any new messages or correspondence immediately, whether it came from his officers, from administrators, or from ordinary citizens. He always remained standing when reading these missives and would reply to some instantly. Teams of couriers traveled across the colony, urgently ferrying messages to and from the commander-in-chief. Nowhere, marveled Vincent, is correspondence delivered as promptly as in Saint-Domingue. The emissaries from France arrived just as the war in the south was reaching its end. As we saw in the previous chapter, Toussaint took the opportunity of Vincent's presence to dispatch him to Rigaud with a peace offering. This mission was inconclusive, but it enabled Vincent to observe Toussaint's soldiers and officers in action at close quarters. He was struck by their high morale and their fierce loyalty to their commander-in-chief, whom they regarded as a model of the essential virtues. Their discipline and courage were no less impressive. He noted that all enemy positions taken in the final months of the conflict with Rigaud were captured after intense hand-to-hand combat. Vincent's eye was caught, too, by Toussaint's interactions with ordinary citizens. In addition to responding to their letters, every day at 7 in the evening he received 30 men and the same number of women in his pâtis circles, listening patiently to their petitions and issuing instructions that their complaints, when justified, be dealt with promptly. As he followed him across a number of towns, Vincent noted that, while citizens of all colors and backgrounds were present, from humble laborers to wealthy merchants, a significant proportion of his visitors were European, and that Toussaint was highly respected and even loved by them. They idolized him as their protector, and described him as the father of the colons. Watching Toussaint at work, Vincent glimpsed another facet of his efficiency. The papers in his office were meticulously filed, as he saw on one occasion when he went to fetch a letter he had received from the French Navy minister, picking it out instantly from a mass of documents. Like all those who encountered the commander-in-chief close-up, Vincent was in awe of his intellectual qualities, his memory and capacity for concentration, and his ability to reach quick decisions. Vincent's only reservation was about Toussaint's firm and absolute character, which stemmed from his total confidence in his own judgment, which had rarely led him astray. Yet this self-assurance could be problematic. When he has set his mind on a scheme, he pursues it, without sufficiently worrying about the obstacles and costs incurred by its execution. Indeed, Vincent could not help but notice that recent events, the rebellion in his own heartlands, the long and bitter war in the south, and the increasingly fraught relationship with national and local representatives of French authority, had all taken their toll on Toussaint. He grumbled that the cultivators were not working hard enough, and pledged that he would need to take measures to deal with them once the war was over. Even though he had no doubt he was about to defeat Rigaud, there was an air of anxiety about him. In particular, Toussaint sounded much less sanguine about his future relationship with France, whose politics he described as cruel, adding ominously, "I do not know France and will never know it." Even by his frugal standards, his consumption of food had diminished considerably. His main meal often consisted of a single piece of salted meat, and he was now extremely thin. In light of the numerous assassination attempts against him, most recently during the War of Knives, he had become more secretive and suspicious, even of his inner circle. Vincent noticed that his guides and horses were ready for him to travel at any moment, day or night, but the exact destination of his journey was communicated only 10 minutes before his departure. Toussaint still exuded a sense of revolutionary determination, but Vincent also detected a note of foreboding, summed up in an expression he frequently uttered, "There is no time to lose." 6. Vincent was perceptive in detecting a strain of urgency. At the time of his meetings with the French envoy, Toussaint had already set in motion his latest military and diplomatic venture, the takeover by his Republican forces of the Spanish-controlled territory of Santo Domingo. By the Bail Treaty of 1795, Spain had agreed to hand this province, which lay on the eastern part of the island of Hispaniola and was twice the size of Saint-Domingue, over to France. However, the French authorities at the time had decided to delay taking its possession, initially to avoid adding to the instability which was racking Saint-Domingue. Indeed, for much of the 1790s Santo Domingo had remained largely insulated from the conflicts which had ravaged the French colony. It was understood by all parties, nonetheless, that the French would step in once order had been re-established in Saint-Domingue. Having eliminated Rigaud, Toussaint clearly believed that the time had come fully to implement the terms of the 1795 treaty, especially as he thought that the defeat of the Spaniards in Saint-Domingue had been made possible by the efforts of his hardy Republican sans-culottes. More fundamentally, and this was the instinct of the Caribbean, Creole Toussaint, he felt that the island of Hispaniola formed a logical whole, and that its political and administrative unification was consistent with the laws of nature. It was on this basis that Toussaint declared to the American and British representatives in May 1799 that his ambition was to obtain supreme and sole authority over the whole of the island. 7. But by now the situation had become more complicated, locally, nationally and in terms of European diplomacy. The British, it is true, were resigned to Toussaint's takeover of the Spanish territory, even though they did not welcome the prospect. The ever-fearful Governor Balcarres was concerned that it might serve as the prelude for a concerted bid by France and Saint-Domingue to attack Jamaica. 8. However, the French Directory had become increasingly wary of Toussaint's power, and had even openly encouraged Rigaud's secession in order to weaken him. Meanwhile the French agent in Santo Domingo, Antoine Chanlotte, a person of color, had provided active support to his friend Rigaud. 9. This policy of containment was shared after the 18 Brumaire coup by the new consular regime in Paris, which plainly did not relish the prospect of Toussaint's influence increasing across the neighboring territory, especially as Bonaparte was, for the moment at least, seeking to move away from the Directory's revolutionary expansionism, and was therefore not keen to ruffle Spanish feathers. Toussaint had his own compelling reasons for wishing to send his forces into Santo Domingo, and speedily. For one thing, he knew that the new French government was opposed to the operation, and he wanted to act preemptively. The consulate's Minister of Navy, Pierre-Alexandre Laurent Forfait, had written to urge him, in the name of sound politics as well as expediency, to refrain from making any move whatsoever on the Spanish territory. 10. He was also only too aware that Santo Domingo was regularly used as a landing port by the French. Hedeville had arrived there in 1798. As had the three-man delegation sent by the consuls, the territory could therefore serve as a potential base for any invading expedition. This point was not purely theoretical. The conservative change of regime in Paris had shifted the balance of power towards forces opposed to Saint-Domingue's egalitarian order, and there was now talk of dispatching a military contingent to overthrow Toussaint. In mid-1799, for example, a report by Goddard, a senior official in the Ministry of Navy, warned that the black people of Saint-Domingue were out of control, and were being encouraged by their commander-in-chief to believe they were now above us whites. He went on to describe Toussaint's rule as a form of despotic absolutism, in which the official representatives of the French government had become completely impotent. He further claimed that Europeans in the colony were living in a state of terror at least equal to that of slavery. The time for persuasion, in his view, was over. The only way for things to revert to their rightful order was to use coercive force against these rebels so that they learned to respect and submit to the laws of the Republic. 11 As we have seen, Toussaint enjoyed significant support among the colons of Saint-Domingue, but there were some sullen locals who shared such views, for example the landowner Paul Alliot, who wrote to the Minister of Navy in 1800 affirming that the only way to bring Toussaint to his senses was by sending 10,000 European troops to the colony. 12. There was a deeper reason why Toussaint regarded the extension of Republican rule to Santo Domingo as an absolute imperative. Human bondage was still practiced there, and gangs originating from Spanish-controlled areas routinely raided the settlements bordering the French colony to capture young black men and women and sell them into slavery. When General François-Marie de Courvoisier was the French agent in Santo Domingo, he not only turned a blind eye to the practice but allowed slaves captured in Saint-Domingue to be sold in other Caribbean colonies, notably in Cuba. 13 Toussaint demanded that the Cuban authorities return all the black victims of this trafficking. 14 Informed that this infamous trade was being carried out every day. 15 Roume asked Commissioner Chan Latte to investigate. The latter eventually confirmed Toussaint's claims, reporting that he had found a young woman named Flore who had been sold to a Spaniard from Santo Domingo and bought back by the French for the sum of 200 gourds. 16 A month later Chan Latte indicated that he had found several other such cases, along with evidence of organized criminal networks, and had officially complained to the Spanish authorities. 17 According to Toussaint's own inquiries, which included gathering direct testimony from French and Spanish citizens, the trade was not carried out in the main towns of Santo Domingo but in more remote regions such as the southern town of Izua, where the authorities did nothing about it. 18 Toussaint's critics have suggested that he fabricated the slavery claims as an excuse to invade the Spanish territory, but the issue was real. 19. The assumption of French Republican control over Santo Domingo was for Toussaint a matter of historical justice, strategic exigency and moral necessity. Already in 1795, shortly after the conclusion of the Bale Treaty, he had warned Papalevos that the Spanish settlers were entirely untrustworthy and were so vehemently opposed to the abolition of slavery that they would prefer to give up the territory to the British than come under French Republican rule. 20 In 1796, a gradual handover to French authorities had to be postponed when it emerged that the Spaniards were acting in bad faith and inviting local populations to rebel against French troops as they arrived. 21 4 years later, Toussaint believed that the moment to take action had come, but he faced a significant obstacle. He could not proceed without the formal agreement of Roume, who was implacably hostile to the takeover. As Vincent had rightly surmised, nothing could stop the commander-in-chief when his mind was settled on a particular scheme. Toussaint would get his way, but only at the cost of another spectacular rupture with a representative of the French government. Toussaint did his utmost to persuade Roume that Santo Domingo's Republican hour had arrived. He bombarded him with letters detailing the instances of enslavement which had been brought to his attention, repeatedly raised the matter in person, and encouraged his senior officers to lobby him. Faced with this barrage, Roume stonewalled. In response to a plea from Moise, for example, he stated that the French occupation of Santo Domingo could not occur until the complete pacification of Saint-Domingue, and perhaps even the general pacification of Europe. Drawing on his 3 years of service as a former French commissioner in the territory, Roume added that an invasion would undoubtedly provoke mass resistance from the white dominants, at least 10,000 of whom might be mobilized to bear arms against Toussaint's army. 22. Toussaint then tried another approach, in a letter personally delivered by his aide-de-camp, D. Hebecourt. If the occupation of the whole of Santo Domingo could not be envisaged, Roume should sanction the takeover by French troops of neighborhoods such as Izua and its surrounding areas, which had clearly become the operational center for the slave traffickers. This was the least that could be done to preserve our black citizens from bondage. 23 Realizing that he needed to address the matter constructively, the French agent replied a few days later. Toussaint was free to arrest anyone from Santo Domingo who might be involved in this slave trade and bring the suspects to Cap, where they would be imprisoned and put on trial. They would also be expected to hand over any slaves in their possession, or buy them back and release them to the French authorities. But on the wider issue of territorial control, Roume remained inflexible. Given the continuing volatility in the French colony, the occupation of any part of Santo Domingo would be a betrayal of France, of Saint-Domingue, of yourself, and of the army under your command. He presented 3 additional arguments. The populations of the Azure region had been energetically worked on by British agents, and would therefore be antagonized by any sustained French military presence. The former French commissioner Courvoisier, who had become a renegade, had spread rumors of an imminent French invasion before his departure and stirred up anti-republican sentiment in Santo Domingo, and any future French occupation could be carried out only by European forces, which were insufficient in number in Saint-Domingue at present. Point 24. Toussaint would undoubtedly have been offended by the implication that his highly disciplined and gallant troops, who had liberated the colony from Spanish and British occupation, were now deemed unsuitable to carry out this operation. Beginning in late February 1800, he repeatedly summoned Roume to Port Républicain. The well-being of the colony was at stake. Point 25. Roume refused, and so Toussaint decided to force his hand. Following the template he had successfully used against Hedeville, in the first week of April he organized the popular mobilization of his supporters from Dondon, Petit-Anse, Grande-Rivière, Gros-Morne, Sainte-Suzanne, and Limonade. Several thousand members of the National Guard from these communities, many in arms, rapidly converged towards Haut-du-Cap, where they assembled and demanded to see Toussaint, and threatened to march on Cap if their grievances against Roume were not immediately heard by representatives of the French government. On April 11, Roume, who kept a diary of the proceedings 26, was escorted by Moise to meet the demonstrators. He was accompanied by the entire municipality of Cap. This was classic journée revolutionnaire politics, in which public demonstrations were used to force specific concessions from the authorities. Except that now Toussaint introduced some Caribbean refinements. Instead of lasting a day or two, as would a typical Parisian journey, the movement here went on for 14 days and nights. During this ordeal, Roume and his associates were incarcerated in a chicken coop measuring barely 100 square feet where they were exposed to the elements. The flimsy roof of the poulailler offered scant protection from the rain, and, as the diarist noted grimly, it poured heavily for 4 days. In due course a string of popular petitions emerged, written in florid Republican prose and signed by civic and military representatives from the different localities. Invoking the principle of the public good which Toussaint had cited in his earlier letter to the French agent, they presented a vote of no confidence in Roume, accusing him of heinous crimes against the Republic such as supporting Rigaud, conniving with British agents in Jamaica, a touch of black humor by Toussaint here, squandering public funds, conspiring with émigrés and refusing to meet Toussaint, despite the latter's repeated requests. At the same time, the tone of the protesters was optimistic. The declaration from Gros-Morne expressed a citizen's pride in belonging to the French nation, which had laid down the law to all the powers of Europe and indeed even to the universe. Point 27. In the midst of all this revolutionary theater, the hero himself, in keeping with his leadership style, was absent. The petitioners from Dondon noted anxiously that they had not seen Toussaint for several years. Point 28. 3 successive letters were dispatched, pleading with him to come to Haut-du-Cap. But he sent word back that he was unavoidably detained by more pressing military concerns. It was true that this episode coincided with a recapture of Jacmel in the south. Sensing that he had sufficiently softened up Roume, he announced that he was on his way, and even invited the mobilized citizens to return to their plantations. Finally, more than a week later, Toussaint arrived on horseback to huge cheers from the crowd, which Roume noted had now grown to 8,000 men and women. Toussaint brought the mobilization to an end by announcing grandly that he would take the necessary steps to bring tranquility and respond to the concerns of the people. 29. On April 24 he ordered Moise to escort Roume back to the agency in Cap. At least the French agent was able to hitch a ride on horseback. The municipal representatives had to return on foot. The final act in Roume's downfall opened 3 days later, on 7 Floréal, April 27. When he was summoned to Toussaint's residence at 9 in the morning, again under Moise's escort. The representatives of the Cap municipality were also present, along with Toussaint's treasurer. In a somber tone, Toussaint again demanded Roume's endorsement of the proposed takeover of Santo Domingo. The French agent reiterated his well-rehearsed reasons for his opposition, adding a fresh argument. He had heard that the Spanish authorities were keen to retain Santo Domingo, but were prepared to offer up Louisiana instead, a highly advantageous proposition for the French. Toussaint responded tersely that as certain gains should not be sacrificed for a mere probability. He also summarily dismissed Roumet's other objections, notably the fear that a French occupation might provoke unrest and possibly armed resistance. At this point, Toussaint lost his temper. Accusing Roumet of being an enemy of the colony, he turned melodramatically to the members of the Cap municipality and asked with a menacing air, "What should I do with such a man?" Leaving the threat hanging, he dismissed the stunned representatives and sent Roumet back to the agency building, where Moïse locked him up in a small room on the first floor, threatening to cut off his head and that of his wife and young daughter if he did not immediately concede. Roumet replied that he was prepared to die as a Republican martyr, at which point Moïse promised to launch a full-scale military invasion and to spread death and destruction across the Spanish territory. Roumet capitulated, and drafted the decree promulgating the French takeover of Santo Domingo. It was signed a few hours later in the presence of a stern-looking Toussaint. 30. The breach with Roumet was now irreversible. Toussaint effectively confined him to the agency offices in Cap, monitored his communications and stationed soldiers to guard the building and deny entry to visitors. Roumet's wife Marie-Anne was also prevented from going into town, and on one occasion the guards stopped Roumet's laundry from being taken out. 31 Yet, once he received the signature he wanted, Toussaint tried to mend fences with the French agent, at least on a personal level. He invited Madame Roumet to his residence and confessed that he was ashamed of the indignities he had inflicted upon her husband, but the truth was that he could no longer trust him. Shortly afterwards, Roumet collapsed from the strain and fell seriously ill. He was bedridden for over a month, during which Toussaint visited him on a number of occasions. At one point his condition took a turn for the worse, and was judged to be critical by his doctor. Toussaint rushed to his bedside and wept profusely, although he did let slip that his sorrow was mainly due to his fear that his enemies would blame him for Roumet's death. 32. The beginning of the Santo Domingo operation was disastrous. Confident that his envoy would meet no resistance from the Spaniards, Toussaint sent his chief of staff, General H., to the territory without even a military escort, armed only with 400 copies of Roumet's decree of 7 Floreal and a mellifluous letter from himself, promising that France would respect all persons and properties, and the habits and customs of the Spaniards, while bringing them under the laws of the Republic. 33 Age was duly introduced to Don Joaquim Garcia, the wily and cruel old governor, whom Toussaint remembered very well from his days of service under the Spanish flag. 34 Garcia welcomed Toussaint's envoy unctuously, and greedily accepted the beautiful jewels he brought as gifts. He entirely recognized France's entitlement to assume full control of Santo Domingo by virtue of the 1795 treaty, and even claimed such a move would be a relief, as he could then retire peacefully to Havana. However, he pleaded that he needed time to consult with his superiors and make the necessary arrangements for an orderly withdrawal. He could not therefore accede to Toussaint's request with the desired speed. 35. Don Garcia's response was merely a delaying tactic. When he first learned of Toussaint's plans, he had written to his superiors in Spain that this Negro will find a stronger resistance among our inhabitants than he might expect. 36 Indeed, within days of H's arrival, local opposition to the French takeover began to coalesce in the territory's cabildos, municipalities. Encouraged by Garcia, a petition signed by leading Santo Domingo Creole dignitaries called for the operation to be adjourned while the matter was referred to the French and Spanish governments, and a delegation sent to Paris to seek an audience with Bonaparte. It was also to appeal to the first consul's belief that colonies should be governed by laws which suited their local customs. 37 Another declaration noted that a handover to France given the present circumstances in Saint Domingue would be inconvenient, a coded expression of these notables' horror at the prospect of losing their slaves and coming under black Republican rule. 38 Buoyed by this support from the territory's reactionary ruling classes, and quietly supported by the French representative, Chan Latte, Garcia issued a decree effectively suspending the takeover, and calling on all French forces to withdraw from Santo Domingo until the dispute had been fully resolved. 39 As tensions rose, Toussaint's envoy had to be placed under military protection in the Santa Clara convent where he was residing, as crowds outside chanted death to H. The French general was soon escorted out of town by the governor and a delegation from the cabildos. Toussaint's envoy had been humiliated, and Don Garcia had kept the jewels. At this point Roume, who had recovered from his illness, reminded Toussaint that he had predicted that things would go badly, and that his objections during their fraught discussions should have been heeded. 40 He endorsed the compromise position suggested by Garcia, and which had originally been made by Toussaint himself, that the takeover be postponed, but that French commissioners be stationed in Azua and Santiago to prevent any recurrence of slave trafficking. He also recommended, not without malice, that Age be appointed as commissioner at Azua, an impertinent suggestion regarding Toussaint's chief of staff. 41 Roume rubbed more salt in the wound by blaming the entire debacle on Age, whose indiscretions, he claimed, had unsettled the Spaniards, adding that his well-known fondness for drink had probably not helped either. 42 He then issued a proclamation which declared his own 7 Floreal decree null and void in light of the mass insurgency it had provoked in Santo Domingo, and the ensuing possibility of war between Saint Domingue and her neighbor. He also welcomed the arrangements proposed by the Spanish authorities to prevent any further trafficking of French slaves. 43 Toussaint was, predictably, exasperated by this turn of events. He told Roume that he was very distressed, especially at the prospect of the slave trade continuing across the border. He regarded the behavior of the Santo Domingo authorities as deceitful, and the forcible expulsion of Age as a grave insult not only to the Republic but also to himself. He particularly blamed the cabildos for creating an atmosphere of intrigue and spreading wild rumors about the likely consequences of a French takeover. He pointedly observed that these generally placid local grandees were unlikely to have acted spontaneously, and suspected some underhand collusion between French and Spanish officials against him. It was hardly coincidental that one of Roume's employees, a natural scientist by the name of Gonzalez, had been seen in Santo Domingo during the upheavals. 44 In a subsequent letter he was even more explicit, accusing Roume of personally inciting the Spanish revolt against Age because of his visceral opposition to the takeover of Santo Domingo. He also defended the reputation of his chief of staff, who had carried out his mission with wisdom and prudence. He had even given up drinking since his marriage to a good woman. Toussaint had of course been the matchmaker. He made a habit of finding spouses for members of his military and administrative entourage. 45 Yet he ended the letter on a peaceful note, claiming that he had now reconciled himself to the indefinite postponement of the Santo Domingo operation. I have stopped thinking about it. 46 This was absolutely not the case, as we shall see, but for the moment at least Toussaint decided to reassure Roume and the officials in Santo Domingo that he had moved on. Even in moments of revolutionary urgency, it was sometimes politic to bide one's time. Roume understood that the disagreement over Santo Domingo had fractured his relationship with Toussaint. But he still cared passionately about the colony's future. He also shared the commander-in-chief's concern about the reactionary forces, both within and outside French government circles, which were now shaping the new regime's policy towards Saint-Domingue, and in particular their increasing contemplation of the use of military force against Toussaint. In June 1800 he produced a lengthy recommendation of an alternative course of action and sent it off to Paris. This report was remarkable for its elevated tone, for its probing analysis of the situation, for its capacity to project optimistically into the future and imagine a consensual relationship between Saint-Domingue and France. Above all, it was perceptive in its sensitive portrait of Toussaint's leadership and the underlying sources of his power. At the same time, in its paternalistic tone it revealed the fault lines between even the best-intentioned French colonial officials and Saint-Domingue's revolutionary leaders. Roume began by emphasizing the extent to which Toussaint's power was rooted in Saint-Domingue's revolutionary political culture. The slaves had conquered their freedom by revolting against their oppressors and forcing the French authorities to acknowledge their liberty. During this process the Africans, as he called them, had developed an extensive set of democratic practices centered around popular assemblies, where they conducted their affairs with sagacity and energy. During the later years of the revolution, even as Toussaint's power became more entrenched, this vibrant local democracy survived and was given republican forms, notably in institutions such as Saint-Domingue's National Guard, which acted as a deliberative assembly, a Grand Council of the Commune. Its citizens participated in all the important decisions, and Roume insisted that while they generally followed their leaders' recommendations, their obedience was not blind. Indeed, on some occasions they refused to take the course of action prescribed to them. Roume had recently seen these principles in action during his 14-day escapade at Haute du Cap. There he had been at the receiving end of many vigorous harangues, but he paid a generous tribute to the robustness of the cultivator's republican sentiments. Order, tranquility, and secrecy were the characteristics of this African democratic spirit, he said, and it was no accident that they were also the hallmarks of Toussaint's power. 47. For Roume, Toussaint enjoyed the unconditional support of Saint-Domingue's black citizens precisely because of his consistent and zealous defense of their rights. He also had the absolute esteem and trust of the colony's European population. Roume had personally witnessed this on countless occasions, and he noted with amusement that even when whites complained about one of Toussaint's decisions, they tended to lay the blame on his entourage, who exploited his goodness. Having taken the lead in expelling first the Spaniards then the British from the colony, Toussaint had the Republic's everlasting gratitude. And yet, precisely because he owed these accomplishments only to himself and the qualities he had harnessed from nature, he had not, in Roume's view, acquired any of the conventions of European military discipline. In fact, his political and military triumphs had exalted his amour-propre beyond the limits of reason. 48 Driven by his indomitable character and his transcendental genius, as well as his fear that the French Revolution might be defeated by its European enemies, Toussaint was moving the colony towards a position where its fate no longer depended on that of France. He did not wish his people to be dismembered. It was in this context that Roume issued his warning against any French military invasion of Saint-Domingue. Such a war would be prolonged, costly in resources and in men, and would be resisted by black citizens to the final extremity. 49. To avert such a calamity, Roume suggested a plan, to be implemented in two phases. The first would involve the French government formally withdrawing its agent, himself, from the colony, and entrusting Toussaint not only with military but also civilian executive functions. The idea here was to reassure him about France's intentions towards him, and also force him to take more efficient decisions. It was particularly important that his letter of appointment be signed by Bonaparte in person. Its receipt would fill the commander-in-chief with gratitude, reconcile Toussaint with himself and consume him with veneration for the first consul. The letter should be followed by more detailed instructions from the Minister of Navy, reminding Toussaint of his obligations towards France, of the need to run the affairs of the colony with financial rigor and impartiality, and warning him against getting too close to the dastardly British. This was the only practical solution 50 for Saint-Domingue in the short run. Upon the conclusion of a more general peace between France and her European rivals, the second phase of the plan could be set in motion. It would involve Bonaparte again writing to Toussaint, this time with a grand invitation to visit Paris to celebrate his achievements and also enlighten the French government with his suggestions about the future of the colony. With characteristic faith in French universalism, Roume believed that spending time in the capital of the world would have a miraculous effect on Toussaint. Within a month of his stay, he would be fully cured of all his schemes for colonial autonomy. 51 and place himself at the level of our best French citizens. Simultaneously, while Toussaint was away from Saint-Domingue, work could begin on a new organic code overhauling the colony's political and administrative system, which would be promulgated after consultations among representatives of different racial and territorial groups in the colony. Toussaint would not be allowed to return until this task had been fully completed. There was something naively enchanting about Roume's dream of Toussaint and Bonaparte riding into the Place de la Concorde alongside each other to the cheers of the Parisian crowds, having celebrated a Te Deum in Notre Dame Cathedral. It was greatly to his credit that he did not allow his stormy disagreements with Toussaint in the preceding months, not to mention his fortnight in the Haute du Cap chicken coop, to cloud his judgment. And though events took a very different turn, Roume's vision is a reminder that the breakdown between France and Saint-Domingue was not inevitable, and that alternative scenarios based on sustained cooperation were possible and indeed fully envisaged on both sides of the Atlantic. At the same time, in its infantilization of Toussaint and faith in the superiority of Gallic civilization, Roume's scheme reveals the limits of the French Republican imagination when faced with the boldness of Saint-Domingue's revolution. Toussaint would not have been won over by being called to Paris and patted on the head by the consuls like a fawning tropical bumpkin. He had his own ideas about what the good life for himself and his people should be, and they were very different from those of the French. Toussaint, meanwhile, was also deploying his creative talents to carve out a line of communication with the new consular authorities. He decided to use General Claude Etienne Michel, the head of the three-man delegation which had been sent to Saint-Domingue from Paris, as his principal conduit. He prepared the ground by psychologically destabilizing the French envoy, ordering Moise to arrest him upon his arrival and detain him under severe conditions for 5 days in a remote village. When Michel eventually reached Cap, Moise, manifestly on Toussaint's orders, prevented him from making contact with Roume, even though this was a key part of his mission, and also blocked him from meeting Toussaint. When, several weeks later, Michel finally gained access to Toussaint, he was grateful merely to be admitted into his presence. The revolutionary leader thus began the encounter with a strong advantage. 52. This was merely the opening gambit. In the course of their 2 lengthy meetings, Toussaint put on a spectacular show for Michel. The French envoy had already formed a very negative opinion of Moise, whom he described as vain, barbaric, and despotic. Toussaint claimed that he shared this view, and that he too felt intimidated by his nephew and did not dare contradict him, or for that matter his other senior generals, such as Dessalines and Christophe, who were watching his every move. The only people in his entourage he claimed he could really trust were his chief of staff Age and his spiritual counselor, the priest Anthiame. The others were all parasites. He confided that his personal situation was precarious and that he could be removed from power at any moment by his ambitious subordinates, who were pressing him to act decisively over Santo Domingo. His general's power had spun out of control, he added melodramatically, and they were even carrying out exactions and atrocities in his name, a reference to the military campaign against Rigaud. At this point, Michel noted, Toussaint became tearful and whispered that he feared for his own life. 53. The purpose of this theatrical performance was to impress upon the French government the urgent need to throw its weight unequivocally behind Toussaint. It was only under these circumstances, he told Michel, that the vacillating edifice of his power could be stabilized. His ploy worked. The French envoy concluded his report by noting that Toussaint was the sole figure in the colony who could command the support of all sections of the population and at the same time serve the interests of the French government, to which he was sincerely attached. He recommended that he be given full powers so as to be able to deal with his opponents effectively, and that this measure be formalized through a handwritten letter by General Bonaparte, from whom Toussaint was eager to receive instructions. 54 Michel's advice was in this respect identical to Roume's, even though the 2 men did not exchange views prior to the dispatch of his report. Toussaint completed his approach by entrusting Michel with a letter for Bonaparte. He clearly regarded the first consul as his appropriate interlocutor in Paris, rather than the Minister of Navy, Forfait, about whose name he used to joke. 55 Toussaint's letter began by regretting that Michel had not come to the colony bearing a note from the first consul. Such a precious letter would have been a source of great consolation, and spread a comforting balm through his blood. He trusted that the 2 of them would henceforth engage in a sustained correspondence. He had given Michel a full and frank account of the situation in Saint-Domingue, and expressed his worries and concerns about the challenges he was facing. He specifically mentioned the insulting treatment received by Age in Santo Domingo and condemned the intrigues of the local Spanish authorities. Conscious that there were officials in the French government who were spreading hostile stories about him, Toussaint reaffirmed his loyalty to France and his personal integrity. He did not possess a large fortune, and indeed regarded money as a corrupting metal. 56 To strengthen the personal bond he hoped to establish with France's new ruler, he also talked about his pride in his 2 older children, Isaac and Placide, who were being educated at the Institut National in France, and asked Bonaparte to extend his paternal benevolence towards them and to send one of them back to him in Saint-Domingue. 57. But even though he sought to establish a direct dialogue with Bonaparte, Toussaint was under no illusions about him. At around the same time as he sent this letter, he dispatched his lieutenants Huon and de Hebecourt to France on a covert mission to try and bring back both his children. 58 Toussaint also flatly refused his request, conveyed through Vincent, to embroider on the banner of the Saint-Domingue National Guard the inscription, "Brave blacks, remember that it is only France which recognizes your freedom and your equal rights." As he told Vincent sharply, "We are not looking for a circumstantial freedom, conceded just to us. We want the recognition of the principle that any man, be he red, black, or white, cannot be the property of another man. We are free because of our struggle, and because we are stronger. The consul has maintained slavery on Bourbon Island, and we too will become his slaves if he is strong." 59. And so, in his letter to Bonaparte, Toussaint asserted his version of the Santo Domingo crisis. He had strongly encouraged but not coerced Roume into signing the Decree of 7 Floreal, an inventive rendering of what had actually occurred. He lamented General H's demeaning reception when he tried to take possession of the territory in the name of the French Republic, noting also that this Spanish opposition had benefited from underhand connivances on the French side. He went to considerable lengths to justify the takeover, speaking of the popular indignation felt across the colony at the capture and sale of French citizens. General Michel could independently attest to the reality of the phenomenon, and this was indeed the case. On his journey from Santo Domingo to Cap, the French envoy had personally encountered 3 black French citizens being led away to a jetty by a group of Spaniards in order to be sold into slavery. Michel had stopped and confronted the traffickers and freed their captives. 60 The implication was clear. The standoff in the Spanish-controlled territory would not be allowed to endure for much longer. In the months immediately following H's mortifying exit from Santo Domingo, everything went quiet. Toussaint seemed anxious to lower the tension. In addition to his letter reassuring Roume that the takeover was no longer in his mind, he wrote soothingly to Don Garcia, expressing his relief that the matter was now in the hands of the French and Spanish authorities, and promising that he would await their decision. He then made a series of well-publicized interventions to reinforce the impression that his thoughts were now turned squarely on domestic matters. In October 1800 he produced a proclamation on the reorganization of agricultural labor which was aimed at eliminating loitering and vagrancy in the workforce, and ultimately placed managers, conductors, and laborers under a draconian regime of military surveillance. The army's job, it clearly implied, was now to oversee the territory's economic productivity. 61 He ordered Vincent off to the western tip of the colony in Mole St. Nicholas, to survey the local fortifications, so that he would be out of the way. Toussaint was right to be wary of him. When he eventually returned to France in 1801 he supplied the government with detailed maps of the colony, as well as information about individual members of his entourage. 62 Toussaint also celebrated the pacification of Saint-Domingue. In late November 1800, after being feted as a hero in Gonaives, he visited Cap, where he attended a lavish reception in his honor in the style of a Roman triumph. An Arc de Triomphe was erected to greet his arrival and a white woman of exceptional beauty solemnly placed a crown of laurels on his head. The municipal representatives, who had not forgotten the terrifying scene with Roume a few months earlier, and clearly deciding that sycophancy was the wisest course, made a succession of speeches comparing him variously to Bacchus, Hercules and Alexander the Great. Bonaparte was also mentioned for good measure. 63. But, just as his opponent's guard was lowered, Toussaint struck decisively. From Cap, amidst a ceremonial adulation, he sent Roume a letter accusing him of promoting discord and anarchy in the colony by surrounding himself with wicked schemers who were preying on the minds of the weak, spreading yet more rumors of his connivance with the British and making scurrilous accusations against him to his French superiors, a charge which confirmed that Toussaint was reading Roume's correspondence, as an American diplomat noted euphemistically, letters in Saint-Domingue were liable to casualties. 64 On the matter of Santo Domingo, he repeated his claim that Roume had colluded with Garcia and the French commissioner, Chanlotte, to humiliate H and prevent the takeover of the Spanish territory. 65 Roume would have heard all of this before, but this time the sting came in the letter's tail. Toussaint ordered that the French agent be transported under military escort, inevitably, by Moise, with his wife and daughter to the remote and humid region of Dondon, where he was to remain until he was recalled by the French government. The offices of the agency in Cap were to be sealed off. Even though Toussaint promised that Roume would not come to any physical harm, this banishment of the official representative of the French government was an extreme punishment, especially as Toussaint immediately made the news public. 66. The rationale for his action only became clear a few weeks later, when Toussaint sent a stiff letter to Garcia, demanding reparation for the insulting way in which the authorities of Santo Domingo had treated his envoy H. He announced his renewed intention to take control of the territory, promising again to respect the persons and properties of the Spaniards as well as their religious customs. This time, the operation would be carried out by an armed force sufficiently powerful to ensure the execution of the 1795 treaty and the protection of the whole of this part of the colony from the machinations of the enemies of the Republic. 67 He warned the inhabitants against any resistance, offering them a simple choice between happiness and misery. It is for you to choose. 68 There would be no more diplomatic niceties. Toussaint was again on the warpath, and this time he had made absolutely sure Roume could not get in his way. The military operation mobilized a force of over 10,000 men, assembled in 3 Republican divisions which approached Santo Domingo's capital in a pincer movement. The northern column, under Moist's command, had orders to make for Santo Domingo via the town of Santiago, while Toussaint himself headed a second force which took the southern route through San Juan and Izua, backed by a third contingent entrusted to his brother Paul. 69 Moist reached Santiago in mid-January 1801. After defeating a sizable Spanish force at El Portezuelo, he placed Brigadier General François Pagiat in charge of the town and continued his advance at speed. 70 As they progressed, the Black Republican troops called on plantation slaves to revolt against their owners, and promised them full emancipation. 71 Toussaint entered San Juan in early January 1801, where he wrote again to Don Garcia, who had ignored his previous communication. This letter arrived in the capital on the day of the Feast of the Epiphany, but was definitely not the kind of revelation the Spanish governor had been expecting. Garcia responded evasively and sent out a force to confront Toussaint's troops, who by now had taken the towns of Izua and Bani, 12 leagues away from the capital. Among those who volunteered to fight on the dominant side was the French commissioner, Chanlotte, who was appointed by Garcia to lead the troops sent out to confront Toussaint. The main battle in the Republican takeover of the Spanish territory was thus fought by French commanders on both sides. Chanlotte nominated as his chief of staff his predecessor Curversio, who happened to be in Santo Domingo at the time and eagerly seized the opportunity to take up arms against Toussaint. Even with these treacherous reinforcements, the Spanish militia was no match for Toussaint's army. His infantry troops marched so quickly that they covered 25 leagues per day, even outpacing his cavalry, more than half of whose horses were unable to keep up with his frenzied pace. 72 Thanks to his effective network of informants, recruited from the local population, Toussaint's men knew precisely the enemy's whereabouts. Toussaint ordered his forces to set up camp on the right bank of the river Nazao and hold their positions so as to draw Chanlotte's men towards them. Once the Spanish troops had congregated on the opposite bank, Toussaint's forces crossed the Nazao by stealth, hid in the forest overnight and launched a surprise attack on the morning of January 22. Charged at from 3 sides by Toussaint's columns, the bewildered Spanish militia fled and, in Chanlotte's own words, were absolutely routed. Toussaint displayed his humanity, and his tactical good sense, by releasing all his Spanish prisoners immediately and issuing them with safe conducts, stressing that his troops wished the citizens of Santo Domingo no harm and urging them to give up all resistance. 73 The message was promptly received, and Don Garcia capitulated shortly afterwards. The renegades Chanlotte and Curversio wisely took the first ship out of the territory to Venezuela. 74 The victor, whose troops had reunited with those of Moise, entered Santo Domingo on January 26, 1801. He came through the gate slowly on his favorite horse, Belargent, as if to exorcise the humiliation inflicted earlier on age, and stopped in front of the cathedral where the brother of Christopher Columbus was buried. A delegation of women of all colors came to greet him, accompanied by music and fanfares. They too were on horseback, and were carrying banners, branches of laurels and flowers. Toussaint was escorted to the government offices, where he was met by local notables who accompanied him to the office of Governor Garcia. 75. There had been many extraordinary episodes in Toussaint's life since 1791, but few could match this moment, when the black revolutionary leader found himself once again in the company of the Spanish governor, under whom he had served and whom he had already humiliated once before when he rallied to the French camp in 1794. The crushing defeat of Garcia's militias was compounded when Toussaint refused his invitation to take a solemn oath to protect Santo Domingo. This would be the first time, the commander-in-chief retorted, that a victor yields to the vanquished. 76 Toussaint loftily asked Garcia to hand over the keys of the capital. The governor took him to the assembly chamber and pointed to a set of ceremonial keys, laid out on a table, hoping that Toussaint would take them himself, but, ever conscious of the power of political symbolism, Toussaint asked Garcia to hand them to him. He then reminded the governor of the early 1790s, when he had been an officer in the service of the Spanish crown and had worked on an ingenious plan for the invasion and conquest of the French side of the island. Garcia had contemptuously rejected the scheme. The tables had now turned and he was handing the keys of Santo Domingo to a French officer. Toussaint insolently added, "If you had followed my original plan, I would still be at the service of His Catholic Majesty, and Spain would be in possession of the whole of the island of Saint-Domingue. 77. Ne perdens pas notre temps. Never was Toussaint more faithful to his revolutionary motto than in the months which followed his successful campaign in Santo Domingo. He bundled Don Garcia and his retinue off the island in February 1801, after relieving the governor of the 298,000 gourds in his treasury. 78 Not a single gourd could be allowed to leave the colony. He wrote disingenuously to Garcia, lest it fell into British hands. 79 With typical aplomb, Toussaint had fooled the Spanish government into thinking that his invasion of Santo Domingo had the full backing of Britain and the United States. 80. The conqueror also sent Bonaparte a brisk message that the whole of Hispaniola was now under Republican rule, and invited him to recall Roumet to France, as the French agent's head had been poisoned by intrigue and malice. 81 In a longer letter written to the first consul on the same day, he allowed himself to show off, praising his soldiers for their gallantry and fortitude during the Santo Domingo campaign. He also informed him that he had promoted Moise and Dessalines to the rank of division general, the latter for his pivotal role in defeating Rigaud, the former for his prowess against the Spaniards. 82 Toussaint's praise for Moise was a tragic irony, given that his nephew was soon to betray him. But there was little doubt that Moise had earned the commendation. Even his enemies conceded that he was a brave and formidable warrior. 83. In Toussaint's mind, the decommissioning of the Spanish and French envoys had edged Saint-Domingue further on its mercurial road towards autonomy. In April 1801, after nonchalantly giving him the news about Santo Domingo and inquiring about his health and that of his family, Toussaint ordered Roumet to leave Saint-Domingue, but the real point of his letter was to underline that he had been right all along, against Roumet's objections. 84 Roumet had been kept in extreme confinement for 5 months, without any possibility of movement or communication. Had it not been for the help discreetly provided by the American consul, Stevens, he and his family could have starved. He responded angrily, giving Toussaint an opportunity for a final touch of cruelty. He informed the Cap municipality that the agent had become mentally unbalanced, and that in light of his age and infirmities he needed to leave the colony forthwith. 85. The protection of the territory's laborers was one of Toussaint's first priorities, especially when he learned that Spanish families were deserting Santo Domingo's plantations in droves and taking their house and field slaves with them. By late January 1801 it was estimated that more than 3,000 men and women had been forcibly removed by their owners and taken to nearby Spanish dominions, most notably Cuba. Toussaint took immediate action, reminding the Spaniards that many of these slaves were citizens of Saint-Domingue who had been captured illegally. When he learned that a vessel named Trois Mats was about to set sail from Santo Domingo with a large contingent of slaves on board, he ordered their release, adding that it was his duty to preserve this workforce for the cultivation of the land. 86. Did this mean, as some of Toussaint's critics have claimed, that he had no real desire to free the slaves of Santo Domingo and was only interested in their laboring capability? Beginning with Arduin, who noted that there was no formal proclamation of emancipation, some scholars have questioned whether the slaves of Santo Domingo were actually freed. 87 Others have even suggested that Toussaint only obtained the support of the Spanish planters by promising that they could keep their slaves, and that human bondage persisted in fact, if not in law. 88 There is, however, clear evidence of Toussaint's emancipation of the slaves of Santo Domingo, on the day he took formal possession of the territory from Garcia. 15,000 were freed. 89 He insisted that they receive payment for work, and prevented any more local planters from leaving the territory with their slaves. Toussaint was also clear that the old system of institutionalized racism could no longer endure. 90 This is supported by the memoirs of local aristocrats, who complained bitterly about their new predicament, and indeed suddenly found themselves forced to tolerate new forms of social equality which they regarded as ignominious. At one ball given in honor of the French military, a Santo Domingo nobleman was invited to dance with his former black slave. As he put it sullenly, she owed her liberty to the entry of blacks in the country. 91. In fact, Toussaint challenged the racial hierarchies of Spanish colonial society as soon as he took control of the territory, notably by nominating black and mixed-race people to public offices in the army, the administration, and the cabildos. The new municipality of Santiago, for example, was made up of 3 full members, a white person, a mixed-race official and a black military officer named Casimiro. 92 When Toussaint issued a proclamation in early February 1801 promising all slaves in Santo Domingo their liberty, he specified that they would receive a quarter of the crop as salary, exactly as in the French part of the island. At the same time, he was careful to warn the plantation workers that their new entitlements came with responsibilities. This is a good father speaking to his children, who is showing them the path to happiness, for themselves and for their families, and who wants to see them contented. I have never believed that freedom and license are the same, and that men who have become free can abandon themselves to laziness or disorder. My clear intention is that all cultivators should remain attached to their respective plantations, where they should earn a quarter of the crop revenues, and any unjust treatment meted out to them should be sanctioned. However, I also want them to work even harder than before, be obedient, and fulfill their duties scrupulously. 93. In another decree issued on the same day, Toussaint declared that all Santo Domingo's inhabitants were henceforth bound by the rule of French law, which explicitly prohibited slavery. He noted that enemies of the Republic were spreading vile rumors about the new order in Santo Domingo so as to encourage the flight of the Spanish population. In particular, it was being suggested that he had granted his soldiers 4 hours of pillage, and that his forces had drawn up a list of prominent Spaniards who were to be assassinated. After denying these stories, Toussaint declared that he personally guaranteed the safety of all persons and properties, and concluded that all citizens without distinction were henceforth placed under the protection of the Republic. 94 The language could not have been clearer. Over the coming weeks and months Toussaint threw all his energy into Santo Domingo, introducing a series of sweeping reforms which touched all sectors of public and private activity. He appointed a new keeper of the public archives, reorganized the Tribunal of Commerce in the capital, brought in new municipal officers, created a corps of gendarmes in every commune, with the important stipulation that each should have a trumpeter, set up public schools, appointed 8 public defenders, 4 in Santo Domingo and 4 in Santiago, built new roads, notably one connecting Santo Domingo to Laxavan, separated by 80 lus, and opened 6 ports to foreign trade, while at the same time lowering taxes and duties so as to attract outside investment. He also introduced horse-driven carriages to the territory, which were soon racing around Santo Domingo at Luvertarian speed. 95 He even found time to act as marriage counselor. He wrote to Garcia requiring that one of his officers should honor his promise to marry the daughter of Dona Guerrero. Morality, he observed, had to be protected. 96. In this torrent of proclamations, one of the most remarkable invited new settlers from Saint Domingue to seize the opportunities offered by the territory. This was Toussaint displaying his wonderfully eclectic qualities, visionary lyricism, closeness to nature and, in this instance, a touch of colonial entrepreneurship. He extolled the merits of the superb plain of Samana, upon which Providence seems to have spread all her favors. This was an El Dorado, fit for all types of agriculture. It enjoys an astonishing degree of fertility, and a milder temperature than all the other plains of Saint Domingue. It is also blessed with easy access, and is irrigated by rivers from every direction, and in particular by the river Una which, after traveling a great distance from inland, flows into the magnificent Bay of Samana, which forms the vastest and safest natural harbor of the region. Promising to grant plot concessions to any industrious French citizen who wished to settle in the area, Toussaint guaranteed hundredfold returns on their investment and labor, a pledge which also showed that he regarded the fates of France and Saint Domingue as inextricably intertwined for the foreseeable future. 97 At the same time, in order not to encourage a sudden exodus of black plantation workers from the French side, he prohibited the sale of any plot of land of less than 50 carros, 150 acres. 98. Another of Toussaint's characteristics, which complemented his fondness for grand schemes, was his obsession with detail, and this too was in plentiful evidence as he assumed the stewardship of Santo Domingo. Soon after the Spanish capitulation he toured the territory to carry out a meticulous evaluation of its agricultural capacities, and commissioned a detailed report from the forestry agent in Saint Domingue. 99 He also authorized the French natural scientist Michel Descourtildes to catalogue the region's flora. 100 In his own journeys across Santo Domingo, Toussaint was struck by the conspicuous lack of development. There were only 22 sugar plantations, and no indigo or cotton in sight. Coffee and tobacco were grown only for local consumption. He issued a proclamation inviting the population to concentrate on producing commodity crops, specifically sugar, coffee, cotton, and cocoa. He suggested that farmers should move away from their traditional subsistence favorites, such as bananas, sweet potatoes, and yams. It was only by making this transition that they would escape from poverty. 101. Toussaint also took a particular interest in the fate of mahogany trees. He remembered from his earlier visits that Santo Domingo used to be covered in them, but this time he could barely find 1,000 square feet. He discovered, to his great irritation, that the trees had been overexploited by the Spaniards, who had ruthlessly logged them for export. He noted with particular exasperation that the boles had been cut in such a way as to make it impossible to cultivate the trees further. He thereby issued a decree banning the export of mahogany wood and limiting its use only for local construction. 102. This was subsequently amended after complaints from local planters, but Toussaint pressed his customs officers to remain vigilant about mahogany exports, to ensure that the requisite export duties were paid and that any fraud was stopped. Toussaint warned the newly appointed senior customs officer of Izua that he had a terrible responsibility and that he would answer for the slightest impropriety with his head. 103. After the 1801 invasion of Santo Domingo, Toussaint called on the local population to concentrate on producing commodity crops, specifically listing sugar, coffee, cotton, and cocoa. A Spanish translation is provided on the right-hand side. The commander-in-chief's activism was unrelenting. He aligned the value of the gourd in Santo Domingo with that of Saint Domingue. 104. He tracked down the widow of his old commander, General Biasu, to whom he had been sending a regular pension, and invited her to return to Saint Domingue's capital, where she would receive further signs of public esteem. 105. After an explosion in livestock thefts, he banned the sale of domestic animals, and ordered that anyone caught moving herds from one commune to another should be immediately arrested unless they had valid passports for them, or had obtained a permission signed by himself or the military governors of the two departments. 106. Hearing about the unsatisfactory arrangements for religious worship in the region around Santiago, he promptly created 4 new parishes and laid down the precise number of priests who should officiate in each of them, the frequency of their presence and the services they should offer. 107. Alongside his revolutionary ideals, Toussaint's religious faith was, of course, an important foundation of his political appeal. This proved to be the case in the deeply pious Santo Domingo too. Some racially prejudiced clerics were plainly unhappy with the new authorities, and there were some incidents between white and black people in Santo Domingo Cathedral. According to an eyewitness, Toussaint calmed things down with one of his quirky interventions, observing that he had the misfortune of being a black man but that no one could surpass him in scientific knowledge. 108. Most priests settled for at least the appearance of acquiescence. In ceremonies held in the new governor's honor in many towns and villages, the clergy rang church bells and came out to greet him carrying banners and incense. Women placed crowns on his head. 109. Toussaint's regime was supported across many sections of society, from black and mixed-race people to the commercial white bourgeoisie. Only the racially prejudiced nobles were overwhelmingly hostile. 110. So when he returned for a visit in January 1802, he was greeted with rapture throughout the territory. An eyewitness noted that he was received with the greatest demonstrations of enthusiasm and joy by the former slaves. 111. In a letter to her priest, a Spanish resident of Santiago called him Toussaint the Sublime and observed, "We would not have given a warmer welcome to our own monarch." 112. He recruited a group of musicians from the Fajó battalion in Santo Domingo and sent them back to Port Republican to be included in his guard of honor. 113. Perhaps this popular ecstasy is what drove him shortly afterwards to order 3 coins to be minted in Santo Domingo, under the direction of a French goldsmith named Tassi. The new double escalins, and demi-escalins were to be legal tender throughout the island, and were adorned on one side with République Française and on the other with Colonie de Saint-Domingue. 114. Legend had it that some bore the inscription Toussaint Louverture, but this was perhaps merely a measure of how ubiquitous he had now become in the torrid imagination of the locals. 9. In the region of Eagles, Toussaint's imagination was at its most fertile when he was on the move. In early February 1801, as his edicts were starting to transform Santo Domingo, he issued a proclamation to all the citizens of the island. After congratulating his army for executing his orders with courage and intelligence and professing his wish for the happiness of Saint-Domingue, which he was now routinely calling Monday Pays, he invited municipal authorities to select representatives to serve on a central assembly, which would meet in Port Republicain in mid-March. Its task would be to draft a set of laws which were suited to our habits, our customs, our climate, our industry, while at the same time strengthening even further our ties to the French Republic. The document would be sent to the government in Paris for approval, after which it would become the law of the land. Having expelled foreign troops from the colony, established his military authority as commander-in-chief, subjugated the southern rebellion, neutered and then dismissed successive French envoys, outflanked the Spanish authorities in Santo Domingo and unified the entire island of Hispaniola under French Republican rule, Toussaint was now embarking upon his boldest venture yet, a new constitution. 1. It was a characteristically imaginative Louverture ploy and caught everyone off guard. Article 91 of the 22 Fremerin Constitution, which stipulated that colonies would be governed by special laws, was intended to enable tighter local control by the central government in Paris. Toussaint was taking it at its word, but in fact subverting it for his own revolutionary ends. He was also appropriating the reactionary Spanish Creole arguments about historical and cultural specificity, which had been used just a few weeks earlier in objection to his invasion of Santo Domingo. The idea of a new constitution fitted perfectly with Toussaint's fondness for generalization and codification, and his consistent capacity for transgression. The move was also a natural culmination of his march towards supreme power, as he acknowledged when he confessed in conversation that he was unable to slow down his tremendous pace and that he found himself pulled by an occult force which he could not resist. 2. Toussaint's biographers have generally viewed his constitutional project as the logical extension of his quest for independence. Starting with Louis Jabroca's anguished howl in 1802 against the fanatical Africans' solemn rupture of the ties which bind the colony and the motherland, his conservative critics have portrayed it as the epitome of treacherousness, and unequivocal evidence of his ambition to sever his ties with France. His progressive admirers have seen it as the apotheosis of his struggle against slavery, though marred by his failure to communicate his real intentions to his people and his lapse into despotism. 4 For others still, Toussaint's constitutional plans were the hubristic extravagance of an impulsive man who had lost his way, dazzled by the favors of fortune, and driven by a kind of fatalism towards the abyss. 5 More recently there has been a revival of scholarly interest in the 1801 Constitution, particularly in terms of its broader philosophical implications. 6 Yet in this flurry of argument and counter-argument, the dynamic nature of Toussaint's thinking has been lost. In his mind it had become imperative to create some distance between Saint-Domingue and France. This step was necessary both to promote better internal governance and also to protect the colony against French political instability, and against future legislation which could damage its social and economic fabric. As we noted, forces hostile to the revolutionary order in the colonies were systematically gaining ground in Paris. By April 1799 the Société des Noirs was effectively closed down. And after Bonaparte's coup d'état the new French constitution of 22 Frimaire contained no declaration of rights and did not grant automatic citizenship to those born outside France. Worse still, it created a legal gray area in which slavery could be tolerated for some categories of people, such as household employees. It was widely believed that the vagueness of Article 91 was intended to pave the way for the full-scale restoration of slavery in the colonies, and the recognition of full civic rights only to whites, as subsequently occurred in Martinique, Guadeloupe, and Guyana in 1802.8. Saint-Domingue's constitution was also the result of Toussaint's increasingly strained relationship with French authorities throughout the War of Knives. His clash with Rigaud had taught him a powerful lesson. Even though he had only responded to the mixed-race leader's aggression against his legitimate authority, the French government had done nothing to assist him and had in fact fueled the flames of the conflict, and then blamed him for its continuation. Hence his sharply worded letter to the French Minister of Navy in February 1801, "I took up arms to suppress the revolt of Rigaud. Had I not done so, the colony would still be consumed with the horrors of civil war." And in this important circumstance the government omitted to tell Rigaud that he should not turn the weapons which had been entrusted to him against the Republic. "I merely responded to force by force, and if blood was spilled it was only because it was a case of justified self-defense." 9. And so, If the French would do nothing to help him even against his internal enemies, Toussaint believed it was up to him to preserve the gains of the Saint-Domingue Revolution and protect the colony from external attack. Both the spirit and the letter of his constitution were inspired by this republican goal. As its third article stated, slaves cannot exist in this territory and servitude is forever abolished. Here, all men are born, live and die free, and French 10. His lofty thinking was reflected in one of his typically vivid metaphors: I have taken my flight from the region of eagles, I must be prudent in returning to earth, I can alight only upon a rock, and this rock should be the edifice of the Constitution, which will guarantee my power as long as I remain among mortals. 11. By the early 1800s, spirited exchanges were already taking place in different parts of the world about Saint-Domingue's constitutional future and Toussaint's place in it. As we saw in the previous chapter, Roume believed he should be involved in discussions to create a new organic code for the colony. Alexander Hamilton pictured him as the head of a feudal military regime. 12. While for the exiled slave-owning planters who had fought him in a desperate bid to reverse the tide of black emancipation, Toussaint remained a rebel slave whose power needed to be paralysed at all costs, otherwise it would spread to the Negroes of all other colonies in the region. 13. A point echoed in a report from the governor of Spanish-controlled Venezuela, who described Toussaint's new political order as pilfering the rights and tranquility of states. 14. Some of his more militant slave and free black supporters in the Atlantic area did indeed think that he was in the process of turning the colony into an exclusively black republic. The British were beginning to imagine him as king of an independent Saint-Domingue, while the local colons secretly prayed that he might preside over a sanitized restoration of the old plantation order. By mid-1801, thanks to some intentionally loose talk by one of his London envoys, the wily Toussaint had even led the British, whose foolish credulity 15 he liked toying with, to believe that he might soon appoint a white government in Saint-Domingue. 16. While he was happy for Saint-Domingue's constitutional future to be the subject of speculation, none of the proposed schemes directly shaped Toussaint's thinking. Indeed, there is compelling evidence that the constitutional process he followed was first conceived in discussions between Toussaint and his close ally, the former commissioner Julian Raymond. The mixed-race notable was the third member of the delegation, along with General Michel and Charles Vincent, sent by the consuls to Saint-Domingue in 1800 to reassure local elites about the special laws promised by Article 91 of the French Constitution. In his own report to Bonaparte, Raymond welcomed the idea of different legal regimes between France and Saint-Domingue and proposed a short document consisting of 3 articles, about the particular status of the colony, its exclusive trade with France, and the banning of slavery, the latter as follows: in all the French colonies where human bondage has been abolished, it can never be restored. Raymond added that these special administrative regulations, which he termed organic laws, must be drafted not by distant French legislators but by men with local knowledge and experience. Raymond proposed that the organic laws of Saint-Domingue be drawn up by an ad hoc commission presided over by 3 men, one of whom should be Toussaint, and another a European who represented the consul who knew the colony and enjoyed the trust of its inhabitants. They should be assisted by a number of representatives from each department. 17. Toussaint drafted his constitution following the letter of these proposals, while subverting their spirit of prudent loyalism. After designating the members of the Central Assembly, he summoned them to Port Republicain in March 1801 to begin working on the document. The presidency was entrusted to Bernard Borgella, the town's former mayor, an influential white planter who was a close political ally of Toussaint. Of a similar background and outlook were Gaston Notary and André Collot, who spoke for the interests of southern white planters, and 3 appointees from Santo Domingo, local notables Munoz and Roxas, and Manchego, a Catholic priest, all 3 ardent supporters of the revolution. A 4th nominee died before the first meeting. 18. In addition to Raymond, there were 2 other persons of color, a man named Lacour, whose first name is not recorded, and Etienne Viard, one of Toussaint's assistants, who acted as secretary. The only black member was General Moyes, picked to represent the Department of the North, where he was immensely popular among the cultivateurs. He refused to serve on the assembly, fearing it would concede too much ground to the colons, a first open gesture of resistance. Toussaint's relationship with the assembly's 9 members has been a matter of much conjecture. For some historians the whole drafting process was merely a sideshow, and the real authors of the text were the Commander-in-Chief's secretary Henri Pascal, the son-in-law of Julian Raymond, presumably under his influence, assisted by his priests Marini and Molière. 19 For others, the assembly members worked hard, but simply carried out their master's instructions. A contemporary local observer contemptuously referred to them as puppet legislators, while Sonnen noted that these men were in truth the representatives of Toussaint Louverture rather than the people of Saint-Domingue. 20 Yet for others still it was Toussaint who was manipulated by the assembly, hence the overrepresentation of Saint-Domingue's plantation owners, and the codification of laws about property and labor which served settler and émigré interests and paved the way for a kind of economic despotism. Laurent Dubois thus argues that the 1801 Constitution was a charter for a new colonial order. 21. As always with Toussaint, the truth was more intricate. At the Assembly's opening ceremony he told the legislators not to divulge the contents of their discussions, and reminded them that their recommendations would only come into force once he had accepted them. He also offered them a precise road map, as noted in the minutes of the first session, the only one whose records have survived. 22 The rationale for the Constitution was to create a set of legal principles matured by the lessons of experience and the knowledge of localities, said Toussaint. Its necessity stemmed from the legal vacuum deliberately created by the French constitutions of 1795 and 1799 for the administration of colonies. 23 Having given the legislators their instructions, Toussaint then left them to their own devices. They met every day from 9 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon. Their deliberations were often animated, and shine a revealing light both on their vision of Saint-Domingue and on the centrality of Toussaint's leadership. It is clear that Raymond had some input into the wording of the article abolishing slavery, which used language very similar to his own earlier draft to Bonaparte. He had less luck, however, in defending the notion of exclusive colonial trade with France. Toussaint circumvented it with a clause which slyly gave the governor all necessary powers to secure provisions for the colony. 24 At the same time, with his usual craftiness, Toussaint's briefing had omitted the most fundamental point. The primary function of the assembly was outward-facing, to send a message of reassurance to the French government. He needed these respectable figures to vouch for his commitment to preserving French interests in Saint-Domingue. Indeed, their very first formal discussion was about the island of Saint-Domingue and its moral relation with the metropolis. 25. The Assembly's draft text contained separate sections on Saint-Domingue's agriculture and commerce. Title 6, the powers of its new chief executive, the governor. Title 8, the overhaul of the justice system. Title 9, municipal reform. Title X, and the rationalization of the colony's finances. Title 12. The draft also reflected Toussaint's preoccupation with issues of public morality. It proposed that Catholicism be declared the official religion. Title 3, and divorce banned in the interests of encouraging and fortifying family unity. Title 4. Among the governor's duties was the proscription of any subversive text which might corrupt collective morals, Article 39, and oversight of any activity which might threaten the public spirit, the security, the health, or the fortune of the citizens, Article 69. 26. Fascinating evidence of the legislators' thinking can be found in the notes of Gaston Nogerie, whose personal papers have survived. He took an active part in the body's deliberations, and also in drafting the series of organic laws accompanying the Constitution, which were adopted between mid-July and mid-August 1801. Nogerie was no revolutionary firebrand but a Grand Blanc who first met Toussaint in Port Republicain in October 1798 after the evacuation of Jeremy by the British, with whom, like most southern white planters, he had collaborated actively. Before 1791 he had also owned a large number of slaves. True to his philosophy of national reconciliation, Toussaint bore him no grudge and granted him permission to set up a mathematics school on the condition that he awarded 4 scholarships to outstanding black students. This too was typical of Toussaint's republican ethic. He made people atone for their past sins by performing charitable deeds. 27. From that moment on Nogerie became a Louverture devotee, watching with wonder as this former slave presided over the return of order, prosperity, and harmony in Saint-Domingue. I saw tranquility develop wherever he was able to exert his influence. He was particularly struck by the way in which his poor countrymen, the settlers, began to be treated with consideration again by the blacks, thanks to the orders and the example set by the commander-in-chief. Notary noted the warmth with which Toussaint was greeted by the population whenever he returned to Port Republicain after a prolonged absence. The inhabitants would put up spontaneous illuminations, which could last up to 2 or 3 days. He summed up the attitude of the white colons towards their protector in this striking formula: if he happened to fall ill, we would all become greatly worried. We believe that our existence was attached to his. 28. Notaries notes, the only other record of the colony's constitutional discussions to have survived, provide tantalizing glimpses of the Assembly's discussions. He wrote down Toussaint's solemn injunction to the legislators when he first met them in March 1801. They were to see themselves as magistrates charged with securing the happiness of Saint-Domingue. He took his duties very seriously, and at one moment of disagreement with Toussaint even jotted down that while he was grateful for the leader Providence has sent us, his main ambition was to earn the esteem of his fellow citizens. He was above all fiercely loyal to France. He completely accepted Toussaint's premise that the text they were agreeing was merely a draft, which would become law only when approved by the French government. Notary even volunteered to take the document to Bonaparte. Toussaint coaxed him into believing he was the ideal person to carry out this patriotic task. 29 In his letter introducing Notary to the French authorities, Toussaint noted that he had witnessed all the events in Saint-Domingue since the Revolution, and was therefore perfectly placed to inform the government about the present situation in the colony. 30. Notary's minutes show exactly why Toussaint believed he would be a suitable envoy to the French government and its allies in the French colonial lobby. He was an order-loving white planter whose social views were mostly conservative. He applauded the proposals for the restoration of the Catholic faith, and cited Toussaint as an exemplar of religious piety. He loudly defended the ideal of a plantation economy enshrined in Title VI, notably the priority given to agriculture, and the definition of the estate as the tranquil asylum of an industrious and well-regulated family, whose manager is necessarily the father. 31 He railed against the practice of small plots of land being bought by black cultivators, which seemed to be continuing despite Toussaint's formal ban. Manifestly hostile to any form of small-scale black entrepreneurship, he also roundly condemned the proliferation of little huts along the main roads, where tafia and foodstuff are sold. He thought the Creole blacks and people of color were disposed towards arrogance, and disapproved of the recreational habits of Saint-Domingue's domestic servants and plantation workers, noting that the traditional Colindas had a tendency to dissolve into bloody battles with shotguns and sabers. No doubt his own head appeared in effigy on 1 or 2 spikes at these friendly gatherings. 32. Most interesting of all are Notary's thoughts on the future arrangements of Saint-Domingue's executive. He strongly endorsed the proposition, in what eventually became Article 28, that Toussaint should be appointed governor for life, which was no doubt unanimously agreed by the Assembly members. In his speech at the opening session, Lacour had hailed Toussaint as the savior and restorer of the colony. 33 Notary not only agreed, but expressed a hope that he would live on to rule for at least the next 20 years, a recipe for 20 years of tranquility and happiness for the colony and for my family. But Notary was dismayed by the suggestion that Toussaint be given the power to appoint his successor. This prerogative, he announced, was a monarchical concept. 34 Notary's opposition was perhaps based on his evaluation of the likely line of succession. He believed that none of the military commanders in Toussaint's army were of the same political and intellectual stature as the commander-in-chief, and the most obvious contender to replace him would be Dessalines, a prospect which, given the latter's fearsome reputation, filled him with apprehension. Yet it is likely that this fear, too, had played a part in Toussaint's thinking, and was one of the main reasons why Toussaint had wanted Notary to travel to Paris, to repeat the stories he had heard about Dessalines. One of these he had shared with Toussaint and other members of the Assembly. It was widely known that Dessalines had told his troops at the end of the war with Rigaud in mid-1800 that 2 more conflicts lay ahead for the Republican Army of Saint-Domingue, the first against the Spaniards in Santo Domingo, which would be simple, and the second against the French, if they sent an armed expedition to bring back slavery. If they did, Dessalines had warned, it would be a war of extermination, and il fallait tout le monde livre tout ensemble, les femmes comme les hommes. 35 Even though he was sent to Paris with a constitution, Notary was never able to deliver this promise of a mass uprising to Bonaparte as Toussaint had intended. This was unfortunate. Dessalines' words exactly predicted what happened to the French invading army after its arrival in Saint-Domingue in 1802. Toussaint received a draft text from the Assembly in early May 1801. Ever the perfectionist, he worked on the document and its related organic laws for another 2 months before he felt they were ready to be made public. He was aware of the reservations of the legislators about a number of issues, especially the appointment of his successor and the scope of the governor's powers. But he knew that he had to assume full executive authority, all the more so since the idea of appointing a governor who combined all civilian and military functions was beginning to gain ground in Paris. 36 Such schemes almost invariably saw this governor as being a European, but Toussaint believed, of course, that he was the right person for the post, not least because he had effectively held it for the past few years. In this respect, as in many others, for him the Constitution merely formalized Saint-Domingue's existing political reality. All the evidence shows that there was wide-ranging enthusiasm across the colony for Toussaint's leadership. This was the case in Santo Domingo, as we saw previously, and there was no doubt about his overwhelming popularity among the colony's white population, who regarded him as their protector. As one of them put it, Toussaint had used his power only for the good of the colons and for the restoration of the colony. 37 Another praised his humanity and respect for religion, and his understanding that the presence of Europeans was essential for the preservation of commerce and the arts. He concluded that if he were to perish, it would be devastating for the colony. 38 Such sentiments were widely echoed among the black citizens, and Toussaint witnessed them during his journeys across Saint-Domingue. Support for his assumption of full executive powers was also vigorously expressed whenever local communities conveyed their political views. For example, during its mobilization against Roume in 1799, when the municipality of Grosmorne issued a proclamation demanding that the French agent be sent back to France, its views about governance were plain: we do not need Roume, or any other agent. We have confidence only in the commander-in-chief, and he has earned our trust as much by his steadfastness and his attachment to France as by his zeal in defending our liberty, as well as by his humanity and his virtue. It concluded by inviting the French government to grant all executive powers to the commander-in-chief. 39 The Assembly of La Croix de Bouquets declared that only the commander-in-chief can restore Saint-Domingue to its former glory. He alone knows the singularities of the different localities, which reflect their varying climates. He alone understands the spirit, the character, the habits, and customs of the people who inhabit this colony. 40 There were numerous similar instances. Such was Toussaint's confidence in his popularity in the run-up to the publication of his constitution that he extended the hand of forgiveness to Rigaud's surviving supporters, a few of whom were still rotting in his jails. In late May 1801 he had a group of these men brought to the Cap Church, where he addressed them from the pulpit in a typical homily. Speaking to them as a father, he lamented all the pains they had suffered, and told them to return in peace to their families and be consoled, as they were pardoned with generosity. Toussaint always took care of his own publicity. To make absolutely sure the message was received both by people of color and by his own subordinates, he wrote to Dessalines a few days later, asking him to put the word out that these mixed-race Rigaudans were now his brothers and his children, and that his only wish was for them to take the righteous path, practice the Christian faith and bring up their children in the fear of God. 41 We can be sure that the message got through. Divine retribution was nothing compared to their fear of Dessalines. In early July, Toussaint finally gave notice of the constitutional ceremony. It was to be held on the 7th in Cap 42. Its citizens did not get much sleep the previous night, as the drummers and brass players of his cavalry began to sound the call to arms at 3 in the morning, and by 5 the army troops and National Guardsmen were assembled in their smartest attire at the Place d'Armes. Toussaint arrived at precisely 5:30, preceded by a procession of civil and military authorities. By now a large crowd had gathered at the scene, including a number of school teachers and students, who formed a circle around the official platform. Among the distinguished guests were the members of the Assembly, the new American ambassador, Tobias Lear, and his predecessor, Edward Stevens, who was still in the colony and had been personally invited by Toussaint. Moise was there too. He was not going to be allowed to sulk indefinitely, and Toussaint clearly wanted him in plain sight, so that everyone could see who was in charge. The whole ceremony was a meticulously crafted justification by Toussaint, both philosophical and practical, of the powers reclaimed by Saint-Domingue from France, and vested in him by the new constitutional proposals. The tone was now very different from that of his discussions with the Assembly members. After the secrecy surrounding the preparation of the text, this occasion was to be widely publicized across the island. An extensive account of the proceedings was immediately produced by the Cap authorities and sent to all municipalities. There were 3 speeches, the first by Borgella, followed by Toussaint himself, and finally by Fouquier, the president of the civil tribunal. Each presented complementary dimensions of the document's rationale. We can see from the language, imagery, and sophistication of their arguments that Toussaint not only carefully vetted the other 2 speeches, but effectively channeled his views through Borgella and Fouquier. 43. This ventriloquism was perhaps most apparent in the bold move towards the end of Borgella's speech, just before he proceeded to read out the 77 articles of the Constitution. The President of the Assembly announced that, even though the original plan had been to submit the constitutional draft to the French government for approval, the absence of laws in Saint-Domingue had created a situation of imminent peril for the colony. Given these circumstances, Toussaint had to be invited to put the Constitution into immediate execution. Toussaint could not but respond positively to such an urgent request, all the more so since he had obviously scripted it. So the draft text received its formal blessing at the Cap ceremony and Toussaint approved his own nomination as governor. The theatrical effect was slightly lost on the crowd, as his self-endorsement was drowned out by the enthusiastic roar, mingled no doubt with relief, which greeted the end of Borgella's lengthy speech. There was an even more audacious argument thrown in to justify this legislative fiat. Such prompt and decisive action was needed, Borgella claimed, because the French government had failed to make its views about Saint-Domingue known, and been silent for too long. This too was a splendidly libertarian sleight of hand. The French government was being castigated, in effect, for not responding promptly enough to a document it had yet to receive. In early July 1801 Toussaint invited the population of Saint-Domingue to celebrate their new constitution at a ceremony to be held on the main square in Cap. The constitution would consolidate public freedom and fix the destiny, peace, and prosperity of the colony. The symbolic politics of the Central Assembly were entirely geared towards reassuring France about its national interests and those of its white colons. The justifications of the 1801 Constitution at the Cap ceremony, in contrast, were all directed at Saint-Domingue's citizens and were steeped in classical Republican arguments about liberty. Borgella argued that those in power in France for much of the 1790s had ignored the needs of the colony's citizens and at times violated their basic freedoms. Worse, from a Republican perspective, they had also forced them to accept laws which they had neither made nor consented to. In any event, the rights of the citizens to govern themselves by laws of their own making were recognized not just by the French Constitution but also by the laws of nature. Hence Toussaint's wording of the abolition of slavery in Article 3, which was cast not as a formal right tied to citizenship which could be taken away, but as an inherent quality of every man and woman born in the colony. Borgella celebrated the spirit of natural harmony which had guided Toussaint's battle against age-old prejudices, allowing him to reinforce those sweetest bonds of fraternity among the citizens of Saint-Domingue. 44. Alongside the principle of consent, further justification of the Constitution was based on the need for the colony to be governed by good laws. Because of its distance from France, Fouquier observed, and the absence of any direct contribution from Saint-Domingue's representatives, the legislation passed in Paris was often unsuitable for the colony and at times harmful to its interests. In fact, such had been the incoherence of the French approach to colonial questions in the past few years, under the notoriously inefficient Conseil de Cinq Cents, that Saint-Domingue had been effectively deprived of proper laws and reduced to a state of complete anarchy. The situation would be remedied by the forthcoming organic laws prepared by the Assembly. Fouquier noted, as further evidence of this institutional chaos, that successive French governments had attempted to keep the powers of the military commander apart from those of the civilian administrator. Thankfully, he added, Toussaint had spotted this incoherence, recognizing that there could be no government worthy of the name if authority is allocated without clear rules, and different branches are in constant conflict with each other, an entirely fair argument against Montesquieu's doctrine of separation of powers, although it omitted the crucial fact that here it was Toussaint who had been the chief source of these conflicts. And so Fouquier now anointed Toussaint, the liberator and protector of the colony, as its lawgiver, legislature. 2. Rescuing its citizens from turmoil thanks to his extraordinary virtues and capacity to act in the general interest. This was straight out of Rousseau's Social Contract. 45. Toussaint's speech, his first as governor of the colony, fortified this republican message by expanding on the theme of liberty. He praised France and vowed to cultivate a relationship of fraternity and friendship with its people. However, and this was the real measure of the radicalism of the 1801 document, the colony's freedom was no longer dependent on French political thinking or practice. Alluding again to the article which abolished slavery on the colony, he observed that it was now Saint-Domingue's own constitution which guaranteed the freedom of its citizens, irrespective of their age, condition, or color. The document's primary purpose was to immortalize liberty in the colony. Toussaint was careful not to sound triumphant. This was not so much a victory speech as a call to all citizens to remain vigilant and mobilized to defend Saint-Domingue's collective sovereignty. Speaking the language of truth to his fellow citizens, Toussaint stated that the Constitution would defend their rights but also impose on them the duty to practice the virtues. These included private qualities, notably the possession of sound morals and the religion of Jesus Christ, but above all public ones such as the pursuit of the common good. 46. This went to the heart of Toussaint's ideal of freedom, an active citizenship in which all sections of society were mindful of the general interest. He appealed to public officials to ensure that they always served the people and behaved with honesty and integrity. Likewise, he told the cultivators that Article 16 of the Constitution guaranteed them their fair share of plantation revenues and would defend them vigorously against any violation of their rights. But the Constitution would also impose upon them the obligation to avoid idleness, the mother of all vices. This robust conception of freedom was expressed most forcefully in Toussaint's message to his soldiers and officers. Their duty was not only to practice the virtues of discipline and subordination, but also to protect the Constitution against its internal and external enemies, who might seek to attack it. 47. The message could not be clearer. Saint-Domingue's integrity as a political community was inseparable from the defense of the revolution. This was underlined by the Constitution's penultimate article: every citizen has a duty to serve the country which has given him life and nourishment, for the maintenance of liberty and the equal share of properties, whenever the law demands their defense. 48. The ceremony was followed by a Te Deum in Cap's church, and the day ended with a glittering banquet in Government House, attended by 600 invitees. There were toasts to the governor, to the assembly members, to the French and American governments and to Generals Christophe and Moyse, but not, curiously, to Dessalines, who seems not to have attended the ceremony. According to an eyewitness, Moyse managed to make one impertinent intervention, asking the guests to raise their glasses to the French Republic, a coded gesture of defiance to the new governor. 49. Needless to say, the official record made no mention of this brief chord of dissonance. But it noted that Toussaint's eyes were shining with contentment as he savored the remarkable accomplishments he had achieved by the sheer force of his character. That was no doubt true. But perhaps his happiness also had another source. As he looked around the tables, he would have seen that the colony's mostly white civil and military dignitaries were breaking bread with guests whose names were Hector, Jean-Louis, Grandjean, and Lafricaine. 50. These black men were born into slavery or came from slave families, and yet they could now, thanks to the Constitution he had so artfully conjured, enjoy the rights of equal citizenship in Saint-Domingue, and the promise that they would never again suffer a life of servitude. Toussaint's 1801 Constitution affirmed the colony's continuing membership of the French Empire, while noting that it was governed by special laws. Article 3 stipulated that slavery was abolished forever, and that all citizens were born, lived, and died free and French. Soon after the cap ceremony, Toussaint summoned Charles Vincent, entrusting him with the task of taking his constitution to the French government. Although he disagreed vehemently with some of its contents, and with the very premise that Saint-Domingue should adopt a separate constitutional charter, Vincent agreed to carry out the mission. He later claimed that it was his only way out of the colony, but this was probably a retrospective justification, to avoid deeper trouble with the French authorities. In any event, his exchanges with Toussaint about the Constitution, recorded with his usual scrupulousness, provide compelling insights into the governor's intentions and state of mind at this point. The choice of Vincent is itself worthy of comment. In one sense, he was the obvious candidate. A man of great integrity and impeccable Republican credentials, he was a fervent defender of the revolution. Henri Christophe, the military commander of Cap, described him as the only European who really loves the people of Saint-Domingue. 51 Vincent had already represented Toussaint thrice in Paris and, as we saw at the beginning of the previous chapter, had recently been sent by Bonaparte, along with Julian Raymond, to reassure the colony about France's constitutional intentions. He was, therefore, the ideal conduit between the two parties. Raymond had told Vincent that Toussaint had singled him out for this mission a long while ago, which confirms that Raymond's ideas shaped Toussaint's thinking, and shows that he had been planning his constitution methodically. At the same time, Toussaint was becoming wary of Vincent, and felt that his presence in the colony could become burdensome. He had objected to the Santo Domingo operation, which he believed was motivated by Toussaint's desire to dominate the colony. 52 And importantly, Vincent was also the colony's principal civil engineer, and Toussaint had given instructions for all coastal fortifications to be reinforced in 1801, just as he was moving forward with his constitutional project. Toussaint did not want Vincent involved in it, even though he was one of the most qualified persons to oversee it. He was obviously worried that Vincent might divulge sensitive information about the island's defenses to his military superiors in Paris. Sending him to France with a constitution was therefore in several respects a shrewd maneuver. Although he had long intended him for this important assignment, Toussaint did not initially divulge any of its contents to Vincent. He even sent him off on a diversion to Gonaives to pay his respects to Madame Louverture a few days before the cap ceremony, which he accordingly missed. Toussaint clearly did not want Vincent to know too much about his justifications for charting an autonomous path from France, however much they were cast in Republican terms. The result was that when he first cast his eyes on the document, Vincent was greatly taken aback. Particularly unsettling to him was the mode of government proposed in Title VIII, which granted absolute powers to the governor, and his sense that the text was casting aside all the colony's obligations to the metropole. He immediately raised his objections with Toussaint, and asked him what he expected the French government to do once it received a document which effectively removed its right to appoint colonial officials. Toussaint replied grandly, "They will send commissioners to negotiate with me." This was a significant response, confirming that Toussaint envisaged further interactions with France over the text. Vincent then tried another angle. Surely this constitution would encourage other nations, such as the United States, Spain, and even Britain, to establish formal diplomatic ties with Saint-Domingue in order to weaken her links with France? Toussaint sought to reassure him, giving this justification of his dealings with Maitland: "I know that the British are the most dangerous for me and the most perfidious for France. They did everything in their power to gain exclusive commercial rights in the colony, but I granted them only what was impossible to refuse, for I needed them at the time." 53. Toussaint's responses sought to convey a sense not only of purpose, but also of mastery. He still believed that he was in control of events and could shape them to his advantage. But as Vincent pressed him further and their exchanges became more heated, his composure began to fray. Toussaint acknowledged that it was probably a mistake to send printed copies of the Constitution to the French government rather than handwritten drafts, which might give less of an impression of finality, but the point was moot, as Toussaint had already publicly approved the Constitution at the cap ceremony. When Vincent told him that he owed his power to the protection of the French government and the force of European bayonets, he became very agitated and flatly rejected the claim, which clearly wounded his pride. It was also inaccurate, because it downplayed the popular legitimacy of Saint-Domingue's revolution. Faced with Vincent's persistent criticism of his apparent insubordination and ingratitude, Toussaint added disdainfully that he did not believe that he had erred in any way with respect to the French authorities. Emboldened by his imminent departure from the colony, Vincent held his ground, and retorted that Saint-Domingue's constitution was nothing less than a manifesto against the French government. 54. This conversation, the last that Vincent ever had with Toussaint, was never going to end well. Vincent did not improve matters by asking the governor whether he would like to receive any honor or gratification from the French authorities. This sounded too much like an attempt to buy him off or placate him with the prospect of a grand retirement, as Roumet had imagined earlier. Toussaint replied stiffly, "I want nothing for myself. I know that the French want to bring me down, and that my children will not enjoy the fruits of what I have managed to set aside. But I am not ready to become the consenting prey of my enemies. He then added some further reflections which Vincent did not transcribe, noting only that they caused him the cruelest of pains. The final meeting between the two men ended with a characteristic act of toussaint flamboyance. He suddenly bolted out of a side door, jumped on his awaiting horse and rode away at breakneck speed, leaving the bemused Vincent with Toussaint's astonished retinue of guides, who had to break the news of his departure to the large throng of people who were waiting patiently to see him. 55. Vincent set sail from Saint-Domingue on July 21. Toussaint issued him with a letter of recommendation to the French Consul General in the United States, Louis-André Pichon, asking him to facilitate his speedy journey to France as he was carrying out an important mission. 56. In the days preceding his departure, Vincent continued to voice his constitutional concerns to Toussaint's entourage. He shared his views with Pascal, the governor's secretary, who claimed that he agreed entirely with Vincent's criticisms, but suggested, with a bureaucrat's well-honed instinct for self-preservation, that it would be better if he passed on his objections directly to Toussaint. 57. When interrogated by Vincent about the constitution created by his adoptive son, Toussaint's godfather Pierre-Baptiste was elliptical, "Si la qui connaît plan peut-être, si la qui doit mange peut-être." 58. Vincent also had a frank exchange with two assembly members, Lacour, and the president, Bourgella, telling them that the document he was about to take to Paris would have been more appealing to the French government if they had stood up to Toussaint on the issue of the governor's powers. The members did not agree, and vigorously defended their handiwork. A discussion with Henri Christophe showed how divisive the issue had become, even among those most loyal to Toussaint. Speaking with great feeling, the Cap military commander declared that the constitution had been produced by the most dangerous enemies of Saint-Domingue, as it was appropriating powers which do not rightfully belong to us. The volcanic Moise was equally critical, upon hearing that Toussaint had complained to Vincent about Bonaparte's failure to respond to his letters even as the first consul was writing to France's supreme enemy, the King of England. He exploded with anger, calling his uncle a mad and delusional old man who now believed that he was the King of Saint-Domingue. 59. Despite the abrupt way in which their conversation had ended, Vincent did not give up hope of persuading Toussaint to change his course. Before embarking from Cap, he wrote to Toussaint acknowledging safe receipt of the copies of the Constitution from Bourgella and Toussaint's secretary. But he rebuked him for not handing him letters of greeting to his devoted allies in Paris, such as the elected representative Rallier and the state councillor Lescollier, men who greatly admired him, believed in the idea of greater colonial autonomy, and might prove helpful in the challenging task of getting the Constitution endorsed by the French government. Vincent also expressed his deep concern about Toussaint's condition, which he likened to an illness. He seemed no longer capable of placing his trust in anyone, and appeared to have cut himself off from the very people who cared most for him. He warned Toussaint of the dangers of this sort of isolation. There is nothing more cruel for a man than to think himself friendless, and alone on the earth. 60. A month later, Vincent reached New England. He first made his way to Georgetown to meet the French Consul General, Pichon, who issued him with travel documents. The two men were already well acquainted and shared the same progressive Republican views. When briefed by Vincent about developments in Saint-Domingue, Pichon echoed his misgivings and decided to express them. He wrote to Toussaint, pointing out that the full text of the Constitution had already been published in the American press and that it was unanimously seen to augur a separation of Saint-Domingue from France. 61. Such a move would cause immense pain to all those who believed that Toussaint's attachment to the French Republic was sincere. And this separation would only lead to the colony's isolation. Pichon warned that Saint-Domingue was already seen as an Algiers in the Caribbean by her enemies and would now face the active opposition of every other European state. She would perish without the support of the French motherland. 62. A few days later Pichon sent a second, more personal letter, this time urging Toussaint to remember everything that France had done for him and for his children. He also noted that Toussaint had removed 3 successive agents from the colony, and that his erratic behavior seemed to be inversely proportional to the faith and trust which had been consistently placed in him by France. He urged the governor to pull back from a path which was contrary to his glory, honor, and interests. 63. Before leaving Pichon, and no doubt bolstered by his conversations with him, Vincent wrote a second letter to Toussaint. This message was important because Vincent returned even more candidly to many of the themes he had broached with the governor during their final conversations at Cap and was his opportunity to have the last word. He began, like Pichon, by noting with dismay that the text of the Constitution had already been published in America, and that the French authorities would clearly get wind of it before he could reach Paris, a situation all the more calamitous when the general view among Americans was that it amounted to a formal declaration of independence from France. Now that Vincent had fully digested the contents, his verdict was even more scathing. Saint-Domingue's Constitution, he told Toussaint, was nothing but a pale imitation 64 of the French version and contained nothing which truly expressed the local particularisms of the colony. Vincent further reminded Toussaint that the governor's powers were more extensive than those of the first consul. He was to hold office for life, and was even given the right to choose his own successor, the same objection made by Notary. Ironically, Vincent did not know that Bonaparte was about to imitate Toussaint in both these respects. He pressed on, although the Assembly's role was formalized in the Constitution, it was a weak body, entirely subordinated to the governor. It could only vote on legislation proposed by him and had no influence on his decisions. This was an entirely fair criticism, and even though Article 12 guaranteed the basic freedoms of all citizens and Article 63 the security of their homes, Toussaint's sweeping powers created potential infringements of these protections, notably his right to ban any writings or popular assemblies he considered seditious and to arrest the authors and accomplices of any conspiracies against the tranquility of the colony. 65 Such a vaguely worded proposition could permit any arbitrary executive act. Equally worrying, from Vincent's Republican perspective, were the provisions for the colony's plantation system, as spelled out in Title VI, which were coercive towards the colony's black cultivators and effectively tied them to their estates. This was not in his view a recipe for stability or fraternity. And those who stood to benefit most from Saint-Domingue's new arrangements were not the black men and women who had been the most vigorous defenders of the revolution, but British and American entrepreneurs, émigrés and European settlers, the very groups which despised the French Revolution's doctrine of human rights and regarded it as inconceivable that the white, yellow, and black races could live together harmoniously and equally, as they had been doing in Saint-Domingue. The American businessmen whom Vincent had met had expressed crude, racially prejudiced views of black people, prompting this damning judgment: "You have been abducted, my dear general, by the enemies of France and freedom, by vile men who are interested only in the riches of the colony and are full of contempt for its inhabitants." 66. Returning to the international implications of Toussaint's quasi-declaration of independence, one of the major aspects of their disagreement in Cap, Vincent suggested that the governor had effectively painted a huge target on the colony. Echoing Pichon's view, he stated that a black republic would be regarded as a threat by the imperial powers, not just the British, but also the Spaniards, the Portuguese and the Dutch, who were all known for being cruel masters in their dealings with black populations. They would view Toussaint's constitution as a torch which could be used to ignite their own settlements and would do everything in their power to extinguish the revolutionary flames as a matter of urgency. 67 This was not an inaccurate speculation. News of the Constitution was indeed received with alarm in Jamaica, according to the French commissioner in Philadelphia, particularly among the planters, who believed that it was the first stage in Toussaint's ambition to attack the British colony and subjugate the whole of the Caribbean. 68. Vincent's fundamental point, which he now repeated to Toussaint, was that he had chosen the wrong strategy. Even though he was in a delicate position in his dealings with the French government, it would have been preferable for him to have sent his constitutional draft to them secretly, with sincere expressions of his attachment and gratitude to the French nation. France, he announced naively, can only have favorable dispositions towards you. Vincent was particularly dismayed by what he saw as Toussaint's wrong-headed approach to Bonaparte, the extraordinary man who today commands the respect and admiration of the entire world, who, he claimed, was very well disposed towards Saint-Domingue. Bonaparte had sent him in 1800 with entirely satisfactory reassurances about the preservation of the colony's revolutionary gains, notably the liberty and equality of black citizens, but Toussaint had foolishly spurned his overtures. This was, he concluded, a grievous error. He should not only have grasped this offered hand of friendship, but also trusted the first consul to produce laws which would best serve the interests of the people of Saint-Domingue. 69. Toussaint had not, as Vincent seemed to be saying, openly broken with France and did not intend the colony's new constitution to rupture the relationship between France and Saint-Domingue, as he had made clear privately. He fully expected the French to negotiate with him. This was not an unreasonable assumption. Bonaparte was, after all, preparing to negotiate with the British, his sworn enemies, so why not with the black people of Saint-Domingue, who were his allies? But Toussaint had none of Vincent's illusions about the first consul's alleged benevolence towards him, or for that matter towards the revolution in Saint-Domingue. This wariness was amply justified in his mind by Bonaparte's ambivalent position on the issue of slavery, and by the silence which had so far greeted his letters to him. Faced with this quandary, he could not ignore Bonaparte, but nor could he pledge allegiance to him in the demeaning way Vincent and Roumet expected. The governor came up with his own approach, a characteristic combination of singularity, boldness, and impudence. These qualities were all manifest in the letter he gave Vincent for the first consul. It began by informing Bonaparte that he had embarked upon his constitutional project after the unification of the French and Spanish territories, making Saint-Domingue one and the same country, ruled by the same government. This was not exactly a conciliatory start, given that the French authorities had opposed his annexation of Santo Domingo. Toussaint, however, gave his actions a positive gloss by stressing that the colony's new laws were entirely in keeping with Article 91 of the 22 Fremeronade Constitution. His aim had been to come up with proposals which faithfully reflected local interests and customs. Now that the document was ready, Toussaint went on. He was sending it for the approval and sanction of his government. This loyalism was immediately qualified when he added that the Assembly had asked him provisionally to put the Constitution into effect, that he had acceded to this request, and that the decision had been received by all classes of society with delight. Presented in this way, the document seemed to require little more than Bonaparte's rubber stamp. There was no mention of possible amendments or alterations. To emphasize the point, Toussaint assertively sent his letter on his new governor of Saint-Domingue letterhead, and briskly reminded the first consul that he had written him several times but was still awaiting the pleasure of a reply. This was not a subordinate addressing his superior, it was a letter purportedly between equals. 70. In late August 1801 Toussaint followed up with another letter to Bonaparte. This time it was sent with Assembly member Nogaret, who, as we saw earlier, was eager to accept the mission. Contrary to the view that Nogaret was dispatched because Toussaint lost confidence in Vincent, this double act had always been his plan. Sending two different intermediaries separately on the same assignment was typical of Toussaint. While Vincent's republicanism would hopefully placate his progressive allies, Nogaret would appeal to the more conservative and reactionary elements in Bonaparte's entourage, notably the colonial lobby. And so, unlike the mildly impertinent tone of his previous message, Toussaint's letter of introduction for Nogaret was immaculate, presenting him as an important landowner in the colony, a man respectable both for his personal qualities and his social virtues, just as attached to the colony as he is devoted to France. By contrast, Toussaint had made no reference to French patriotism in the letter he had sent with Vincent. Together with the Constitution, Nogaret took with him a copy of the organic laws which had been produced by the Assembly between mid-July and mid-August 1801. Toussaint was keen for Bonaparte to scrutinize these copious legislative details so that he could find out everything he might want to know about Saint-Domingue's arrangements. Someone had no doubt told him about the first consul's consuming obsession with detail, one of the many qualities both men shared. In short, the object of Nogaret's mission was to reassure Bonaparte about Toussaint's loyalty to France, and to confirm that the territory was now on the road to peace and prosperity under the administration of a black man. Even on his best epistolary behavior, Toussaint could not resist this little dig, but the point here was also to refute the slanders about Saint-Domingue which were being spread by his enemies in Paris, who were pushing for measures which would bring about the disorganization of the order which has been established in the colony. 71. The day after writing the Nogaret letter, Toussaint took up his pen again, this time to inform Bonaparte that he was allowing Roumet to leave Saint-Domingue. Toussaint did nothing by accident, and that he chose this particular moment to make this announcement, several months after he had decided to release the French agent from house arrest, was plainly significant. As so often with Toussaint, there were several motives at work. The most obvious was that he did not want Roumet, who was sickly, to die while detained, especially as news of his position had reached the United States and rumors were beginning to spread that he had been executed. French Consul General Pichon lobbied him repeatedly for his release, giving details about the undignified conditions of his detention which Toussaint probably found embarrassing. 72 But, just as plainly, he wished to signal that, with the departure of its agent from the colony, France's relationship with Saint-Domingue was now moving in a new direction, so Bonaparte had better take his constitution seriously. More obliquely, Roumé's liberation was no doubt connected in Toussaint's mind to the fate of his own children. He had asked for them to be returned to him in his earlier letters to Bonaparte, and this had yet to occur. In effect, they had become hostages in France. By releasing Roume, Toussaint was making a gesture of goodwill, and hoping that the French government would reciprocate. Indeed, Toussaint was eager to show that he was still operating within a French chain of command. He informed Minister of Navy Forfait that his constitution had been temporarily put into effect at the request of the Central Assembly, an economical version of the truth, 73, and also asked him for a list of émigrés who were to be denied access to their properties in Saint-Domingue, in accordance with Article 73 of its new constitution. 74 Toussaint even recognized, in a further letter to Bonaparte, that he was in a hierarchical relationship with him, twice mentioning that he had been expecting to receive orders 75 concerning Roume. Not having been sent any such directions, he had taken the initiative of releasing him. This was his way of emphasizing his humanity, of course, given Roumé's considerable age and the natural weakness of his character. But by declaring that he was allowing Roume the freedom to embark to the United States, there was also a hint of menace, reminding Bonaparte, lest it might have slipped his mind, that the ruler of Saint-Domingue had power of life and death over the colony's French nationals. The founding father was rather pleased with his constitution. He rewarded the members of the Assembly handsomely for their efforts, nominating them to high positions in the judiciary and in the financial administration. Bourgueil became the Sénéchal of Port Républicain, and Raymond Intendant of Finances, although, dying in October 1801, he was unable to enjoy his new office for very long. 76. Toussaint ensured that pocket-sized copies of the Constitution were widely circulated across the island, and public festivities were organized in its honor in which citizens pledged their allegiance to the new laws. He invariably brought the Constitution to his audience's attention during his regular journeys to different places. Actually, he became a bit of a bore about it. During a visit to Santiago, in the former Spanish territory, he took advantage of one of his grand circles triumphantly to pull out a copy of the text from his jacket pocket. He then invited Citizen Hatrel, one of his commissioners for war, to read the contents in full. Hatrel had to pause frequently to allow the governor to interject learned comments about the significance of particular titles or articles. The lecture was received with rapturous applause by the local guests. The only person who looked somewhat overwhelmed by the end was the unfortunate Hatrel, who was in much need of refreshment. 77. The 1801 Constitution has been much commented on, both by Toussaint's contemporaries and by later generations of historians, political scientists and, more recently, political philosophers. Its significance has been debated in many contexts, such as the French and Haitian revolutions, the spread of Enlightenment thought outside Europe, the global resistance to slavery, as well as the emergence of post-colonialism. From a biographical perspective, what does it reveal about the freshly minted governor's preoccupations at the time? Toussaint's thinking was driven neither by hubris nor by whimsy, but, as always, by rational political calculations. When Bonaparte eventually responded to Toussaint, in a letter sent with his invading army, he observed that the text's greatest shortcoming was its failure to recognize the sovereignty of the French people. 78 This was brazen coming from the man who had trampled over republican institutions in his 18 Brumaire coup d'état, who would restore slavery, and whose empire would turn its back on much of the revolution's heritage. But Bonaparte's claim has stuck and is one of the main criticisms of the Constitution. Yet it is far too categorical to capture the subtlety of the document or of Toussaint's intentions. True, Saint-Domingue was referred to as Ce Pays in the text, a semantic slide which reflected Toussaint's increasing confidence about the colony's emancipated status. But he set up the assembly with the primary goal of reassuring the French government, and tried repeatedly to engage its attention on the matter. His two emissaries Vincent and Notary were staunch French patriots. There is little doubt, too, that placing the titles about plantation order and the Catholic religion in the early parts of the text was a tactical move, destined to show that he was intent on remaining within the French Grande Nation. His keenness to retain Saint-Domingue's status as a French colony was reaffirmed in the very title of the Constitution, in its opening sentence, in the recognition that French succession rights applied to properties in the colony, and in probably the most important article in the whole document, the clause abolishing slavery, which equated freedom with Frenchness. To be a citizen of Saint-Domingue was to be a libre et français. 79. Toussaint's secretary, Pascal, testified to the governor's intentions in his 12-page reply to a letter from the French consul general, Pichon. 80. Writing shortly after Notary had been dispatched to France, Pascal summarized Toussaint's thinking in the governor's own words. Responding to accusations swirling around Philadelphia and Paris that he was leading the colony towards independence, Toussaint asserted that a break from France was impossible, impractical, and absurd, not least because Saint-Domingue had no navy, but also because he had no intention of betraying France and allowing himself to become a stooge of the British. The colony was tied to France by history, by a shared struggle for freedom, by a common language, and above all by a revolutionary leader who had never taken a step backwards in his relationship with France and had devoted the past 10 years to fighting the enemies of the Republic and forcing them off our lands. 81. But Toussaint did not dwell too long on the past, or on the issue of sovereignty. The 1801 Constitution and its associated organic laws were mostly concerned with matters of good governance, such as the rationalization of the colony's finance and justice systems, the organization of its municipal and religious institutions, and the setting up of educational establishments. All the legislative edicts produced by the Assembly, carefully combed through by the governor, bear witness to his meticulous preoccupation with the proper administration of Saint-Domingue and the well-being of its citizens. 82. The reorganized civil and commercial tribunals, for example, were staffed by 10 highly respected figures, 3 of whom were black. 83. No detail was too minute for him, whether it concerned the exact number of parishes in each department, the operation of the appeals courts, the attribution of family pews in churches, the rights of children born out of wedlock, with one decree for fathers who were still alive, and another for those deceased, the activities of notaries, land surveyors, health officers, pharmacists, public vendors, prison guards, and concierges, the regulation of debts, the administration of confiscated properties, and the severe sentencing guidelines for crimes such as theft, robbery, arson, and physical attacks, including rape. 84. Toussaint's quirkiness was evident too, as when he devoted a special organic law to the attire required for all major public functionaries, mayors were expected to wear a round hat, upturned on one side, with a tricolor panache. 85. He also recorded in the Constitution that he would conceal the name of his successor in a sealed packet, but would leave clear instructions as to its location. 86. For the Assembly members, the appointment of the next governor would begin with a Louverturian treasure hunt. Toussaint's 1801 Constitution clearly met Rousseau's standard of serving the collective good. Yet from a Republican perspective there remained 2 very contentious areas: the considerable, almost completely unconstrained powers assigned to the governor, and the way in which the colony's production system now favored landowner interests, with measures which seemed to force Saint-Domingue's cultivators into the plantation system. Both have been highly criticized, and have often been blamed for the long tradition of institutional absolutism in post-independence Haiti. 87. Toussaint's Republican rule was anchored in a highly paternalistic vision of society. He was celebrated as a providential figure and saw himself as the father of Saint-Domingue. There were frequent references to the family in his speeches and writings. This was one of the ways in which his Republican, Caribbean, and Christian values coalesced. This paternalistic principle was embedded in the Constitution's description of the plantation system, built around the familial ideal, with the estate owner or manager as a father figure. But this hardly demonstrates, as Toussaint's critics have often asserted, that he ditched the principle of fraternity and abandoned black people to their fate. The Constitution explicitly stated that the enforcement of planters' obligations towards their workforce was one of the governor's duties. 88. It is in terms of revolutionary fraternity, too, that Toussaint's broader rationale for the consolidation of the colony's estates should be viewed. His agrarian policy was not an end in itself. His priority was to defend Saint-Domingue's gains against external intervention, and in his mind this could be achieved only through a revival of the plantation economy, which would generate tariff and export revenues on commodity crops such as sugar and coffee that could then be used for the common good. This was also the logic of Article 73, which sought to attract absent landowners back to the colony. The only alternative to Toussaint's system was the breakup of the large estates into small landholdings. But while that would have been welcomed by many of the colony's black citizens, it would have alienated the French government and the local white planters and destroyed Saint-Domingue's productive capacities in the short run. As we shall see in the next chapter, there were some in Toussaint's entourage who believed that this might be a price worth paying, but he did not agree, and it is hard to fault his logic from a strictly revolutionary perspective. It is also worth bearing in mind that, although there was no formal separation of powers in the Constitution, it did in effect allow a form of social pluralism between the predominantly white elites, who wielded economic power in the colony, and the black army, from which his successor was expected to be drawn and which remained the ultimate guarantor of Saint-Domingue's political arrangements. 89. The 1801 Constitution also brought into focus one of the most fascinating aspects of Toussaint's personality, his complex conception of time. As with all the great revolutionaries of the modern age, time was an obsession. It was all at once an irreversible threshold, which allowed for progressive transformation, an infinite expanse, which bore witness to the boundless potential for human perfectibility, a precious commodity, not to be wasted, a physical constraint, which could be overcome by almost superhuman effort, and a horizon of possibility, which needed to be managed carefully. All these collided, in magnificent polyphony, in the Constitution. Characteristically, the spirit of the text was one of restlessness, hence its immediate promulgation at the cap ceremony, without waiting for Bonaparte's permission, and the urgent wording of Article 14, which rejected even the slightest interruption to the colony's agricultural works. Hence also the injunction in Article 3 that all inhabitants should live and die free, echoing the French revolutionary slogan Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité ou la mort, which placed an ongoing duty of active republican patriotism at the heart of Saint-Domingue's ideal of citizenship. But Toussaint's constitution was also a work in progress. Provision was made for its periodic revision by the Assembly, a rarely mentioned feature which shows that Toussaint genuinely thought it could be improved on. Hence, also, the 5-year limit to the term of his successor, which reflected his prudence, and his insistence on having a say in everything, even from beyond the grave. In his sunnier moments, and despite his growing misgivings about Bonaparte, Toussaint continued to view Saint-Domingue's relationship with France as one for the long term, even though it had become less of an alliance of like-minded revolutionaries, as in the halcyon days of Governor Lavaux, and more a marriage of convenience. Likewise, governorship for life suggested an optimistic sense of continuity, echoed in Notary's sanguine vision of 20 years of tranquility under Toussaint's rule. At the most expansive end of this spectrum there was the abolition of slavery forever, reflecting Toussaint's belief that Saint-Domingue's revolution had created a novel set of political arrangements which uniquely combined African dynamism, European modernity, and Caribbean voluntarism. Part 4. The Leader and His Myth. 10. Rapid and uncertain movements. Toussaint's constitution came with a personal homage, the creation of a new department named l'Ouverture, which was inscribed in the very first organic law of July 13, 1801.1. The idea was first moved by the members of the Central Assembly, and the governor took little convincing. He was by now getting used to this kind of flattery from his supporters. But there was real historical significance to the honor, as the territory included many of the sites of his famous early military successes, such as Gros Morne, Plaisance, Marmalade, and Dondon. The department's designated capital was Toussaint's beloved Gonaives, which he hoped to transform into the colony's foremost city. Delighted by this opportunity to add to its luster, he commissioned an ambitious plan for redesigning its commercial area. In an effort to attract investment, he decreed that all wood brought into the town for construction purposes would be exempt of tax, and levies on other merchandise would be significantly reduced. This preferential treatment was not entirely fair on other towns, but Toussaint did not mind, especially as his ambitions were not modest. The inhabitants of this new department in general, and the town of Gonaives in particular, must make every effort to show themselves worthy of the honor which has been bestowed upon them. They must redouble their zeal and sense of emulation to make the capital of this new department as flourishing as the principal towns of the colony too. Toussaint's expansiveness was contagious. There was a real sense of confidence in the air immediately after the adoption of the 1801 Constitution. It could be seen in the thriving public entertainments, in the main town's theaters, where most of the leading actors were black. Comedy and pantomime shows were hugely in demand. Commercial activities, too, experienced a boom. In the early July issue of the Bulletin officiel de Saint-Domingue, alongside the usual news of arrivals and departures from the colony, it was announced that Grail's hardware store had just received a new consignment of door locks and copper cabinet liners, and that Pourson and Company were fully stocked in quicklime and slaked lime. Lafort proclaimed that his shop was very vast and very spacious and was laden with exquisite provisions from Bordeaux, while Hulin, not to be outdone, advised his clientele that he had an excellent collection of French garden seeds, as well as vermicelli and macaroni, and other quality comestibles. Marthanon announced that she was the sole depository of the magic potion which could cure those afflicted with scurvy. These were cheering times for thieves, too. The retiring American consul, Edward Stevens, posted a notice that burglars had entered his bedroom and made off with his English gold watch, 7 silver teaspoons, marked as 1 silver tablespoon, a pair of gold earrings and a woman's cap. 3. In the old days, access to such luxuries was reserved exclusively to the white colon community. However, in the late Toussaint era a black bourgeoisie began to emerge, in the commercial sector, in the administration and in the senior levels of the military. Its members sometimes flaunted their wealth ostentatiously, but there was also a graciousness and an elegance about their manner which was striking. 4 In the second half of 1801, Toussaint raced around the island, issuing scores of decrees, creating a postal service for the departments of the North and Samana, attending the inauguration of new churches, inspecting plantations and fortifications, ordering the widening of roads, the digging of ditches and the building of new bridges. His staff strained even more than usual to keep up with his manic pace, which was also reflected in the high volume of letters he dispatched. 5. He maintained his diplomatic activism, too. In late 1800 he wrote to the British government suggesting that it would be mutually advantageous to build upon their existing relationship. In this constructive spirit, he sent Joseph Buell to Jamaica, where he remained for several months and began negotiations with Balcarres and his successor as governor, George Nugent. Among his principal objectives was the extension of the Maitland Convention to the colony's southern ports. 6 In parallel, and responding to a letter from Pichon, the French consul general in the United States, Toussaint tried to use official channels to consolidate his commercial connections with American merchants. At the same time he was wary of the growing number of former Saint-Domingue colons residing in America who were applying for passports to return to reclaim their properties. He certainly wanted these whites back, but not at any price. Noting that most of them had not shed their old prejudices, he asked Pichon to send him their names so that he could first establish whether their arrival would pose any threat to established order. 7. Domestically he faced fresh hurdles, with growing challenges to his authority among the black cultivators, a minority of the white community and even senior cadres of his Revolutionary Army. Later in the year he would have to resort to harsh measures to put down a rebellion in the northern region. For his critics, this show of force merely revealed the bankruptcy of Toussaint's regime and his betrayal of the revolutionary principles which had guided him during his career. However, even when he strayed from the Republican path, Toussaint's actions were driven by what he believed were the best interests of Saint-Domingue and the moral and material well-being of its citizens. The common good remained the guiding principle behind all his key decisions during this period. He never lost sight of the oath he had sworn at the cap ceremony, to defend Saint-Domingue against its internal and external enemies. Keeping up with Toussaint during these months was almost an impossible task, as much for his exhausted entourage as for the spies who were trying to tail him. As a frustrated French diplomatic report put it, he is always on horseback, and in fact has no fixed residence. He is constantly charging from one place to the other. 8 The new American consul, Tobias Lear, was bowled over when they met in early July, calling him an extraordinary man, he too observing that his movements were very rapid and uncertain. 9 Toussaint graciously interceded on Lear's behalf to help settle unpaid debts owed to American merchants. 10 And involved him in securing the purchase of one of his horses. The governor made it clear that its color did not matter as long the steed was swift. 11 Summing up Toussaint's qualities at this time, His secretary Pascal listed his assiduousness for every kind of task: wisdom, strength of character, impenetrability, extreme sobriety, energy, and almost foolhardy bravery when it becomes necessary to take action, and of course his all-consuming activity. 12. This relentlessness was most visible in a series of decrees promulgated by Toussaint in 1801 dealing with the colony's public administration. With typical impatience, he did not even wait for his own constitution to be formally adopted before launching these reforms. His instructions Auxiliary Fonctionnaires Publics, May 1801, preached the virtues of subordination and military discipline to all officials, in the name of the colony's public interest. The most interesting aspect of this proclamation was Toussaint's clear attempt to prevent his senior military officers from encroaching upon the terrain of the civil service, notably on matters concerning justice, finance, and the administration of public lands. For these purposes, he even found virtue in Montesquieu's ideal of separation of powers. Military chiefs and senior civil servants must remain strictly within the limits of their respective attributions, and act independently of each other. There can be no good government unless the powers of its different branches are distinct. 13. Needless to say, the governor granted himself a silent exemption from this general principle. As no libertarian regulation could be complete without an element of quirkiness, he inserted a gloriously complex system of controls for Saint-Domingue's senior paymasters, some of whom had obviously been less than straightforward in their accounting of public funds. Under the new guidelines, the colony's chief paymaster was to establish a reserve cash chest, separate from ordinary expenses, which was to be fitted with 2 independent locks, one of whose keys was to be held by Toussaint. The departmental paymasters were to proceed in the same manner, except that their chests were to be equipped with 3 locks, with one key deposited with the chief paymaster and the other with Toussaint. Whenever funds needed to be released from these general or departmental reserves, the governor's key would be sent with one of his trusted lieutenants. 14. It was not specified what these officials were meant to do if they could not locate the elusive keyholder-in-chief, who was capable of disappearing from public sight for days and sometimes weeks at a time. This aloofness was no doubt intentional, as Toussaint was always extremely careful before allowing any debits from the public purse. One of his favorite sayings, which his senior administrative officials would have heard countless times, was, "Money is a clever spirit, as soon you touch it, it all disappears, we must therefore be very prudent before opening our coffers." 15. Yet this fiscal conservatism did not deter him from helping those in need. His correspondence for this period shows that he was just as receptive as before to the pleas of those facing financial distress, notably women. These included an unfortunate soul who was trying to recover her property, and whose case he recommended to the administrator of national estates. 16. There was also Madame Flanet, the wife of a former officer in his army, whom he had already helped before. 17. When she was unable to raise the funds to travel back to France to be reunited with her relatives, she turned to the governor, who paid for her trip to the United States and recommended her to the care of French Consul General Pichon, asking him to provide her fare back to France. As he put it, extending this support to a French military family was for him a matter of humanity and honor. 18. As Toussaint consolidated his grip over power, the colony's revenues became one of his priorities. He demanded a full audit of the debts owed to the authorities either in taxes or property leases, and appointed 2 special commissioners to recoup them. No mention was made of special keys here. 19. Having heard the observations of learned men, champions of the common good, he also issued a decree comprehensively reforming customs and tariffs. According to the well-informed British representative in Port Republicain, Saint-Domingue's monthly revenues from import and export duties in 1801 were in the region of $100,000.20 in an attempt to reduce the widespread fraud committed by foreign trading vessels, who very often did not declare the full contents of their cargoes. He made it mandatory for every consignment to be underwritten by a French commercial institution. He reserved the right to grant concessions to foreign companies, but only in light of the services they may have rendered to the colony, their good faith, their creditworthiness, and their morality. Mindful of the needs of the poor, Toussaint also reduced from 10 to 6% the import tax on essential items such as flour, biscuits, salted meat, construction wood, rope, and agricultural implements. Contrary to the myth peddled by both his conservative and his progressive critics that he only cared about the propertied classes in these final years of his rule, the well-being of ordinary men and women remained one of his key concerns. 21. The other important area on which Toussaint focused his attention in 1801 was the reform of Saint-Domingue's justice system, which had become chaotic. In late May he reorganized the civil tribunal of the Department of the North, appointing competent officials to replace the well-meaning but inefficient men in post. 16 county courts were established across the colony to deal with civil, commercial, and criminal cases. 22 There was a serious backlog in the criminal justice system, and immediately after the adoption of the Constitution Toussaint asked for a full audit of Saint-Domingue's prisons, so that he could establish a complete list of the inmates and the reasons for their imprisonment. His aim was to grant an amnesty to those guilty of petty crimes, and to ensure that those accused of major breaches of the peace, such as murder and theft, a critical offense in his eyes, were referred to the tribunals within 3 months. The proper administration of justice was for Toussaint one of the great benefits of Saint-Domingue's Constitution. 23. To ensure that the justice system rested on proper foundations, he set up appeal tribunals at Cap, St. Mark, and Santo Domingo, and a court of cassation in Port Republican, which he inaugurated with great pomp. After God, he announced, comes justice. 24 But, for him, the real measure of the effectiveness of judicial institutions was their capacity to serve the public with probity. In a decree of late July 1801, he noted with dismay that it had become standard practice in Saint-Domingue for the public to be asked to pay for legal documents such as civil certificates and even tribunal judgments. This corrupt system was sustained both by speculators, who charged for providing the service, and by unscrupulous public servants, who only delivered the documents when they were paid for. Toussaint declared that henceforth, with the exception of passports, for which there would be a modest fee, justice will be rendered free of charge, and no public employee would be allowed to demand payment for issuing official papers. The public was invited to denounce functionaries who tried to contravene this edict, even if they merely asked for 7 cents or 6 pennies, as he put it colorfully, they would be prosecuted as master thieves. 25. Issued in late July 1801, this Toussaint notice declared that henceforth, with the exception of passports, official papers should be issued free of charge. Any public servants who went against this rule would be prosecuted as master thieves. As we saw in the specific provisions of his constitution, a major priority for Toussaint in 1801 was to defend Saint-Domingue against a possible foreign attack, and he continued to take appropriate measures even as he dispatched his emissaries to France to appease Bonaparte. He hired a number of civil engineers who had evacuated to Jamaica with the British forces in 1798, and who agreed to return to work for him. In May 1801 he ordered a full review, he was clearly in the mood for audits, of the colony's defense structures, and ordered his senior military officers to ensure that all those under their command would be in a ready state, with any necessary repairs carried out at the lowest possible cost. As an incentive, he promised to inspect the sites personally and commend the officers who had carried out the best work. 26 And so, during the months following the proclamation of his constitution, Toussaint traveled across the northern and eastern coastal areas, inspecting the fortifications of the main towns, visiting the elevated sites in their vicinity, and ordering that additional cannon be brought to particular locations. He personally supervised the construction of retrenchments around several towns by workforces composed of thousands of men. 27. This consolidation of Saint-Domingue's defenses was not based on hypothetical threats. Bellicose language about the need to restore order in Saint-Domingue was increasingly being heard in Paris, notably in Bonaparte's entourage, among senior officials and in the colonial lobby. 28 From mid-1800, there were a number of incidents in which British ships regularly intercepted local vessels sailing along Saint-Domingue's coasts for trading purposes, seizing their cargoes and in some cases landing ashore to carry out attacks against fishing communities. Toussaint vainly urged Balcarres to intervene with the British naval authorities and rein in his bête noire, Hyde Parker, who condoned these acts of piracy and remained bitterly hostile to his regime. 29 By early 1801, in a report to his brother, Paul Louverture noted that these attacks were occurring on a daily basis, in flagrant breach of the Maitland Convention. Toussaint complained to the British representative about such insulting behavior, pointing out that the reason his ships did not fight back was that he had religiously observed the stipulations of the agreement with Maitland, which forbade the arming of Saint-Domingue vessels. 30 Toussaint demanded that these callous British attacks be halted, and stated that his faith in Britain was almost completely destroyed. 31 in April 1801 he issued a proclamation putting the colony's coastal areas, desolate by the reiterated aggressions and insults of foreign vessels, on alert. 32. Toussaint completed these preparations by ordering that his army be kitted out in brand new uniforms. 33 and issuing a stirring proclamation to his soldiers and officers in late April 1801. He noted that the entire island was now united under a single republican government under French laws, and celebrated its military achievements in defeating the colony's foreign enemies, linking its emancipatory campaigns to his personal crusade for republican liberty. From the dawn of the revolution I fought for freedom, and I have sufficiently demonstrated by my conduct that I did not want this liberty only for myself. I have always treated you like my children, and in this capacity have constantly led you along the paths of glory. He reassured his army that there would be no military adventures in distant lands. We will not fight in foreign countries, but only for the defense of our territories. Mindful that some disturbers of the peace might try to divide them and make them believe that darkness was light, and light darkness, he urged them to remain an army of brothers and never to turn against each other. Your weapons have been placed in your hands to protect your rights, the principles of liberty and equality, and your country. 34. The moral education of the citizenry continued to be just as important to Toussaint as its physical protection. At the zenith of his power, he assiduously promoted religion as the foundation of the social order. Even before his constitution was adopted, every ceremony he organized included a mass, during which a Te Deum was performed. Church attendance by the colony's leading citizens was never higher than in this period, especially if there was a chance of taking communion in Toussaint's presence. Across the island, army officers escorted their soldiers to church every Sunday after the traditional military review, and they heartily sang hymns in celebration of their commander-in-chief. In the main towns, Toussaint actively sponsored the formation of religious congregations, in which young women devoted themselves to spreading the gospel about the designs of God and the good deeds of the governor. The two were easily conflated in the popular imagination. Even Toussaint's mistresses were not exempted from their religious duties. One of the first questions he would ask them, as they entered his chambers, was whether they had been to communion. 35. Not surprisingly, one of the Assembly's early organic laws dealt with the organization of religious institutions, giving the governor close control over the appointment of local priests. 36 This merely codified existing practice. By mid-1801 Toussaint had quietly overseen the formation of a new class of black clergymen, under the supervision of the colony's ecclesiastical authorities. These priests of a new type, as a French report called them, were present in almost all parts of the island, and were completely devoted to the governor. 37 Here again, Toussaint took inspiration from French political convention and then adapted the process to his own ends. The principle of the subordination of spiritual institutions to temporal powers had been applied in France by the Revolution in 1790, leading to a schism in the church and the creation of a separate corps of prêtres serments, constitutional clergy, and indeed, back in 1797 Toussaint had written to his fervent ally Abbé Grégoire asking for 12 priests of exemplary conduct to be sent to the colony to bring the lost sheep back to the fold. 38. However, when in early 1801, shortly before the signature of the Concordat with the state, French religious authorities eventually dispatched Guillaume Mauville to take up the position of Archbishop of Saint-Domingue, Toussaint refused to install him, not least because he was aware of his racial prejudice against black people. He confined him upon his arrival to Santiago, in the former Spanish territory, and cheekily encouraged a petition by the colony's local priests objecting to the presence of any religious minister who was not unconditionally devoted to the Pope. 39 The dimwit Mauville remained trapped in Santiago, and gained further experience of Toussaint's capacity for casuistry, exploiting the ultramontane and anti-revolutionary sentiments of local Catholics in Santo Domingo. Toussaint's religious emissaries depicted the French as a nation of monstrous atheists, without religion or morals. Toussaint, in contrast, was portrayed as a profoundly religious and God-fearing leader. 40. Of course, Toussaint did not leave the promotion of religious values to the priesthood. Many of his decrees sought directly to shape the moral attitudes of his compatriots. In May 1801 he banned gambling houses in the name of ethics, the good running of commerce, the maintenance of public order, and the protection of family life. He also promised severe punishment not only for anyone found hosting such activities, but also for any public servant or military officer caught gambling. 41 In addition to making Catholicism the official religion of the colony, the Constitution and its organic laws confirmed Toussaint's prohibition of voodoo, which had been proclaimed in his January 1800 decree banning nocturnal assemblies and dances. 42 This was less an expression of moral opposition than a reflection of his unwillingness to allow any social institution which he did not fully control. 43 A well-ordered state was not complete without an aesthetic dimension, and so, following his earlier ordinance on the dress of public officials, Toussaint designed the outfits of his own close assistants, including the Secretary General, Pascal, and the interpreter of foreign languages, Nathan, as well as his private secretaries, right down to the uniform to be worn by the most hard-working members of his team, the copyists. The couturier and chef rewarded his top officials with a golden saber, to be worn on a sling below their white waistcoat. Nathan, in addition, was to wear a medal on the left-hand side of his waistcoat, bearing an inscription which summed up the qualities Toussaint expected of all those who worked with him: trustworthiness and discretion. 44 Toussaint's doctrine of public interest was most forcefully, and controversially, put into practice in his agrarian policies. One of the rationales of the 1801 Constitution was to revive the colony's agricultural exports, which had fallen to nothing by the mid-1790s, as noted earlier. Coffee, sugar, cotton and indigo production, the backbone of Saint-Domingue's economy in its heyday, had completely collapsed in the years following the slave uprising. In his instructions, Toussaint reminded civil servants and military officers that the island's prosperity depended entirely on its agricultural output, the condition of our freedom, the cause of our country's wealth, and of the happiness of all individuals, and the foundation of public order. 45 Toussaint believed that the only way to achieve a rapid increase in commodity exports was to restore the plantation economy. He never seriously considered dividing up the land into small holdings, as such a system could operate only with a large and efficient bureaucracy and a highly developed transportation network, neither of which late 18th century Saint-Domingue had. The task of reviving the plantations was not entrusted only to white planters. Abandoned properties were taken over by the state and leased to deserving public officials and senior military figures. This was a happy coincidence of public and private interests. The beneficiaries of the system included the likes of Christophe, Moise, and Dessalines, who amassed considerable fortunes. Dessalines alone controlled around 30 sugar plantations, each of which yielded an income of 100,000 francs a year. 46 For Toussaint, too, the times were good. He already owned a number of plantations, and in addition purchased a large estate in the Cap Plain from a wealthy landowner named Lefebvre, who lived in the United States. He entrusted the operation to the French Consul General, Pichon. 47 There were rumors that he deposited a large sum of money in a Philadelphia bank, but no evidence has emerged to support this claim, and it seems highly unlikely given the acute shortage of currency and gold in the colony during the 1790s. 48 The challenge was Herculean. In the late 1790s many plantations were still in disarray, with a workforce which was reluctant to return to the fields and lacked any stake in the system of production. Appealing again to the idea of the common good, Toussaint claimed that the revival of agriculture needed a salutary measure, which he was compelled to provide by the duties of his office. His October 1800 decree was a draconian move, effectively imposing a martial order on agricultural production and demanding submission and obedience of his laborers. But there was much more. Vagrancy was denounced, workers were not allowed to leave their plantations without permission, and managers were expected to impose military-style discipline on the laborers. Any fugitive was to be treated with the same harshness as a soldier who deserted his post, and severe penalties were imposed on any citizen caught harboring a vagrant. Toussaint's army commanders were held personally responsible for the operation of the labor system, a measure which was all the more effective because the senior officers had personal stakes in its success. The role of chief enforcer was devolved to Dessalines. His plantation inspections in the western and southern parts of the colony became infamous for their thoroughness and for his willingness to inflict severe beatings on underperforming managers and foremen, even, and especially, if they were white. 49 Dessalines also carried out regular sweeps of major towns such as Port Republicain, and any person found without proper documentation was sent off forthwith to the plantations. 50 This fierce regime inevitably brought back echoes of slavery for Saint-Domingue's black masses, even though they received the legal tariff, 1/4 of the harvest, as payment for their labor. Whips, the hated symbol of the plantation system before the revolution, remained banned, but cocoa cocks, clubs, were reintroduced and seem to have been used widely, causing enormous resentment. Some white planters believed that the October 1800 decree had given them license to exercise absolute domination over their workers again, and that the latter no longer enjoyed any legal protections, forcing Toussaint to issue another proclamation punishing such incendiary talk with a heavy fine for a planter, and demotion to the rank of ordinary soldier for an officer. But the very fact that some military officers were using this kind of demeaning language was revealing. 51 As they did in the times of slavery, laborers reacted to these harsh treatments by deserting their plantations in droves. Estimates of numbers vary, and there were different patterns across the island, but there is evidence that by 1800, in certain districts of the northern department, there were more Marrons than before. 1791.52. Faced with this worsening situation, Toussaint sought ways of increasing the supply of agricultural workers, and Article 17 of the 1801 Constitution specifically mentioned the introduction of laborers in Saint-Domingue, a euphemism for the purchase of slaves. He asked Joseph Buell, his negotiator in Jamaica, to enlist British help in securing labor from Africa. 53 Slaves were, of course, to be freed upon arrival in the colony and entitled to the standard wage, but given the already stringent agricultural code in operation, such a public pledge could not fail to alarm Saint-Domingue's labor force, fueling rumors that the governor was intent on reintroducing human bondage and was now in cahoots with the enemies of the revolution. In the former Spanish part of the island, it was rumored that Toussaint was looking to purchase as many as 40,000 slaves. These stories further damaged Toussaint's standing among Saint-Domingue's black cultivators. 54. In the months after the proclamation of the Constitution, Toussaint was also preoccupied by the forcible abduction of black citizens from Saint-Domingue by slave traffickers. In September 1801 he issued a decree mentioning a number of cases which had been brought to his attention in the United States, notably a resident of Cap called Bonhomme, who had been sold in Charleston, South Carolina. He called upon port authorities rigorously to scrutinize passenger lists to ensure that ships leaving the colony were not carrying men destined to a life of slavery in the United States. 55 He also wrote a number of letters to the French Consul General, asking Pichon to do everything in his power to locate citizens of Saint-Domingue who had been sold in the United States or were drifting in a state of vagrancy, and facilitate their return to the colony. He raised with him the plight of Joseph Petitoyer, a black citizen who had been captured at sea and sold to a Frenchman named Fontaine in the port of Wilmington, North Carolina. 56. Nonetheless, in his relentless drive to revive Saint-Domingue's plantation economy, Toussaint became increasingly trapped in an authoritarian spiral. His tone became more strident, and he relied less on exhortation, more on coercive measures. His interventions were now not restricted to citizens' performance of their public activities. He also sought to regulate their private behavior. This paternalism was most spectacularly illustrated in his efforts to promote a sense of social responsibility among married couples. He banned divorce in his constitution, and in October 1801 issued 2 further edicts on marriage. In the first, Toussaint noted that this sacred institution was being denatured on the island by what he termed the spirit of corruption and vagrancy. Dramatically, and no doubt painfully, he recognized that members of his own armed forces had contributed to the moral dissipation, notably by preying on young women. He decreed that no member of the military could henceforth get married without his express permission, which would be granted only if the military commander of the department vouched for the officer's morality and confirmed that the parents of the bride had consented to the wedding. Likewise, Toussaint's personal consent was henceforth required for any union between men and women laborers based in different plantations. Hopeful couples had to provide information about their employment and financial circumstances to their local municipality, which would then pass the information to Toussaint with an impartial recommendation. Municipal and church officials were expressly forbidden from celebrating any marriage unless these formalities had been completed. 57. The second proclamation focused on the issue of broken marriages. Also addressed to all municipalities, which were still playing a critical role in promoting Toussaint's social policies, it began by pointing out that spousal disunity had disastrous social and economic consequences, leading to great unhappiness in families, especially for young boys and girls, who were increasingly condemned to lives of laziness, debauchery, promiscuity, and irreligion. In order to avoid this, the governor invited husbands and wives who were not legally divorced to make every effort at reconciliation. If this perfect harmony still remained elusive, the separated couple were expected to provide a full account of their differences to their local town councillors, which then had to write up a report and send it to Toussaint for adjudication. He also stressed that parents were responsible for providing for their children's education, and that those who failed to meet this standard would be publicly denounced as bad citizens, mauvais citoyens. Point 58. So Toussaint drove the citizens of Saint-Domingue to the limits, seeking by the sheer force of his revolutionary will to hold them to his ideals of economic productivity, social concord, and the common good. To what extent did this all-out mobilization succeed in reviving the colony's agricultural production? Toussaint's conservative critics claimed that his economic strategy was a resounding failure. Drawing on contemporary accounts from disgruntled white colons, one concludes that by the end of 1801 Saint-Domingue's economy offered a spectacle of African anarchy in which the plantation system was in complete ruins. Point 59. Toussaint reported that, thanks to his efforts, the colony's cultivation and commerce had reached a degree of splendor never seen before. Point 60. There was more than a touch of exaggeration here. Yet even if some sectors, such as indigo, failed to show any real signs of recovery and much more capital investment was still needed, there was significant evidence of improvement across many areas. An official table for the year 1800 showed that the total receipts from import and export duties reached 8.3 million francs. 61. According to many contemporary observers, the effect of Toussaint's regulations on agricultural output was immediate, leading to tenfold increases in specific plantations. Overall there was a surge in sugar and coffee production, which rose to a third of their 1,789 levels by the end of 1801. A year later, cotton exports were up to nearly 60% of their pre-revolutionary levels, and a report to the French government estimated that Toussaint's revenues from cargo taxes alone were in excess of 20 million francs for 1801.62. In strictly economic terms, the governor's plantation system proved to be remarkably efficient. 63. But, as we shall soon see, it came at a political cost. The cultivators were not the only group who were unhappy. At the opposite end of the social spectrum, there were rumblings about Toussaint among Saint-Domingue's white inhabitants. There is little doubt that the governor continued to enjoy high levels of support among the grands blancs in the plantations and the mercantile bourgeoisie of the cities and larger towns, who were the principal beneficiaries of his economic measures. His generous policies of amnesty and national reconciliation, especially in areas formerly under British control, were also not forgotten. 64. The upper levels of Saint-Domingue's colonial administration were entirely white, and they too were still loyal to Toussaint. They included key figures such as his personal secretaries Allier and Guibra, his Port Republicain legal stalwart Bourgella, his financial chief Vallee, his treasurer and diplomatic emissary Joseph Bunel, the administrator of public estates Joseph Idlinger, the president of the tribunal Fouquier, and government commissioner Lagarde. This white backing, however, was broad rather than deep. It was contingent on Toussaint's continued support by the French government, and was due to his personal qualities, which were seen as exceptional, rather than a new social and political order which had emerged since the Revolution. Above all, it was based on personal interests rather than any notion of the common good, as the colons, who tended to think in the short term, banked on the governor as their most reliable protector. Describing the leading figures of the white commercial and plantation sectors, Charles Vincent noted that they only think about their fortune, and the only government they care about is the one which will enhance it to the greatest degree. 65. Toussaint's endorsement by the whites coexisted with age-old beliefs about European supremacy and entrenched racial stereotypes about the black citizens of Saint-Domingue. A decade after the Revolution, the worldview of the old colon elite had changed but had certainly not been entirely transformed. These views were reflected in the letters, reports, memoirs, and reform proposals sent by individual colons to the French authorities in the early 1800s. The documents are a precious source for reconstructing the spectrum of white attitudes towards Toussaint. It is worth noting here that from the late 1790s he kept an increasingly close eye on correspondence sent to Paris, even resorting to searching and seizing the contents of mail bags at Cap, All of Roumet's correspondence was read by Toussaint. For example, point 66. While this was not done systematically, it occurred often enough to create a real sense of concern among Toussaint's potential critics on the island. One of them noted that he was taking a great personal risk in writing to the French authorities about the situation on the colony, as all communications here are observed, blocked and intercepted. Point 67. The fact that this particular letter ended up safely in Paris was of course proof to the contrary. But even the exaggeration was evidence of the kind of power Toussaint was believed to wield. We can see this too in the way settler endorsements of his policies were often phrased in more sober and practical terms than the buoyant public rhetoric officially deployed. Writing to a friend in Paris, a white inhabitant of Cap observed in December 1799, "I have to be truthful. There is no doubt that General Toussaint is an honest man. He means to do good. It would be a major setback if we were to lose him. Great misfortunes would befall us." 68. This was exactly the view of the southern planter Notary, discussed in the previous chapter, and it was echoed in another letter dispatched to France in October 1800, a few months after the end of the brutal war against Rigaud. Here, the predominant feeling about the triumph of Toussaint was summarized cautiously. The great majority of citizens of Saint-Domingue trusted him, and saw him as less bloodthirsty than his rival, and a better friend of the whites. Point 69. White enthusiasm was based on Toussaint's capacity to maintain stability, especially in the plantations. This was a time when Europeans were happy and peaceful in their properties, and blacks worked hard. Point 70. A letter by a planter from the cul-de-sac plain announced the revolutionary leader as a divine envoy. "The grace of God is infinite, and it is not our fate to know the means by which Providence has elected to make use of Toussaint, but it is entirely possible that a black be destined to give the first example of a renewed submission to order." Point 71. This power was often seen as one of his African qualities. In the words of the memorialist Dubois, Toussaint's authority was rooted in a spirit of domination which was indigenous to slave countries. Point 72. A month after the publication of Toussaint's labor code in October 1800, a Port Republican lawyer named Gilhow, a regular correspondent, wrote to the first consul that this wise decree was to be welcomed, as it would destroy vagrancy and anarchy, and restore order and diligence in the plantations, and if anyone tried to undermine these new rules, he had every confidence that Generals Toussaint and Dessalines would deal with them. Point 73. Gilhow also wrote to the governor, heaping praise on him for his constance, firmness, wisdom, and humanity, and celebrating the fact that he had triumphed over all the disturbers of the peace who changed their opinions like shirts. Point 74. This appreciation was by no means all political. Praise was heaped on Toussaint for his religiosity, his generosity, and his personal integrity, as might be expected in a colonial setting. His horsemanship also drew much favorable comment. The chief medical officer of the Southern Department, plainly an enthusiastic amateur botanist, wrote admiringly to the French authorities about the governor's knowledge of plant life, and his success in promoting the cultivation of certain seeds such as muskmallow and hemp in Saint-Domingue. He even sent them some samples, advising that they would thrive in the fertile soil of southern France. Point 75. Toussaint's white critics, too, came in many varieties. They did not always hide their views, and some addressed themselves directly to him. One of the most fascinating such letters came from Jean-Michel Dezoul, a Cap-based doctor who was universally respected as a friend of the black community, whose medical needs he had tended to with dedication long before the Revolution. Toussaint entrusted him with a delicate mission of explaining the expulsion of Sonthonax to the French authorities in 1797-76. He also recommended him very warmly as a virtuous citizen to Roumet. Point 77. Dezoul loved Toussaint, but he was an ardent Republican, a devout Christian and a passionate French patriot, and he wrote candidly in early September 1801, objecting to the colony's new political arrangements on all three grounds. He pulled no punches, accusing the governor of giving in to ambition, impetuous behavior, and malevolent passions. Adapting the classic saying that there was no salvation outside the church, Dezoul pronounced that there can be no freedom beyond the republic, warning Toussaint against drifting towards despotism and treating his fellow citizens as slaves. Point 78. As a good patriot, Dezoul was especially incensed by the Constitution's apparent break with France, and he brought Rousseau into the argument to challenge Toussaint's justifications of his actions in terms of the common good. The law in a republic is the expression of the general will, and therefore it is not conceivable for a minority to dictate its wishes to the majority. He went on, since Saint-Domingue is an integral part of the French Empire, can it adopt a constitution which isolates it from the motherland and from the great French family? The question was rhetorical, but in case the governor was in any doubt, the good doctor added an emphatic non. Toussaint's constitution was therefore an illegal and anti-political act which represented an attempt to secede from France. He urged the governor to return to the bosom of the motherland, whereupon all sins would be forgiven. 79. The theme of Toussaint's excessive concentration of powers was frequently taken up in these papers. The anonymous author of the memoir Sur la Colonie de Saint-Domingue, written during the latter part of 1801, suggested that he should be allowed to continue as governor, but that his control over the armed forces should be taken away, so that military authority can promptly be returned to the white race, from whom it should never have been removed. A common belief among his white critics, both in the colony and in France, was that Toussaint was weak of mind, and easily manipulated by those around him. The author of the memoir was very much of this view, suggesting that since Toussaint Louverture is superstitious, like all Negroes, we must make every effort to gain the confidence of his priest, and through him secure the governor's allegiance to France. 80. An anonymous notice Sir Toussaint Louverture was even more scathing. Representing Toussaint as nothing but a very mediocre man who had exploited the chaos of the revolutionary years to his advantage, largely thanks to British intrigue and the incompetence of successive French agents. Those who believed him capable of leading Saint-Domingue to independence gave him far too much credit. The author recommended that the French government should hurry up and finish with Toussaint, adding that this would not be too complicated as the unfortunate governor was incapable of logical thinking, his spoken French is poor, and he converses mainly in Creole, and it is difficult for this tropical dialect to handle abstract ideas. 81. The belief that black people were incapable of conceptual reasoning because they did not speak French or any other European language was one of the enduring myths of white settler racism, and was expounded at length in the Lettre d'un colon de Saint-Domingue au Premier Consul, written in early 1802. Its author, a planter who had lived through the revolutionary years, claimed that words such as citizenship, patriotism, human rights, and liberty were incomprehensible to the average black inhabitant of the colony. The only freedom a Negro laborer could appreciate was the leisure he enjoyed after a day's work in the fields, under the delicious shade of the banana tree by his hut. The Enlightenment ideal of human perfectibility was not for him. No amount of education can improve his faculties, or moralize his being. In this sense, even though he was denounced as a dark, perfidious, and bloodthirsty usurper, Toussaint was seen merely as a symptom of a much deeper flaw in Saint-Domingue's political arrangements. It would be fixed only when the rights granted to black people by the revolution were abolished, and the proper hierarchy among races reinstated. This emphasis on restoring the natural order of society was fully in line with the reactionary rhetoric Bonaparte was hearing from the colonial lobby in France. 82. It was a goal also shared, though more elliptically, in Idées sur Saint-Domingue, 1801 here. Human bondage was not mentioned by name, but the author observed that European power in the colony rested on moral force rather than on physical coercion, and that this authority had been irreversibly destroyed since the Revolution, a common view among colonial whites, both grands and petits. In this text the portrayal of Toussaint was more conflicted. On the one hand, he was weak and subject to the influence of his European advisers, and perhaps of the British. On the other, he was a potent military figure whose power rested fundamentally on the might of his army. He was neither a monarchist nor a republican, but would adopt whatever system of government was most personally advantageous. The author's proposed solution for the restoration of white order was the dispatch of a European army of 24,000 men, who would land in the north, west and south and confront Toussaint's troops. Those black soldiers who were not killed in combat should be transported back to Africa, so that there would be no armed black men left on the island. The remaining agricultural laborers would then be free, by which he meant re-enslaved, to devote themselves fully to the plantations. 83. An equally bleak portrait of the colony was sketched by the naturalist Michel-Étienne Descourtildes, who arrived in Saint-Domingue in April 1799, where he remained until 1803. As we have seen, Toussaint both facilitated his research and helped him recover the plantations owned by his French wife's relatives. 84. However, he showed little gratitude towards his protector in his extensive memoir, which was only published in 1809, by which time his recollections were jaundiced by the French expulsion from Saint-Domingue, and hence his own personal losses. His account of his meetings with Toussaint provided some interesting glimpses of the leader's entourage and the deference with which he was treated by his civilian and military advisers. There were also entertaining passages about Toussaint's secret trysts with his mistresses, in one case, with a lady's husband obligingly guarding the entrance to the lovers' meeting room. Descourtildes noted, too, his appreciation of music. By 1800 he had a band of 40 musicians, his typically obsessive oversight of all church preparations before Sunday Mass, and his frequent and lengthy interjections during the priest's sermons. Yet, despite his poisonous tone, Descourtildes could not hide his admiration for Toussaint's intellectual powers, which were confirmed when he witnessed him dictating a series of letters simultaneously to his secretaries, and then correcting each text until every word carried his precise meaning. This literary penetration overwhelmed Descourtildes, who declared him worthy of the genius announced by the philosopher Raynal. 85. These years were most intriguingly depicted in the writings of Jacques Paris, a senior French official in the colony's Treasury Department who arrived in 1800. Unlike most of the memorialists mentioned so far, Paris was an insider, occupying a position at the heart of the colonial administrative machinery. He also set up a small business in Cap, which involved him in Saint-Domingue's bustling commercial sphere. In March 1801 he was offered a position as tax collector with the Cap municipality. Here was a man who was exposed to a broad cross-section of Saint-Domingue's public life. He rubbed shoulders with the white civil, political, and business elites, was on good terms with senior black military cadres, and crossed paths on numerous occasions with Toussaint. In an unpublished memoir written a few years later, he could not conceal his fascination. He was a figure who was one of a kind, an exceptional memory, an ardent desire to learn, a disproportionate sense of ambition, an inflexible but reasoned firmness, a boldness of imagination had made him a kind of phenomenon which was all the more remarkable given his physique and his color. 86. Yet Paris rapidly became disillusioned. The main reason was that Toussaint excluded him from his white circle. 87. Although they were on good terms, the ever-prudent governor kept him at a distance, suspecting, correctly, it turned out, that his loyalty was questionable. It appears Toussaint did not confirm his appointment with the Cap municipality. 88. There were other reasons for Paris' discontent. He had hoped to secure the lease of a sizable portion of land in the former Spanish part of the colony, but his application was rejected. 89. And he experienced what he regarded as petty persecution from black military officials, in particular from moist men, notably when he was asked to participate in the collective clearing up of a ravine outside Cap. Deep down, he could not cope with the loss of status suffered by white officials in the new Saint-Domingue, for which he was neither intellectually nor emotionally prepared. By April 1801 he had become desperate to leave the colony, writing long letters to the Minister of Navy pleading for another posting in the French diplomatic service and confessing that he was suffering from cruel transits. 90. None of this was particularly unusual, and there were almost certainly other white officials who shared his predicament. What was striking was the way in which Paris chose to convey his dissatisfaction about Saint-Domingue to his superiors, and how quickly his views shifted to an extreme and aggressive form of racism. He railed against the utter disorganization of the administration and asserted that commercial trade in Cap had collapsed, which was patently false. In July 1800 he deliberately distorted the sufferings of the whites, who were initially portrayed as being constantly harassed and humiliated. 91. A month later he spoke of white critics of Toussaint being incarcerated and murdered in horrible prisons. There was absolutely no evidence or suggestion of this, even in the other critical white memoirs sent to Paris in 1800. 1801.92. Indeed, in his March 1801 report the main British representative went out of his way to point out that whites were very well treated, and that all those who had returned to Saint-Domingue from Jamaica had had their properties returned to them. 93. For Paris the real problem was the emergence of a new ruling class. He claimed that 2/3 of Saint-Domingue's land was now in black hands, thanks to Toussaint's systematic policy of leasing émigré properties to his senior officials. 94. It is true that this caused some resentment among whites in the colony, as is shown in a letter from a settler who returned to Saint-Domingue after hearing about Toussaint's promise to return properties to their pre-revolutionary owners. Despite his repeated attempts, his plantation was still sequestrated. 95. Another letter sent to the French government also noted that the best farms have now been handed over to the generals, division chiefs, and regional commanders. 96. Paris, however, put it much more crudely, saying that black gangsters have instituted a reign of tyranny in this colony. They alone occupy all the key civil and military positions, and whites have now become debased, and they cannot even call themselves French. Such is the hatred for this word among these vicious men. 97. The most remarkable aspect of Paris's alienation was the vicious rhetoric with which he described the black population, mirroring that of the most racist colons, in whose circles he clearly mingled. He echoed their claim that black people were not made for freedom, that their soul was truly as dark as their bodies and they were naturally disposed only for pillage and plunder. 98. Drawing on the writings of Moreau de Saint-Méry, he tried to provide a scientific basis for his racism by distinguishing the Congo black inhabitants of the colony from those of the Côte d'Or. While the latter were peaceful and hard-working, the former, the majority in Saint-Domingue, were only capable of violence and criminality, which runs in their blood, and this, he told the French Minister of Navy, was the same blood which charges through Toussaint's veins. 99. After attending the cap ceremony, where he feasted with the colony's leaders, he wrote that the new constitution had created an absolute despotism, and that law and order had completely broken down. Thefts are now commonplace in towns as well as in the countryside. He also alleged that 5 white colons, all good family men, had been locked up because they had dared criticize Toussaint's constitution. Tranquility would only be guaranteed, he said, by a French military intervention and the deportation of all blacks wearing epaulets, whatever their grade. 100. Uncannily similar language to that later used by Bonaparte in his instructions to his invading army. All these fault lines in Toussaint's power, the doubts about his excessive concentration of executive authority, the resentment among Saint-Domingue's black plantation workers over his labor regime, the muffled contestation of his rule among a minority of whites, and the widening contrast between the moral values he promoted and the material aspirations of his officers and soldiers, came to a head in a series of rebellions which broke out during the latter half of October 1801 across the colony. In mid-October, Toussaint's schedule took him to Léogâne, St. Mark and Port Républicain on various official engagements. It was mostly duty, but it was mingled with pleasure, too. He returned to St. Mark with his wife Suzanne to attend Dessalines' marriage to Clara Rius, one of the glittering events of Saint-Domingue's social calendar. Accompanied by the groom, he then made his way to Varetz, where he had been invited to attend a ceremony to bless the new parish church. It was there, on October 22, that the two men were informed that there had been an uprising across the northern plantations and that massacres of white men, women, and children had taken place. Most of the killings occurred in Limbé, Uccle, Port Margot, Marmalade, Donnen and Grande Rivière. 101 According to British consular sources, around 370 people lost their lives. 102 Toussaint acted quickly to pacify these areas, reducing the insurgents at Marmalade and pursuing them to Soufrière, where he dispersed them. He sent Dessalines to the north to attack all rebel positions. There had been an attempt to stage a major uprising at Cap, in which all the town's whites were to have been massacred. The plot had been promptly suppressed by Christophe. As Toussaint put it in a subsequent proclamation, all these incidents formed part of a more general insurrection against the government and the whites in the northern territories. The conspirators had mobilized support by claiming that Toussaint had sold black citizens to the whites, and that Dessalines and Christophe were complicit in this arrangement. In Limbé the conspirators had even shown the local population the chains which were to be used to re-enslave them. 103. That such lurid fabrications could gain traction across the colony, and in the very department named after Toussaint, was a huge embarrassment to him, and a measure of the volatility of the political climate in the later months of 1801. Rumors about divisions within his military leadership had begun to circulate. One report from a southern colon even predicted that great events prejudicial to Toussaint would soon occur. 104 Some believed he personally instigated the October insurgency so that he could flush out his opponents in the army and smash any resistance to his rule among the plantation workers, while also reminding the white colons that he was their only effective savior and protector. 105 These rumors traveled all the way to Roume in Philadelphia, where they were recycled in a feverish report to his minister in Paris. Roume, now an implacable enemy of Toussaint, concluded that the governor was the author and director of the rebellion. All the circumstantial evidence pointed to him, wrote Roume. The mobilization of plantation workers and the threat to burn and pillage Cap had been one of Toussaint's main tactics against successive French agents, including himself. Also suspicious was the absence of any trials and the summary execution of the plotters, carried out to prevent any compromising information from being revealed. 106. Roume added that Toussaint had staged the insurrection because of his loathing for the citizens of Cap, who were fierce Republicans, unlike the Anglophiles of Port Republicain, whose company he preferred. He had therefore wanted to destroy the town so that he could build a new capital to immortalize his name in Gonaives. The October 1801 rebellion was thus driven by Toussaint's despotic hatred and ambition. 107. Of course, Roume supplied no evidence for any of these outlandish claims. And while Toussaint was certainly capable of Machiavellian acts, it is hard to see him deliberately destabilizing a political order which he had worked so hard to construct. The massacre of whites, in particular, was completely at odds with the entire political and economic strategy he had been pursuing up to that point, which was closely tied to reassuring the French authorities about his loyalty. But these tales about the restoration of slavery, though false, were politically meaningful. They showed the rising hatred of whites among the cultivators, as well as sections of the urban black population. The main slogan of the insurgents was "Death to the Whites." 108 Stoked by some of Toussaint's own local military commanders, some of whom led the rebellion. This violence was a crude response to the arrogance and increasingly uninhibited racism the black men and women were experiencing on the plantations at the hands of the old ruling class. These fears of re-enslavement were also a reflection of Toussaint's declining support among some of his former core supporters. The wealth of his new black elite, combined with his draconian labor regulations and his refusal to allow plantation workers access to land ownership, all damaged his standing among black communities. As we noted earlier, there was a significant incidence of Marwanage in the northern plantations, and some of the rebel forces were drawn from these groups. But even among the plantation workforce, Toussaint's star had waned. During his months of enforced exile in Dondon, one of the main sites of the insurgency, Roume had seen this alienation for himself among the local citizens, both Beausale and local-born. The French agent observed that the totality of black Africans and a considerable number of Creoles felt betrayed by the governor, and believed that he had used them as a stepping stone to supreme power. They were also furious about the decision to import slave labor into the colony, which they viewed as a violation of the Revolution's sacred promise, inscribed in Toussaint's own constitution, to end human bondage forever on the island. Roume was of course not an unbiased observer, but there is little doubt that his impressions captured the unease among Saint-Domingue's plantation workers about the governor's policy. 109. It soon emerged that the principal architect of the October 1801 revolt was none other than Moise. In the reports received from his military officers, Toussaint was informed that the rebels had repeatedly cheered the name of the northern commander. At Plaisance, for example, they had chanted "General Moise is behind us," adding, "He is the one who supports us. He is our leader." 110 Since the end of the war with Rigaud, Toussaint's abrasive young nephew, he was only 28 years old, had become increasingly frustrated, making no secret of his opposition to his uncle's strategy. He had been critical of Toussaint's labor code for its harsh treatment of black workers in the plantations. He was also passionately committed to combating slavery. As one of the most ardent champions of black citizens sold into slavery in Santo Domingo 111, he was hostile to Toussaint's plans to introduce indentured labor in the colony. He had challenged his uncle over this article of his constitution, and believed more generally that his vision of the common good had gone too far in protecting the interests of the Grands Blancs, whom he despised. Moise had told his supporters in Cap that their time would soon come. "The French are no good in this country, and they are the only ones who are in our way. I will make their life so difficult that they will be compelled to leave and abandon their properties." 112 Such views, accompanied by the regular intimidation of Cap's white residents by his militia, had made Moise immensely popular among the black communities in the north, and he was even credited with favoring wider popular access to land ownership, although this was more of a posture than a real commitment. Moise was no egalitarian. He reserved the best lands in the northern department for his close military associates and enjoyed an opulent lifestyle. Like Toussaint's other leading commanders, he had amassed a considerable personal fortune in land and properties. His annual income was estimated at 1.2 million livres. 113 All sorts of rumors circulated about his personal wealth. One story which did the rounds was that 7 million livres in gold was found in his house when he was arrested. 114 Toussaint easily overcame Moïse's attempted coup de force. Even though it had its roots in issues of principle, his insurrection was poorly planned and even more clumsily executed. Furthermore, there was plainly no appetite across the colony for an all-out racial war against the whites, so the political order the governor had established remained secure, at least for the moment. But the events shook Toussaint to the core. He confessed that the rebellion would never fade from his memory, and that his heart was broken with pain. 115, especially as he would have known personally many of the whites who were killed, and because the insurgents were black citizens, led by a man who was not only one of the heroes of the revolution but an intimate relative whom Toussaint considered as an adoptive son. But this was no time for regret. Toussaint promised that the spilling of innocent blood would be avenged, and that justice would be rendered in such a way as to deter even the boldest of scoundrels. 116 He was true to his word. Moïse was arrested, taken to Port-au-Prince and tried by a specially appointed military commission, which heard testimonies against him by Toussaint and a number of his military officers. The accused was not allowed to defend himself, was found guilty of conspiracy, and was executed in the fort of Port-au-Prince. He died bravely, refusing to be blindfolded and commanding the firing squad himself. The white officer who presided over the commission, Brigadier General François Pagiot, was immediately deported from Saint-Domingue by Toussaint. He had tried to allow Moïse to testify. The governor, who missed and forgot nothing, also rebuked him for refusing to endorse the 1801 Constitution. Although he did not doubt that Moïse was guilty, Pagiot subsequently wrote that the judgment had been truncated by Toussaint and published in a doctored form. 117. Gone, too, were the days when Toussaint was more forgiving of sins committed by black people. The restoration of order across the northern region was carried out with extreme brutality. Dozens of cultivators were summarily executed, some merely for hailing from a locality which had been held by rebel commanders. When they recaptured Plaisance, for example, Dessalines and his soldiers butchered plantation workers with sabers and bayonets, and every prisoner captured during combat was stabbed to death. Not to be outdone by his lieutenant, Toussaint staged a gruesome scene in Cap in early November 1801, assembling the population for the execution of 40 rebels who were chained to each other. Among them was Joseph Flaville, one of the senior military commanders of the northern region, who had personally commanded the insurgents in his region of Limbé. Toussaint harangued the crowd menacingly and announced the impending execution of Moïse. He promised that anyone who threatened public order would meet the same fate, even if it was his own son. 3 cannon were then lined up against the prisoners, who were blown to pieces. The crowd dispersed in terror. 118 The Place d'Armes, the scene of such joyful celebrations a few months earlier, when Toussaint proclaimed his constitution, was now drenched in blood. The Moïse affair was a personal tragedy for Toussaint, and revealed the growing fault lines in his leadership. In the wake of the Rigaud insurrection, which had seen treachery from within the ranks of his senior officers, he had become increasingly reliant on his blood relatives. The 3 main commanders of the Santo Domingo invasion had been Moïse, Paul Louverture and Toussaint's nephew Charles Belair. But it seemed he could be vulnerable even in this privileged group. It was also a matter of his style. Like most self-made charismatic leaders, he became entirely self-reliant. In early 1801 he spoke of the entire island of Saint-Domingue united under my authority. 119 He was extremely reluctant to communicate his intentions even to his leading military officers, or to share power with them in any meaningful way. There were also emerging differences in strategy. Moïse's revolt was partly triggered by his belief that Toussaint's regime was too hard on its natural supporters, the black cultivators, and too soft on the whites. Christophe, for his part, thought that Toussaint's quest for autonomy from France was a dangerous mistake. From early 1801, the Cap commander began to send discreet signals to the French that he might prove a more pliable local ruler than a governor, were there to be a vacancy. 120 In this sense, Toussaint's new constitution, with its provision for designating his successor, had the paradoxical effect of destabilizing his leadership. And it was not just Christophe who was getting ideas above his station. Dessalines was not involved in the constitutional process at any stage. and in all probability took his exclusion as a sign that he would not be among the favorites in the line of succession. Another potential source of instability for Toussaint was his delicate balancing act with the British authorities, which continued through much of 1801. He was frustrated with the slow progress of his discussions, and even the lowest seemed to conspire against him. The vessel carrying his envoy Penetier back from London to Jamaica was shipwrecked. For a while Toussaint refused to believe the news, and thought the British had abducted him, or, as he put it with typical quaintness, had made him invisible. 121 Trading on his characteristic combination of elusiveness and seduction, he courted the local British representatives and won them over to his cause. W. L. Whitfield, the sub-agent in Port Republican, vouched for Toussaint's good faith and stressed that had no plans to undermine the stability of Jamaica. His only interest was to consolidate his independence. 122 The governor established a particularly strong rapport with Edward Corbett, who arrived in the colony in early 1801 to act as British agent in Port Republican. Corbett was a highly capable official, and his diplomatic reports were full of admiration for Toussaint's efficiency, his humane treatment of the white colons and his perfect despotism. From the outset, he argued against any harassment of Toussaint's ships by the British. 123 Toussaint expressed his disappointment that the British government was not more forthcoming in its dealings with him, and told Corbett that the only friends of Saint-Domingue were the Americans, which of course produced the piqued reaction Toussaint intended. The governor also repeatedly affirmed that all he was doing in his dealings with the French was preserving appearances, and that he and his fellow officers had sworn to admit no other authority on this island but such as at present exists, which is in fact a black independent government. Were the French to attempt to send a new agent to the colony, he added, the official would not be received. If the British treated him loyally and with honor, Toussaint concluded alluringly, they could have the whole island under their influence. He even allowed Corbett to raise the possibility of the British being allowed back in Mole St. Nicholas. 124. The gambit paid off. Before he left Jamaica, Balcarres solemnly told his successor Nugent and his superiors in London that the good faith of the British is through me committed both to the United States of America and to the chieftain Toussaint. 125 This was a remarkable statement from a man who 3 years earlier had denounced the black general as a brigand, and had to be persuaded by Maitland that reaching an accommodation with him was a necessary evil. With the blessing of his government, Nugent eventually agreed an extension of the 1799 convention with Toussaint's envoy Bunel. The settlement, negotiated by Corbett on the British side 126 was signed in mid-November 1801. British vessels were to be allowed in Gonaives, Jeremy, Lacaze, and Jacmel on the same terms as previously agreed for Cap and Port Republican, and Toussaint undertook to allow the British to appoint representatives in these locations. French émigré planters who had taken refuge in Jamaica during the 1790s would also be allowed to return to their properties in Saint-Domingue, the number and pace of these restitutions to be determined by the governor. 127. Events were to overtake the implementation of this agreement, as we shall soon see. But the fact that it was signed was a measure of Toussaint's indisputable stature in the region. The fascination with Toussaint even spread to white Jamaican high society. Having spent an evening hearing about his exploits from the British representative in Saint-Domingue, the new governor's wife Maria wrote enthusiastically in her diary, after dinner had a great conversation with Mr. Corbett about General Toussaint L'Ouverture, which was particularly interesting. He must be a wonderful man, and I really do believe intended for very good purposes. 128. In Saint-Domingue, the immediate reaction among most ordinary residents of Cap after the crushing of the Moise Rebellion was, understandably, one of relief. Its American community issued a proclamation thanking the governor for restoring order with wisdom and energy. 129 While the municipal officers expressed their gratitude to Toussaint and Christophe for bringing the town back from the edge of the grave, no doubt they had pictured themselves, too, on that chilling threshold. Saluting the just punishment of the criminals, they hailed the advent of a new dawn for the colony. 130 A British trader from Gonaives applauded the prompt and vigorous action taken by Toussaint to quell the uprising, observing that Saint-Domingue's security would be seriously compromised without his presence. 131. For Toussaint, however, the immediate lesson of the Moise Rebellion was that further measures were needed to prevent any such recurrences. In his November 10 decree he rounded on the vagrants and bad subjects of Cap who had taken to congregating there, posing a threat to public order and a menace to society as a whole. Most of these vagrants had come from the plantations and taken refuge in the colonies' towns because they no longer wished to work in the fields. However, Toussaint noted sternly, in a free country, liberty consists not in following one's whims, but in doing that for which one is destined. He ordered each of the sections of Cap's National Guard to hold an immediate census of all the men, women, and children above the age of 12 in their respective areas, to establish whether they were employed and had a fixed abode. Those who were unable to satisfy these conditions were instantly to be sent back to the plantations. Any citizens who hid a vagrant in their house would incur a fine of 25 Portugueses if they were wealthy, 10 if they were poor. Those harboring any disturber of the peace or anyone known to be a bad subject would be prosecuted and could face the death penalty. 132. These were merely the preliminaries. Toussaint's full response to the Moise rebellion came in a decree of 4 Brumaire, November 25, 1801. Even though it built on many of his previous proclamations, it was an extraordinary document in all senses of the term, in its length, more than 7 pages, in the sheer range of issues it addressed, in its often hectoring and accusatory tone, and in the scale of the repressive measures it proposed. It was remarkable, too, for its highly personal and emotional tone. It came 4 days after the execution of Moise, which had obviously been a traumatic moment. Toussaint had been remembering the happier times, when Moise was one of his brave warriors and used to liken himself to Toussaint's good child. 133. Just a few months earlier, Moise had written to Isaac and Placide in Paris and told them how proud the family was of their educational achievements. 134. Toussaint had been playing back in his mind his recent and past arguments with his nephew. He had reminded him 1,000 times that an army could not function without the virtues of discipline and obedience. He had preached to him, too, the saintly maxims of our religion and the duties of a Christian, and done everything in his power to get him to change his vicious inclinations and revert to the path of righteousness. But in the end Moise had obstinately refused to follow Toussaint's paternal advice and perished miserably. 135. Significantly, Toussaint made no explicit mention of their arguments about the treatment of plantation workers, the rightful place of white colons in Saint-Domingue, or the emancipation of the colony from French rule. Instead, Moise's rebellion served as an edifying example of the general decline in public and private ethics. Toussaint returned to the Republican theme of the corruption of civic morals, which he had raised in his earlier proclamations. But this time he spared no one. He first attacked negligent parents, especially in towns, who indulged their children to grow up in idleness and without any proper understanding of their duties to society. He noted that these young people were allowed to wear jewelry and earrings from a very tender age, and acquired a taste for idleness and luxury. He also chastised young women who ended up in prostitution, whose spirit of debauchery was a major source of social disorder, domestic servants, who needed to be watched so that they did not steal or fall into idleness, a major vice in Toussaint's eyes, recently arrived foreigners, who sometimes expressed dangerous views which could have unfortunate consequences, public servants and military commanders who did not respect their vows of marriage and had several concubines in their homes, and a great number of plantation workers, who allowed their children to lead lives of dissipation in towns, and whose laziness was potentially a menace to society. Drawing again on his ideal of the common good, he asserted forcefully that this class of men must be compelled, even against its will, to play a socially useful role. 136. The decree ended with a raft of measures which showed a characteristically libertarian mixture of efficiency, fierceness, and eccentricity, ranging from the imperative duty of military commanders to combat sedition to the issuing of security cards to all citizens, renewable every 6 months. When Toussaint visited Santo Domingo in early 1802, he ordered that every citizen must immediately be given these cards. 137. Sedition was defined in loose terms, including statements which might affect public tranquility. Any Creole native of the colony found guilty of the crime would be sentenced to 6 months of hard labor, with a chain on the foot, while a foreigner would be deported. This was the first time Toussaint distinguished the colony's population along these lines. The full execution of the labor decree of October 1800 was further reaffirmed, but the lesson Toussaint took from the Moise insurrection was that the measures he had then proposed were not draconian enough. So he now instructed his local military commanders to draw up precise lists of all the plantation workers in their areas and send them to the governor's office, to serve as a basis for fixing the cultivators to their plantations. Tighter repression of marwanage was announced. 2. Any worker who left his habitation without permission would be pursued by the military, brought back and deprived of his passport for 3 months. In a further attempt to protect the plantations from noxious external influences, no person who was not an employee could spend any length of time there, and even military personnel were allowed in only if they were visiting their parents. 138. Amidst all these repressive measures, Toussaint had not abandoned his ambition to safeguard the marital bliss of Saint-Domingue's couples, and so, not content with requiring his soldiers, officers, and plantation workers to obtain his personal permission before getting married, demanding the reconciliation of unhappy couples, and limiting the number of concubines per household, he now threatened grave sanctions against anyone who was known to have disrupted, or attempted to disrupt a marriage. Unremittingly on the warpath, the moral crusader warned all the colony's seducers that they would be personally answerable to the governor. 139. 11. The Tree of Black Liberty. After overcoming the Moise rebellion and reasserting his authority across the territory through a vigorous show of force, Toussaint no doubt hoped that he had earned himself a breathing space. But the respite proved short-lived. The diplomatic landscape in Europe was shifting, and in early October 1801 France and Britain signed preliminaries which paved the way for peace between the hitherto uncompromising rivals. Toussaint immediately understood the potentially disastrous implications of such a Franco-British truce, were it to be confirmed, for Saint-Domingue. It would align the interests of Europe's main imperialist powers and undermine the incentive of Britain and her regional allies to maintain privileged relations with him. Worst of all, it would end the British naval blockade of the Atlantic and open the way for a French military expedition to overthrow his regime. By the time news of the agreement reached Saint-Domingue in early December, the colony was rife with rumors of an impending French invasion. 1. Such apocalyptic tales had been circulating for a while, and were usually the product of the wishful thinking, and inebriated imaginings, of the more diehard colons. Yet this time Toussaint knew that there was more substance to them. Ominously, his negotiations with the British, which had been going so fruitfully, were abruptly terminated by Governor Nugent in late November 1801. The new Jamaican governor had been told by the British War Secretary, Lord Hobart, that the French were sending a large army to reconquer Saint-Domingue, and that his accommodating policy towards the colony was no longer to be pursued. 2. Nugent immediately notified Toussaint, and ordered all British agents and subjects in Saint-Domingue to withdraw to Jamaica. 3. Although Nugent did not explicitly mention a French invasion in his letter to Toussaint, there is little doubt that the latter fully understood its imminence. At a meeting in early December with a British representative Whitfield, also attended by Dessalines, he complained that France and Britain were colluding in offensive measures against him, and vowed that any invasion of Saint-Domingue would meet with resistance. He added that he would never relinquish his command or allow his army to be disbanded. 4. A week later Whitfield reported that Toussaint was daily recruiting his army, and buying up all the horses he can get, before concluding, "I am afraid he means to try his strength with Bonaparte's legions." 5. Toussaint decided to issue a proclamation to prepare his people for the French attack. Printed on a large white poster and distributed across the colony, his address began by casting doubt on the rumor that French troops were on their way to destroy the colony and the freedoms it enjoyed. Such a story could only be spread by malicious forces. Having confirmed the rumor by denying it, he then added that Bonaparte had rounded up all the blacks and persons of color living in France who were opposed to him and was sending them to fight against their own compatriots, that the French government was holding his 2 children as hostages, and was refusing to release them, despite their father's repeated demands for their return, and that the purpose of the invasion was to eliminate the soldiers and officers of the colonial army and bring them back into slavery. Describing his children as a possession which legitimately belongs to me, 6. Toussaint said that he was very irritated by their continuing absence. He lamented the French government's treatment of his children as pawns, in breach of the principles of honor and equity. It was inconceivable, by which he meant extraordinary, that France should come to attack Saint-Domingue after its revolutionary citizens had selflessly given their lives to safeguard French interests against her internal and external enemies, and turned a chaotic colony into a flourishing enterprise. Such ingratitude, he observed pointedly, was unworthy of the French. In contrast to the hectoring tone of his recent proclamations, he now heaped praise on the people of Saint-Domingue, the great majority of whom are honest property owners, decent folk, and good fathers who aspired to peace and prosperity. He also appealed to the loyalty of the officers and soldiers of his army. Obedience, he reminded them once more, was the highest military virtue, and he would show them the path to be followed. Midway through the proclamation, as he paused to reflect on what the future might hold, Toussaint's tone became somber. Upon learning that France might send an invading force against him, he had privately declared, "France does not have the right to enslave us, our freedom does not belong to her. It is our right, and we will know how to defend it, or else perish." As he now openly confronted the looming French aggression, Toussaint pronounced that an attack on Saint-Domingue would be a denatured act. In an analogy drawn from his Creole and Catholic values, he compared such an eventuality to an attempt by a father and mother to kill their own child. In such a monstrous situation, the ethical rules of filial obedience had to be suspended, and the child had a duty to defend himself and entrust his fate to the hands of God. He invited the citizens of Saint-Domingue to prepare to follow his example, and face their invaders with dignity and courage. "If I have to die under these circumstances," Toussaint concluded, "I will face death honorably, like a soldier who has led an exemplary life." 7. Toussaint had timed his proclamation well. 6 days before its publication, a large French military fleet had sailed from France heading for Saint-Domingue. Aboard were Isaac and Placide, the two children for whose safe return he had been long praying. They were coming back to their family, but accompanied by an invading army, including, as the rumor had surmised, a smattering of Saint-Domingue black and mixed-race dissidents, including his old foe André Rigaud. The long-awaited missive from Bonaparte was on its way too, but its emollient contents were no more than a sinister ruse. The French objective was to reoccupy the colony, restore white supremacy, and eliminate the governor and the entire ruling group which had emerged under his leadership. Toussaint's moment of reckoning had arrived. How he responded to it would determine his personal fate, and that of the revolution he had so boldly championed over the previous decade. Toussaint was often blamed for provoking Bonaparte by his intemperate actions during the final years of his rule, and more generally for not making enough of an effort to conciliate him. It is unlikely that Toussaint could ultimately have done anything to prevent the invasion, for reasons which will soon become apparent. But the specific charge of failing to cultivate Bonaparte is unfounded. As we saw, Toussaint wrote him a number of letters from 1800 onwards, all of which went unanswered. And the Bonapartes were in Toussaint's debt. Josephine's Martinique-based Beauharnais family had considerable financial interests in Saint-Domingue, notably a number of lucrative sugar plantations in Léogâne. Production had ground to a halt during the early revolutionary years, but, hearing about Toussaint's restoration of order in the colony, Josephine wrote directly to him in 1798 pleading for his help. Bonaparte was away on his Egyptian campaign at the time. Toussaint immediately intervened to restore the plantations to working order, and soon Josephine was again receiving a healthy income from her Saint-Domingue estates. 8 She was so grateful that she invited Toussaint's son several times to lunch and dinner at her Parisian residences on Rue Chantérain and Rue de la Victoire, and praised the general effusively. She had a particular fondness for Placide. 9 Upon his return, Bonaparte was no doubt informed by his wife of Toussaint's gracious intervention and was delighted by it. When he later met the commander-in-chief's children, he told them that their father was a great man, who had rendered eminent services to France. 10. Supporters of Toussaint in Paris, such as the parliamentarian Louis Rallier, urged Bonaparte to back him, arguing that he was by far the most effective defender of French interests in the colony. 11 This favorable view was reinforced by progressive figures in Bonaparte's entourage, notably Admiral Laurent Truguet, a former minister who was one of his principal naval advisors, and State Councillor Daniel Lescollier, chief of the Colonial Bureau and a specialist in the Antilles. Both were sincere admirers of Toussaint. They were also principled Republicans who opposed slavery. Lescollier had been a member of the Amnistie Noirs. In the early months of 1801, the first consul seemed to have made up his mind to throw his weight behind Toussaint. He drafted a letter appointing him as Capitaine General of the French part of the colony, and assuring him that he enjoyed the greatest trust of the government in Paris. 12 Acknowledging receipt of all his previous letters, and saluting him as the principal representative of the Republic, Bonaparte invited Toussaint to maintain peace and order, and continue to oversee the development of agriculture, particularly, one Imagenes, in the Léogâne area. Point 13. He appointed a new French envoy to Saint-Domingue, and in his detailed instructions urged him to give no umbrage to Toussaint and to rally all the inhabitants to his leadership. Clearly well briefed about Toussaint's religious beliefs, he even instructed this official to go to church regularly. Point 14. But Bonaparte's letter was never sent, and by the end of March 1801 Toussaint was secretly struck off the register of French military officials. What had brought about such a dramatic reversal? Critics tend to attribute the first consul's change of heart to specific actions by Toussaint, such as the internment of Roume and the promulgation of the Constitution. But the timeline does not support this. By early 1801, Bonaparte already knew that Roume's relationship with Toussaint had broken down, which was precisely why he was dispatching another official. The Constitution was proclaimed only in July 1801, and the news did not reach Paris until several months later. If there was a single event which undoubtedly provoked Bonaparte's anger, it was Toussaint's takeover of the Spanish territory of Santo Domingo, of which he informed the French government in mid-February 1801. The first consul saw this as an act of insubordination, but it is implausible to claim, as many historians do, that this event alone decided Bonaparte to launch such a massive expedition against Toussaint. When informed about the takeover, the French Minister of Navy wrote back laconically to Toussaint, "Since the deed is done, let us now think about how to turn it to our advantage." When the French invasion forces landed in Saint-Domingue, they had no plans to return the territory to Spanish control. Point 15. Bonaparte's shift on Saint-Domingue was more of a process than an event, and it began in the months immediately following his 18 Brumaire coup with a systematic policy of removing colonial officials believed to be too sympathetic to the black cause. In January 1800, plans for a fleet of French naval vessels to sail to Saint-Domingue were dropped. Among the main reasons was that Lescalier, who was to become the colony's chief administrator, was too close to Toussaint and the Black Revolution. Point 16. Bonaparte also countermanded the Directory's appointment of Lavaux as the French agent in Guadeloupe, again because of his excessively pro-black affinities. When Toussaint's ally arrived in the colony to take up his position in March 1800, he was arrested by local officials, on Bonaparte's instructions, and sent back to France. Point 17. During a discussion of colonial affairs in the Council of State in August 1800, Bonaparte expressed his commitment to re-establishing order and introducing discipline in places like Saint-Domingue where slavery had been abolished. Point 18. His negative attitude towards Saint-Domingue was hardened by the steady flow of poisonous information the French government received from anti-Toussaint officials and private citizens in the colony. As seen earlier, the racial undertones in these writings were now overt. One of the most significant voices was that of the renegade French General Courvoisier, burning with resentment after his humiliating exit from Santo Domingo in January 1801. A few months later he wrote a long memorandum to the French government arguing for the immediate dispatch of a military expedition in Saint-Domingue, which had been taken over by Africans. The objective should be a political rehabilitation of the whites and the expulsion from the colony all those who have usurped power, meaning, of course, the black leadership. Point 19. Bonaparte included him in the French expedition, and Courvoisier's views manifestly shaped its political objectives. Another key faction in this racial polarization was the reinvigorated colonial lobby in France, which became more prominent in Bonaparte's entourage in the course of 1801. Pro-invasion and pro-slavery sentiments were now back in fashion among French merchant and capitalist classes, and Bonaparte did not shy away from them. On the contrary, such views were strongly represented among his new recruits into the Council of State. They included conservative figures such as former Navy Minister Fleuriot, the colonial lawyer and planter advocate Moreau de Saint-Méry, the last intendant of the Ancien Regime in Saint-Domingue, Barbe de Marbois, who remained a vigorous defender of the slave trade, 20, and Pierre-Victor Malouet, who had urged the British to invade the colony after 1793 to restore human bondage. In October 1801 Bonaparte appointed Denis Descrest as his navy minister, and he too shared Malouet's views on slavery, believing the convention's 1794 abolition decree to have been a mistake. By early October 1801 Bonaparte fully turned against Toussaint, ordering Descrest to prepare a major expeditionary force bound for Saint-Domingue. Later at St. Helena, while acknowledging his mistake in ordering the invasion, Napoleon blamed the Council of State, Josephine, and the shrieks of the colonial lobby for poisoning his relations with Toussaint's regime. 21 But this was a classic piece of retrospective justification. In truth, the primary responsibility lay squarely with him. He did not even have the excuse of ignorance, as Toussaint's envoy Charles Vincent arrived in Paris in early October, just as he was finalizing his orders to invade Saint-Domingue. Vincent met with Bonaparte twice, and was ordered to assist the French plans by providing detailed maps of the island, as well as information about local military and administrative figures. 22 Despite denouncing Toussaint's loss of direction, 23 Vincent cautioned Bonaparte and his navy minister against the expedition and refused to take part in it. In a later memoir, Vincent observed that the first consul was entirely misguided, and that he would almost certainly have taken a different course of action had he personally seen and heard Toussaint, even for a moment. 24. In fact, Vincent predicted the sequence of events which would follow: the resistance of the majority of the black citizens, the strategic and logistical disadvantages the French army would face through lack of familiarity with the terrain, and the problems of resupply, the ravaging effects of the climate, and the onset of disease, all culminating in the loss of the colony itself. Bonaparte, confident in the power of his army and hoping to use Saint-Domingue as the linchpin of a French economic empire which would include the Caribbean colonies, Guyana, Louisiana, and Florida, blithely ignored these warnings. 25 His view of Saint-Domingue was by now fully infected by the racism of the colonial lobby. He told Vincent that he would not tolerate a single epaulet on the shoulders of these Negroes, and ordered that black and mixed-race inhabitants from the colonies be banned from entering France. 26 In May 1802, when France restored the slave trade in Martinique, Tobago, and St. Lucia, soon followed by Guadeloupe and Guyana, Bonaparte was even more blunt in a conversation with Truguet: "I am for the whites, because I am white. I have no other reason, and this one is good enough. How can we have given liberty to Africans, to men without any civilization, who had not the slightest idea as to what a colony, or for that matter France was? If the majority of the members of the convention had understood what they were doing, and known about the colonies, would they have abolished slavery in 1794? I very much doubt it." 27. On January 29, 1802, the lead ships of the French fleet were sighted at Cape Samana, on the northeastern corner of the territory. Toussaint was visiting Santo Domingo at the time. As part of his reinforcement of coastal defenses, he immediately rode to inspect the scene with his guard. He saw at least 25 French naval vessels already anchored, including 10 ships of the line, the biggest carriers of the time. Each could ferry 1,000 men. And as he gazed at the horizon, he could discern the silhouettes of dozens more warships heading for Saint-Domingue. He immediately realized the scale of the operation which Bonaparte had mounted. This was not an exercise in intimidation, or a tactical show of force as the prelude to a political negotiation. The French army had come to fight a war of extermination against him and his people. Turning to his officers, he declared, "We must perish. All of France has come to Saint-Domingue. They have been deceived, and they have come to seek vengeance." 28 He wrote to his brother Paul in Santo Domingo that it was time to resist to the death, spare no one, since we must conquer or die. 29 Toussaint's final and most momentous struggle had begun. Even though he was dismayed by the sheer size of Bonaparte's invading fleet, he had been preparing for the possibility for some time. In addition to strengthening coastal defenses, he had diverted some of his customs revenues to import more weapons and ammunition from the United States. 30 These American shipments continued to arrive throughout 1801.31 There are also suggestions that Toussaint had come to a mutually beneficial arrangement with Jamaica. According to a French report, quoting British sources on the island, he had established a lucrative trade in guns and munitions with the Jamaican authorities. Once in Saint-Domingue, the material was crated in specially designed mahogany containers to prevent damage by the elements and moved inland to strategic locations on the mountains. These arms and munitions depots were carefully concealed in the uplands, and the roads leading to them were widened to enable the passage of artillery pieces. 32 A French military report estimated that there were 140,000 guns in Saint-Domingue by the end of 1801, of which at least 30,000 had been supplied to Toussaint by the Americans. 33 A significant number of these weapons remained hidden, and would later play a major role in the war against the French. Yet although arms, small arms at least, were relatively plentiful, Toussaint was aware that one of his weaknesses was his lack of manpower. By the end of 1801, having discharged thousands of former cultivators to work on restoring the plantation system, he was left with only around 20,000 combat-ready forces, a number he had hoped to raise considerably over the course of 1802.34. The bulk of these troops, around 11,000, were in the southern and western divisions under Dessalines, while the rest were divided between the northern division commanded by Christophe and the eastern under Augustin Clervaux. 35 Toussaint's men faced a French expeditionary force whose first wave arrived from Brest, Roquefort, and Lorient. A further batch landed from Toulon and Cadiz in mid-February, bringing the total number of French troops to 20,000.36. A significant portion came from the Army of the Rhine, an elite corps which included soldiers who had distinguished themselves in the Revolutionary Wars. Among the officers were men who had seen action in Europe, the Caribbean, in Saint-Domingue, Guadeloupe and Martinique, as well as in Bonaparte's Egypt campaign. With his battalions dispersed across the territory, Toussaint sent instructions to his lieutenants to prevent the French from disembarking and gaining access to the principal coastal towns, if necessary by fighting back. If their situation became untenable, they were to retreat inland after setting their positions alight. 37 The plan failed in Port Republicain and Santo Domingo, in the latter case due to the incompetence of Toussaint's brother Paul, who was tricked into surrendering by Courvoisier. 38 Toussaint was particularly incensed about the loss of Port Republicain, where the French laid their hands on 3.5 million livres held in the treasury. The location of the locked chests was betrayed by Joseph Idlinger. 39 Toussaint demanded that the funds be returned to him. 40 The invaders took Fort Liberté after a strong fight and massacred nearly all the 600 men who surrendered, the first of many war crimes. 41 However, General Jacques Maurepas, the military commander at Port-de-Paix, put up a spirited fight. He gathered a force made up of soldiers and local peasants, declaring that they were all ready to fight for their freedom and that the invaders would be received with glowing red cannonballs. 42 He was true to his word, and inflicted severe losses on the French forces sent to take the town. Maurepas then burned down Port-de-Paix, as instructed, and retreated to a fortified plantation nearby, from where he crushed the remains of the French unit. Female skirmishers played an important role in this first defeat of the expeditionary army. 43 The main prize for the invaders was Cap, and Toussaint raced there, arriving well before the enemy fleet. He first masterminded a diversion which took their ships to Port Margot, a landing point much further west in Nickel Bay. According to a number of witnesses, he then slipped into the city disguised as a Congo peasant. 44 There, he directed Christophe to delay a request for a landing, sent via a French officer, telling him to reply that he was awaiting orders from the governor, who was listening to the conversation in the adjoining room. The breathing space was used to burn the city. After evacuating the inhabitants, boiling oil, sugar, and heated barrels of rum were poured onto the streets and buildings, and the blaze soon caused the explosion of the arsenal. More than 90% of the city was destroyed, including the granary, a devastating blow to the invaders even before they had set foot in Saint-Domingue. 45 An advance French party had tried to distribute a proclamation signed by Bonaparte, helpfully translated into Creole. Invoking the republican principles of friendship and brotherhood, it promised to maintain liberty and peace in the colony, while urging the population of Saint-Domingue to pledge allegiance to the invading forces. Those who did not, the first consul warned, would be considered traitors and would be devoured by fire, like dried sugar cane. 46 In the event, it was Bonaparte's parchment which went up in flames. The first consul may have hoped for better luck with another missive, addressed directly to Toussaint, in which he sought to rally him. It was adroitly written, probably with the assistance of Vincent, flattering Toussaint by describing him as one of the principal citizens of the greatest nation on earth, and the first of your color to have attained such a position of eminence. While it chided him for some aspects of his 1801 constitution, which were contrary to the dignity and sovereignty of the French people, it assured him of Bonaparte's unreserved esteem and promised him consideration, honors, and fortune. 47 The letter was dispatched with Toussaint's 2 children, accompanied by their tutor Coyonan. Isaac and Placide duly made their way to Inri, where they were reunited with their mother and father, who had not seen them for 6 years. Even though he was moved beyond words to see his offspring, Toussaint immediately saw through Bonaparte's ruse and put the letter aside before he had finished reading it. He told his children and their tutor that if the first consul truly wanted peace, he would not have sent a fleet of warships to Saint-Domingue. 48. Toussaint was correct about Bonaparte's hostile intentions. In his secret instructions for the Saint-Domingue expedition, written in late October 1801, the first consul had meticulously spelled out his plans for the restoration of French authority in the colony, which specifically included measures to eliminate the governor. In this extraordinary document, the extent of whose counter-revolutionary ambitions only become apparent when read in full, Bonaparte distinguished three intended periods of French occupation. The first and second would see the securing of the major coastal areas and the elimination of any rebels who opposed the French forces. During these pacification phases, Toussaint and his supporters were to be heaped with kindness if they cooperated, but court-martialed and executed within 24 hours if they resisted. During the third period, which was meant to run on very quickly after the first two, Toussaint and his generals would not exist anymore, and there was to be a massive purge of Saint-Domingue's revolutionary leadership. Toussaint would be captured and sent to France, while all those suspected of sympathy with his regime were to be arrested and deported, whatever their color. 49 Among the first to be dispatched to France were Bernard Bourgella, Etienne Viard, and André Collet, three of the white authors of Toussaint's 1801 Constitution. The reposition of French order included a strong dose of cultural imperialism, the closing of all educational establishments, and the dispatch of Creole children to France. Priests loyal to Toussaint were also to be returned to France, as were the white women who prostituted themselves to the blacks. There was a pecking order in the destinations for the deportees. In addition to the women, France was reserved for the black collaborators of the invaders, Guyana for the whites who had compromised themselves with Toussaint, and Bonaparte's native Corsica became the dumping ground for the blacks and colored men who had misbehaved. Also to be thrown into forcible exile were all individuals who had signed Toussaint's 1801 Constitution. Their destination was not specified, but it may also have been Corsica. 50 The colony's black soldiers were to be disarmed en masse and sent back to the plantations, and there was to be no black landowning class. All the properties leased under the Louverture regime were to be returned to their former white owners. No black above the rank of captain was to remain in post. There was a brief reference to slavery in the document. The political goal of French policy was to make the disarmed black citizens free farmers, while those of Santo Domingo were to be re-enslaved. This planned restoration of slavery in the eastern part of Hispaniola, a year after its abolition by Toussaint, was a striking illustration of the incoherence of Bonaparte's thinking. The idea that reintroducing slavery in one French territory would not have any effects on neighboring ones was utterly delusional, as future events would prove. 51. The officer entrusted with assuring forever the ownership of the colony to France was Bonaparte's brother-in-law, Victoire Emmanuel Leclerc, the husband of his sister Pauline. It was a disastrous appointment. He was a greedy and vain man, completely unsuited to the task, with no experience of combat outside Europe and little understanding of the complexities of the colony's revolutionary culture. He had none of Bonaparte's genius and all of his defects, notably his belief in the innate superiority of white European forces, and that black people were cowards who were afraid of war. 52 Having been humiliated by the disastrous Cap landing, he finally entered the destroyed city on February 6, and having failed to secure Toussaint's allegiance in response to the first consul's letter, Leclerc declared the governor an outlaw on 17 February. 53 Concealing his real objectives, he courted a number of the governor's senior black officers, a list of whom had been supplied by Bonaparte. 54 Many switched to the side of the invaders after receiving assurances that they would keep their positions, and properties among the first to capitulate were Clairvaux and La Plume, the commanders of the eastern and southern territories, soon followed by Maurepas. A number of local commanders in the northern region also sided with the French, notably in Port Margot, Acul, and Plaisance. 55. By mid-February, once he had landed all his troops at Fort Liberté, Cap, Port-de-Paix and Port Républicain and secured control of the coastal areas, Leclerc planned to encircle Toussaint's army by sending 5 divisions to seize Gonaives and Saint-Marc, converge in the interior, and defeat him in one blow. Led by Generals Hardy, Desfourneaux, Rochambeau, Debelle, and Badet, the French troops advanced swiftly, capturing Marmalade, Dondon, Valier and Saint-Raphael. Yet the forces of Christophe and Dessalines pushed back and broke through the attempt to encircle them, with Christophe successfully rallying the cultivators of the north to join the fight against the invaders. 56 Toussaint had no plan to capitulate, and despite the reduction of his forces by the defections, one historian who conducted extensive interviews with his former soldiers in Haiti estimates that he was down to just under 6,000 men by mid-February 57. He was brimming with confidence and energy. Toussaint was revitalized by the prospect of defending Saint-Domingue against the French. Donning the outfit of national liberator again was a welcome return to the spirit of his heroic campaigns of the 1790s. His Republican war instincts, which had been in abeyance during the later years of his rule, now firmly returned. Shortly after seeing the French fleet at Samana, he delivered a powerful harangue to his soldiers, reminding them of the torture and cruelty their slave ancestors had suffered for the past 3 centuries and of their glorious conquest of liberty during the previous decade. The French had come to Saint-Domingue not in the name of patriotism and freedom but to bring back slavery, in the service of the hatred and ambition of the consul, who is my enemy because he is yours. The fate of the invaders was already sealed. Those who will be spared by our sword will receive death at the hands of our vengeful climate. 58 In a similar vein, he instructed one of his loyal southern commanders, Domage, to bring about a levy en masse of the plantation workers and to warn them against the whites who had come from Europe, whose manifest objective is to enslave them. 59. And even though this southern uprising failed because of Laplume's treachery, Toussaint could still count on his bulldozer Dessalines, who as we saw earlier had predicted the French invasion and was fully prepared for it, both materially and emotionally. Toussaint's overall strategy, set out in a message to his general, was simple: until the arrival of the rainy season in the middle of the year, which would rid the colony of its enemies, fire and destruction were to be the main instruments of popular resistance to the French. He ordered Dessalines to send some of his best men to burn down Port Républicain and then engage in a war of attrition, harassing the French positions on the plains. His instructions about the scorched earth policy declared, "It is imperative that the land which has been bathed by our sweat should provide not the slightest nourishment to the enemy. Tear up the roads with shot, and throw the carcasses of dead horses into the springs, destroy and burn everything, so that those who come to re-enslave us always have before their eyes the image of hell they deserve." 60. This letter was intercepted, but Dessalines had already anticipated it. He raced off to the south, where his columns burned and destroyed whatever came their way. The town of Léogâne was reduced to ashes after his arrival on February 9, including Josephine's lovingly restored colonial properties. After visiting the scene, a French officer observed that these destructions had been carried out with a particular decorum and even solemnity. 61 St. Mark suffered the same fate, with Dessalines personally setting alight his own palace, which had just been completed. Hundreds of whites who had joyfully welcomed the French invasion were massacred and their burial was forbidden. Their rotting corpses were intended to strike terror among the French forces. Wherever he went, Dessalines spread Toussaint's message of mass resistance to local soldiers and peasants. At Saint-Michel, according to a local military commander, he assembled the black troops and told them that the enemy had arrived in Cap and was planning to restore the ancien regime in the colony, and to take away our freedoms which cost us such sacrifices, in order to plunge us back into a horrifying slavery. Dessalines then reminded them of the early moments of the slave rebellion in 1791, when they had no weapons. The situation was different now, and he urged them to mobilize against the invaders, telling those who had no arms to use their knives and any other lethal weapons they might find. 62 The naturalist Michel Etienne Descourtildes, who survived thanks to the intervention of Clararius Dessalines, who hid him under her bed, heard Dessalines echo Toussaint's prophecy about the long-term inability of the occupying forces to survive. "Be brave of heart, the French will start off well, but soon they will become ill, and they will die like flies." 63. This depiction of a battle scene in the early months of the French invasion of Saint-Domingue in 1802 shows Leclerc's troops, on the left, in uniform, fighting Toussaint's colonial forces. The spring campaign of 1802, which lasted 72 days, was Toussaint's last stand, and his greatest. Pushing himself and his men to their physical limits, and ably seconded by commanders such as André Vernet and Charles Belair, 64, he drew upon his wealth of military knowledge and experience, combining the resources of conventional warfare with the techniques of guerrilla combat. Constantly on the move, and sleeping on a plank for a few hours every night, he sent the French on long and exhausting marches to chase him across the mountains but remained out of reach, despite their frequent and increasingly desperate efforts to track him down. 65 After burning Gonaives, he retreated to the Cahos Mountains to retrieve his concealed caches of weapons, and mercilessly harassed the French positions. Starving the invaders of rest and supplies, he lethally ambushed their troops. One French commander reported that he was losing a lot of men to the rebels, who are dispersed in the woods and mountains. They kill all the stragglers on the roads, and attack our columns, and then retreat swiftly thanks to their perfect familiarity with the local areas. 66 Toussaint knew exactly when and where to launch these attacks because of his network of messengers. Traveling into the treacherous maze of forests, ravines, and mountains in the inland regions with Leclerc, Norvins, his secretary, could not conceal his admiration at the efficiency of Toussaint's informants. Pressed against the rocks and hidden in trees at our arrival and departure, these men followed and preceded our marches across the woods, where they could guide themselves through tracks which only they knew of, and were able to find even in the darkest of nights by relying on natural starlight. Toussaint would send his orders to his combatants at the most unexpected of moments through these men. They never betrayed his secrets, and his orders were always scrupulously executed, no matter what they were, as if he were present. 67. How damaging were the attacks carried out by Toussaint and his forces? The concept of success takes on a broader meaning in a war which was mostly irregular. From Toussaint's perspective, it was also about establishing that his men were equally valorous combatants, unsettling the French and undermining any sense they might have that their campaign was making progress. He clearly achieved these objectives. As one senior French officer later acknowledged, the enemy was like a hydra with 1,000 heads. It would be reborn after every blow we struck. An order from Toussaint Louverture would suffice to make his men reappear, and cover the entire territory in front of us. 68 And even by conventional standards, it was soon obvious that the war was not going according to Bonaparte's master plan. A month after landing, Leclerc was still very much stuck in the first period, and its end seemed nowhere in sight. By late February 1802 the French were, by their own admission, seriously weakened. The various engagements with Toussaint's forces had cost Leclerc over 4,000 men through death, injury, and disease. On February 27 he wrote to the Minister of Navy asking for urgent reinforcements of 12,000 soldiers in order to save the colony. 69 A month later Leclerc was so demoralized that he wrote to Bonaparte asking to be recalled to France. 70 By late April, despite repeated French efforts to track him down and defeat him, Toussaint still commanded a force of 4,000 men and a very considerable number of armed laborers, and retained overall control of the mountainous regions of the north and west. 71. The effectiveness of Toussaint's campaign was undoubtedly strengthened by the inclusivity of his combatants, his children, as he called them. Even though he was abandoned by his chief of staff, General H., who surrendered to French forces in Port Républicain, several white French officers remained loyal to him, such as Barada, the former military commander of Cap. They joined him in battle, some losing their lives. Dessalines' division also included some white soldiers. Toussaint recruited auxiliaries among fiercely independent bands of Maroon fighters, such as Petit Noël Prieur in Dondon, Makaya and Limbe Anical, Silla at Mapo, near his own base in Inri, and his old comrade Sans Souci in Grande Rivière. By the early 1800s Sans Souci had become the most powerful military leader of the northern region. After initially supporting the French he joined the uprising and held the rank of colonel in Toussaint's forces. He ably seconded the governor's frequent skirmishes against Leclerc's forces stationed in Cap 72 as he moved across the mountainous regions. Toussaint also drafted farm laborers into his army, a significant number of whom were African-born women. 73 Toussaint had come full circle. Women fighters had played a major role in the early months of the 1791 slave insurrection, too. Alongside these white, Creole, Beausale and women fighters were Toussaint's flamboyant mixed-race combatants, such as Bazelais, Larose, Morisset, and Gabart, the future hero of the decisive Battle of Vertières in November 1803. One of the most dashing was Louis d'Or Lamartiniere. 74 This illegitimate son of a white southern planter from Léogâne was a brigadier in Toussaint's army and was fiercely patriotic. He had unsuccessfully tried to oppose the French landing at Port Républicain by shooting a fellow officer who called for surrender. Toussaint appointed Lamartiniere as one of the commanders of the fort of Crête-et-Pierrot, a strategic location in the mountains bordering the river Artibonite, which was defended by around 1,200 soldiers, 9 cannon, and trenches 15 feet deep. In early March the French attacked it, and the ensuing siege was the most sustained military encounter of the spring campaign. The French were initially driven back by Dessalines. A counterattack by Toussaint's cavalry, headed by Morisset, routed them and seriously wounded the French commander, de Belle. 2 more French charges followed, in which Leclerc, his chief of staff Dubois and Rochambeau were involved. These assaults also failed, and Leclerc was injured in the groin. Toussaint now instructed the erection of a second fortification on a nearby hill, which helped strengthen his men's position. Lamartiniere was given its command. 75 Although Toussaint's troops lost nearly half of their strength, the total French deaths amounted to 1,500, a greater number than were actually guarding the fort. Despite being surrounded by 12,000 French soldiers, Lamartiniere staged a daring nocturnal escape and managed to crawl through enemy lines with most of his surviving fighters. They nearly captured Rochambeau on their way out. The French general only saved his neck by fleeing into the nearby woods. One of the fort's most valiant defenders was Lamartiniere's wife Marie-Jeanne, who was dressed in a Mamluk outfit and continuously resupplied the defenders with ammunition and gunpowder. She also frequently shot at the French herself. 76. Toussaint not only fought defensively, in early March 1802 he launched a sustained counterattack on French positions, and succeeded in retaking Saint-Michel, Marmelade, Saint-Raphael, and Dondon, nearly cutting off Leclerc completely in Cap. He even hoped to use the siege at Crête-et-Pierrot to launch a surprise attack on Cap, capture the French commander and his senior staff, and send him back to France. 77 Nor did he leave the struggle to his subordinates. As with his campaigns against the Spaniards and the British, he put himself directly in the front line. For example, when an encounter with Rochambeau's forces on February 23 at Ravine-et-Coulevers, near Inny, turned into desperate hand-to-hand combat, Toussaint stood alongside his force of 3,000 men, encouraging them and driving them back to battle on several occasions when it seemed the French were gaining the advantage. He risked 1,000 deaths during this 6-hour encounter. 78 Toussaint's charisma was evident as he galvanized his troops. Perhaps the most remarkable moment came when he realized that the French force contained troops from his own 9th Regiment, latterly commanded by Maurepas, who had just defected to the French side. Walking up boldly to the men, he asked them if they were prepared to kill their father and their own brothers. Even though one officer fired at him, most of the regiment lowered their weapons at the sight of their former commander, and many fell on their knees and begged Toussaint for forgiveness. 79. Toussaint was in his element. He toyed with his adversaries, issuing a proclamation on March 1, 1802 in which he responded to Leclerc's earlier decree pronouncing him an outlaw. Toussaint refuted the French commander point by point, declaring that it was he and his generals who were the real outlaws. He ridiculed Leclerc's perfidious assertion that he had come in peace, claiming that if that had been the case, his ships would have been laden with merchandise, not soldiers. He added that he had been ready to receive Bonaparte's benevolent views, a generous interpretation of the first consul's letter. Toussaint was careful not to attack him directly in writing. But Leclerc had not given him time to respond. In fact, it was all Leclerc's fault. He was incompetent and had chosen to bring death and desolation to the colony. Even the burning of Cap was his responsibility, a blatant lie, but one Toussaint knew he could get away with. At the same time, he reaffirmed his position as the legitimate ruler of Saint-Domingue by virtue of the 1801 Constitution, and lambasted the senior officers who had come with the invading army, such as the traitor Courvoisier. He prophetically described the brutal Rochambeau, who would succeed Leclerc, as the destroyer of blacks and men of color. As for the French promise to bless the inhabitants of the colony with freedom, Toussaint's retort was crisply sarcastic: one cannot provide someone with something they already have. Tellingly, the proclamation ended by observing that Saint-Domingue owed its freedom not to France, but to God and the struggle of its people against tyranny. 80. In the last week of March 1802, Toussaint began to sound out the French about the possibility of a truce. Such a move was not, in itself, surprising. Throughout his career he had been true to his name, and had engaged with his enemies for all sorts of sensible tactical reasons, to buy time, to play his foes off against each other, to strengthen his existing options and open new ones. Even though the retreat from Crete-Pierrot had been a defeat glorious for his army, it was still a setback. He now needed to see whether he could offset it with a shrewd negotiating maneuver. This too was exactly what he had pulled off many times before, forging elements of freedom even in the most constrained of circumstances. He decided to approach General Jean Baudet, one of Leclerc's senior officers. It was a sensible choice. Baudet was a comrade in arms of Bonaparte's, having been at his side at the Battle of Marengo. He had none of the murderous tendencies of some of his fellow French officers, and understood that the revolution had transformed social life in the Caribbean. He had fought and helped expel the British from Guadeloupe during the 1794-5 campaign led by Victor Hughes. Baudet had also been injured at Crete-Pierrot, and was forced to abandon his command. Toussaint therefore knew that he had first-hand experience of the valor of his men. He loudly professed his republican beliefs, but rumor had it that he had helped himself generously from the public coffers after the French capture of Port Républicain. 81 Toussaint's first letter to Baudet has been lost, but we can guess its contents from the French general's reply, dated April 1, 1802. Toussaint was trying to communicate directly with Bonaparte through him, bypassing Leclerc. Baudet was not so easily manipulated, and reminded him that Leclerc was not only his commander, but Bonaparte's brother-in-law. Trying to go behind his back was futile. He went on to chastise Toussaint for his constitution, which had raised the banner of independence in the colony and appeared to open the door to a hereditary monarchy, which was incompatible with republican principles, though this did not stop the same Baudet from swearing allegiance to Napoleon's hereditary empire 2 years later. After making it clear that he was speaking with his commander's approval, Baudet ended his letter with a plea to Toussaint to end the spilling of French blood. 82. Toussaint responded 10 days later. He was willing to open discussions, provided he was treated with frankness and loyalty. This was the way Lavaux had dealt with him in the past, and in return had always received his absolute obedience. Toussaint's lengthy reply covered a wide range of political questions, which offer a glimpse of the conflicting pressures he felt as he weighed his options. He began by dwelling again on his loyal record in Saint-Domingue. As the leader who had restored order and good government in the colony, he was frustrated that the French had chosen to attack him so soon after he and his forces had put down the perverse and criminal rebellion of November 1801. Unbeknownst to Toussaint, Bonaparte's secret instructions had identified Moïse as one of the main black leaders to be eliminated. Toussaint reaffirmed his allegiance to France, mentioning that he had been approached by foreign powers on a number of occasions but had always spurned them in favor of France, because she alone had proclaimed the freedom of the blacks. Here he could not resist another poke at Leclerc, accusing him of refusing to negotiate with him because he was a black man. 83. Yet Toussaint also went to considerable lengths to defend his 1801 constitution. He dismissed the accusation that he had tried to break away from France. If the inhabitants of the colony had wanted it, they would have become independent a long time ago, and offered the Jacobin French general a lecture in the virtues of constitutional decentralization. Experience demonstrates that the legislative system of a country must necessarily be adapted to its climate, to the nature of its agriculture, and to the values and customs of its peoples. Indignantly responding to Baudet's charge that he was trying to establish a monarchy in the colony, Toussaint affirmed that he had always been the best friend of the Republic and would stand by his immense people, who still had full confidence in him and counted on him to defend them against the French invasion. In fact, he had been planning to retire from the governorship once agricultural production had been fully restored. He knew by solid common sense that he could not rule forever, and that the powerful man of today is impotent tomorrow. In any event, he added, he had neither the inclination nor the capacity to make his rule hereditary. His successor would gain his investiture through an orderly transition. 84. The letter to Baudet sheds important light on Toussaint's frame of mind as he approached his discussions with the French. He was neither bowed nor defeated, and his experiences in battle had reconnected him with the fighting spirit of his people. Indeed, he had been energized by the determination they had shown throughout the spring campaign. But he also knew that he did not have the necessary military resources to defeat the French at this point and needed more time. Hence his attempt to explore the possibility of a political solution which would safeguard the essential gains of his revolution, as enshrined in his constitution, while waiting for disease to take its inevitable toll on the invading army. 85 In the end, the main factor which tipped the scales towards compromise was the strategic situation on the ground, which had reached an awkward stalemate by the end of April 1802. The French retained control of the major coastal areas, even though their authority was tenuous and their army seriously weakened. By this point, half the army which had arrived with Leclerc was dead, injured or infected with yellow fever. Yet even though Toussaint's forces still held a significant swathe of territories, Marmalade, part of Upper Plaisance, Saint Raphael, Marbleay, Petit, and Grand Cahos, as well as some positions on the Artibonite plain, he did not have enough men to land a decisive blow upon the invaders. One of his local commanders reported that he could not supply more than a handful of guides because the rest were in a pitiful condition and most of his horses were injured. 86 He also struggled to find volunteers to help as nurses and washerwomen in military hospitals. Members of the community are invited to use their moral influence on those individuals who stay at home and live in indolence, to compel them to apply for these positions which are being made available. 87 Many of his own lieutenants had defected. The last to do so was Christophe, on April 26, a significant setback, especially as he went over with his 5,000 men. Toussaint had pleaded in vain with him to work out a common strategy for dealing with Leclerc, in order to prepare for his second major offensive. 88 Treachery was lurking even in his close entourage. Among those now working to undermine him was his former secretary Pascal, who had been dismissed in November 1801. By this time, Pascal had become a French agent who had been writing letters to Paris about his dangerous situation. He briefed the French extensively about his master when they landed. 89. There was perhaps also a deeper reason. Toussaint could not bring himself to break decisively with France. Unlike those in his camp such as Dessalines, who were beginning to think seriously about independence, the governor still believed, somehow, that only a French Saint-Domingue could guarantee the colony's long-term security and prosperity. Even if Bonaparte and Leclerc were evil, there had been, and would again be, other virtuous Frenchmen like Papalevos, and like those valiant sans-culottes who had defended their nation against imperial attack at Valmy. Toussaint's admiration for the French defensive Republican war tradition was intact, reflected in the fact that he showed no personal animosity towards the soldiers of the invading army and treated those he captured with humanity, according to the principles of the droit de gens, as did many of his commanders, notably Maurepas. 90 This ongoing identification with French revolutionary mythology was shared by Toussaint's men. At the height of one of the battles at Crête-au-Pierrot, his black soldiers had spontaneously burst into a full-throated Marseillaise as they repelled a French attack. Toussaint put it simply in one of his letters to Leclerc, "We have never stopped being French." 91. The commander of the expeditionary force was only too happy to hear such sentiments. The two men met at Cap in early May, and reached an agreement on the immediate cessation of hostilities and the disarmament of the cultivators who had joined the struggle against the invaders. Toussaint was greeted with military honors, and with the most profound respect of the inhabitants. 92 The governor demanded something he knew Leclerc would not accept, his appointment as lieutenant general of the colony, so that he could achieve what he actually wanted, the amnesty and integration of all his officers and soldiers into the French army. He specifically insisted that the deal should include Dessalines, the terror of the whites. Leclerc agreed, but only because he hoped to turn Dessalines against his commander. On May 7 Leclerc hosted a lavish reconciliation lunch, attended by senior officers from both sides. Among the guests were 4 future leaders of Haiti, Dessalines and Christophe, who had been fighting with Toussaint, and Alexandre Pétion and Jean-Pierre Boyer, who had traveled to Saint-Domingue on board the invading fleet. Still wary of the French, Toussaint only ate a slice of Gruyère. 93 But he had lost none of his impertinence. When Leclerc asked him where he would have found the weapons and ammunition to keep fighting had he chosen to continue the war, he replied smoothly, "I would have taken them from your stores." 94. Toussaint was acclaimed by his soldiers when he returned to his headquarters at Marmalade. He bade an emotional farewell to his chief of staff, Jean-Pierre Fontaine, and his intrepid cavalrymen, some of whom had fought by his side since the epic campaigns of the early 1790s. According to the terms of the agreement with Leclerc, his guard was redeployed in Cap and Plaisance, and he was only allowed to keep a symbolic retinue of soldiers. 95 He then departed for one of his estates in Italy, Habitation Sancy, where he promised to help send the insurgent cultivators of the Gonaives region back to their plantations. 96 As he spent time on the 4 coffee plantations he owned in the area, he began to glimpse the quiet life he had so often yearned for, surrounded by his family. He received local military, civilian and religious dignitaries and went on daily horse rides. The pace, though, was anything but genteel. Old habits died hard. 97 Still smarting from the terms of the agreement with Toussaint, which were widely seen as a personal humiliation, Leclerc was determined to show Bonaparte that he had not lost control of the situation. In March 1802 the first consul had written reminding him of his secret instructions, specifically asking for the principal brigands to be deported to France as soon as the black citizens had been disarmed. 98 Unable to do that, Leclerc decided to move on Toussaint himself. He began by sending some troops to harass local peasants in the area surrounding Inri and drive them away from his plantations. Toussaint complained to the local commander in Gonaives about this insulting behavior. 99 And then, when the disorder continued, wrote to Leclerc's chief of staff. 100 Furthermore, Toussaint's ally Sylla had refused to lay down his arms, and the French pinned the blame on Toussaint for encouraging his continuing resistance. It turned out that the main source of this provocative information was Dessalines, who was now actively working against his former leader. 101 It was said that soon after the landing of Leclerc's expedition, Toussaint consulted a vote soothsayer, who foretold that he would be betrayed by his principal lieutenant. The prophecy turned out to be accurate. 102 On June 7 the French sprang a trap for Toussaint, inviting him to a meeting at the Georges plantation with one of their local commanders, General Jean-Baptiste Brunet. Purporting to be his sincere friend, Brunet wrote to ask for his assistance in protecting the local area from brigands and getting peasants back to work. Toussaint replied in what was his last letter as a free man. He reaffirmed his commitment to the public good and expressed his willingness to help, provided he was treated with honor. 103 Honor was the last thing on the mind of Leclerc. An hour after Toussaint entered the house where the meeting was scheduled, he was arrested by Brunet's men and put on a ship which immediately headed for Cap. His servant, wife, niece, and sons were also detained, and French troops went on a looting rampage at his property at Inri, stealing money, clothing, furniture and works of art. Under the pretense of looking for Toussaint's papers, Brunet's aide-de-camp, Grandsaint, stuffed his pockets with all the jewelry he could find. 104 Leclerc justified Toussaint's arrest by claiming he had been plotting against the French since the truce. He issued a proclamation accusing him of inciting the continuing insubordination of Dessalines, who had reported this to Leclerc, and Sylla, who had retreated from the Po and was still on the run. 105 The French commander also produced a letter allegedly written by Toussaint and addressed to his former chief of staff Fontaine, who was now part of Leclerc's staff. Toussaint apparently asked Fontaine to spread the rumor that the cultivators in his region were no longer willing to work. He also instructed him to tell the military commander of Born, the wonderfully named Gingembre Fort, to get the peasants in his area to drag their feet. 106 In addition to promoting this campaign of passive resistance, Toussaint allegedly inquired about Leclerc's health and joked about the outbreak of yellow fever, whose first victims were being treated at the Providence Hospital at Cap. Providence, he claimed, has come to save us. 107 This bon mot sounded authentically Louverturian, and there was little doubt that Toussaint believed that the French would eventually be destroyed by disease. He had said as much in his letter of February 8 to Dessalines, and many times thereafter in his speeches to his troops and auxiliary forces. This was why he was rightly confident that the French occupation could not succeed in the long run. The quiet encouragement of subversive activities by others while maintaining his own deniability was a classic trick, too. That said, Toussaint knew better than to pass on such potentially incriminating instructions in writing. These sorts of messages were sent by word of mouth, by men who, as Norvins noted earlier, would rather have died than reveal their secrets. All his correspondence in the aftermath of his submission to Leclerc shows that Toussaint painstakingly respected the military arrangements he had entered into, even to the extent of sending all the munitions in his possession to the bemused local French commander in Gonaives. This was hardly the behavior of a man who was expecting to resume combat any time soon. 108 Whether Toussaint wrote any or all of this is almost beside the point. Bonaparte had reiterated his order to take the commander-in-chief, and sooner or later Leclerc would have come after him. The real question is why a man who had avoided dozens of ambushes throughout his career allowed himself to be captured so easily. When he met Leclerc in Cap just a month earlier, he arrived a day early, surrounded by 300 soldiers and a retinue of his guards who kept their sabers drawn at all times. A French military officer who spoke to him in mid-May found him extremely wary. 109 As late as June 5, in his response to Brunet, he was still complaining about Leclerc, making it clear that he did not regard his behavior as honorable. Yet even though he had been warned that the Brunet meeting was a trap, he went with one aide-de-camp and a single domestic servant. 110 Perhaps he had become overconfident, thinking that he had managed to contain the French challenge to his position, at least for the moment, and held a strategic advantage. He also underestimated the scale of the treachery around him. Correspondence between Brunet and Leclerc in the aftermath of Toussaint's arrest indicates that some members of his inner circle had been bribed and were supplying the French with information. 111. There may have been another factor. Toussaint's succession was now on the horizon. His constitution had put in place a clear system to allow him to appoint the next governor, as he had mentioned, rather imprudently, in his letter to Badet. This prospect accentuated the conflicts among his subordinates, which the French were quick to exploit. In particular, they played on Dessalines' growing resentment of his commander. Dessalines was in close touch with Brunet before Toussaint's capture, and in one of their conversations complained bitterly that the governor took him for granted and had not involved him in the drafting of the constitution. This example was not accidental. Dessalines had apparently realized that he was unlikely to be chosen in the event of a formal succession. He gave his tacit support to Brunet's operation, thus sealing Toussaint's fate. The prisoner reached Brest on July 9. It was his first time on a ship. He was confined to his cabin throughout the crossing and was allowed no contact with the members of his family who were on board. Indeed, once in France he was separated from them and was never to see them again. He wrote a letter of protest to Bonaparte, pleading with him to spare his wife Suzanne, a mother who deserves the indulgence and goodwill of a generous and liberal nation. 112 Placide, who had taken up arms against the French, was detained separately in the citadel of Belle Isle, and the rest of family, Suzanne, her other two sons Isaac and Saint-Jean, her daughter-in-law Victoire, her niece Louise Chancy and her maid Justine, were sent to Bayonne. 113 They were later moved to Agen, and were kept under close surveillance throughout Napoleon's reign. After being held in a castle in Brest for a month, Toussaint and his devoted mixed-race servant Mars Plaisir were transferred to Fort de Joux, where they were interned on August 24, 1802. Toussaint's final ordeal had begun. 114. The authorities did everything in their power to break him, both physically and psychologically. He received no communications from his family, and was not told where they were being held. He only managed to send one letter to Suzanne, a month after his arrival. The medieval fortress in which he was imprisoned was deep in eastern France, in the Jura Mountains, the austere location deliberately chosen for its cold weather and its remoteness from the sea. Leclerc was terrified that he might escape and return to Saint-Domingue. His mere presence would set the colony alight. 115 Even with the help of Macondel's spirit such a flight would have been impossible. He was held in the high-security section on the top floor of the prison. He was kept in his cell, allowed no reading material or visitors, and even his intake of sugar, which he mixed into all his drinks, as his only luxury, was rationed, as was the wood to heat his cell. 116 Despite his repeated demands to be put on trial, he was held without charge. Very soon, as Bonaparte felt he was not being sufficiently cooperative, the petty humiliations began. First, Mars Plaisir, who was his only real companion, was removed from Fort de Joux and sent to Nantes. 117 He then had all his personal effects seized, including his watch, his spurs, his hat and even his razor. Finally, in late October 1802, further instructions were received from the French government. His cell was thoroughly searched for money and items of jewelry, and he was denied any paper. His military uniform was taken away and the prison governor was instructed to refer to him only as Toussaint. 118. Toussaint was moved to this prison in the Jura Mountains in eastern France in late August 1802. The Fort de Joux was a medieval fortress, deliberately chosen for its cold weather and its remoteness from the sea. Toussaint remained there until his death in April 1803. Toussaint Louverture remained unbowed. He faced up to this degrading treatment with dignity and defiance, According to the later testimony of one of his guards, when he removed his military outfit he flung it at the officer and told him, "Take this to your master." 119 In September 1802 Bonaparte sent one of his aides-de-camp, General Caffarelli, to question the captive, both to get him to admit to his treacherous actions and reveal the whereabouts of his hidden booty. This had become an obsession for the first consul, who even had Mars Plaisir interrogated on the subject. 120 The ever-mercenary British also came to believe that Toussaint had amassed an immense treasure. 121 According to the rumor, which was spread widely in the invading army, Toussaint was believed to have ordered 6 of his subordinates to conceal his riches in Saint-Domingues Cajos mountains and then had them executed to protect his secret. 122 Despite the logical absurdity of the story, Toussaint would have had to kill those who killed the 6 men. And so on. Caffarelli repeated the tale to Toussaint, who rejected it scornfully. In fact, he denied everything, that he had colluded with the British and Americans, that his constitution was seditious and that he had stashed away funds in Jamaica, America, or England. He added that he had never been affluent, all his assets were in his properties. This was true, but he also allowed himself to play with his interrogator. When asked how he had purchased these assets, he replied, "My wife is wealthy." 123 After meeting Toussaint 7 times and being exposed to his lengthy monologues, Caffarelli was forced to admit to Bonaparte that his mission had failed, and that the self-possessed, cunning, and skillful prisoner had stonewalled him. 124 Toussaint even managed to enlist Caffarelli to act as his messenger, and take back to Paris what he described as his report to the first consul. 125 This, his last piece of prose, was dictated to Jeannin, the secretary of Fort de Joux, during the first month of his imprisonment and has come to be known as his memoir. 126 It is often dismissed as yet another attempt at self-justification, or at best a futile appeal to Bonaparte's magnanimity. But it represents something much more profound. By September 1802 Toussaint was under no illusion that he would ever leave Fort de Joux alive. This was not only because he had taken the full measure of Bonaparte's vindictiveness, but also because he sensed that his own health was beginning to fail. The memoir was in this respect also written for posterity, and was both an overt display of respect mingled with a touch of contrition and a subtle but powerful message of revolutionary defiance. It was to be read as an edifying tale of the struggle between republican virtue and corruption, or, as he put it in one of his favorite metaphors, between light and darkness. 127 He dwelled on his services to the Republic from 1794, noting with undiminished self-confidence that it would require several volumes to list all his military accomplishments alone. He stressed his patriotism, adding that he had risked his life for France on countless occasions and had spilled his blood for his fatherland. Among the injuries he had sustained was a bullet which was still lodged in his right hip. He could also, of course, have mentioned the loss of most of his front teeth. 128 And yet his reward for all of these sacrifices had been his arrest and deportation as a vulgar criminal. Toussaint here opened up the issue of his race, observing that such treatment would certainly not have been meted out to a white general and that these indignities were undoubtedly linked to his color. He then stood the racist argument on its head. But my color, did my color prevent me from serving my country with zeal and loyalty? Does the color of my skin get in the way of my honor and my bravery? 129 As an administrator, Toussaint had dedicated himself fully to the colony and imbued in his compatriots a sense of public spiritedness. He offered a robustly republican defense of his controversial labor policy. If I made my people work, it was to make them appreciate the real value of freedom, which is different from mere licentiousness. It was to prevent civic corruption. It was for the general happiness of the colony, and for the interest of the Republic. 130 His record was one of impeccable service to the Republic, with honor, faithfulness, and probity. He had managed the colony's finances soundly and in the public interest, and pointed out, accurately, that when Leclerc landed, he had found millions in the colony's public coffers all over the territory. 131 The French commander had destroyed this peaceful order by arriving unannounced, and attacking the hard-working inhabitants of the colony. He was the source of the evil. Toussaint here kept to his strategy of blaming Leclerc while sparing Bonaparte, but no reader could miss his argument. It was the French who, by their unprovoked aggression, had shattered the harmony of Saint-Domingue. 132 The 1801 Constitution, too, was turned into a contrast between purity and decadence. The French had viewed this document as evidence of his criminal intentions. Robustly rejecting this accusation, Toussaint insisted on the integrity of his motives. He had been trying to deal with the urgency provoked by the absence of appropriate laws for the colony. The process had been exemplary, with the appointment of constitutional delegates by local assemblies, the production of a draft by these representatives, and the dispatch of this text to the French government. Above all, the outcome was a perfect example of republican constitutionalism, for the text was based on the character and habits of the inhabitants of the colony. 133. This was a veiled but pointed reference to the abolition of slavery, which had been enshrined in the Constitution to protect Saint-Domingue from any French attempt to restore it. This specific point was not mentioned in the memoir. But Toussaint again left his readers in no doubt by littering his text with metaphors drawn from slavery. At one point he compared himself to someone whose leg and tongue had been cut off, and who had been buried alive. 134. As we have seen, underlying Toussaint's ethical values was a strong belief in the harmony of nature. The behavior of Leclerc's troops as they laid waste the colony allowed him to introduce another devastating contrast in his narrative, between the innocent and bucolic purity of the native citizens of Saint-Domingue and the rapaciousness of the invaders, which he illustrated by first noting that General Hardy's troops had raided one of his plantations and stolen all his animals, including his horse Bel Argent. 135. This had occurred in late March 1802, while the war was still going on, but even after the truce his plantations in Inri had been systematically plundered by French soldiers. For 3 weeks they seized the belongings of the local peasants, and even came to cut bananas from his own doorstep. He also once noticed that the fruits they were carrying away were not even ripe. The point here was to contrast the alleged civilization of the French invaders with their actual barbaric practices. 136. Through this account of his own experience, Toussaint was pointing more generally, with an obvious nod to Raynal and Diderot's Histoire philosophique, to the savage brutality of the French invading army towards the local populations of the colony, of all colors. This too was entirely accurate. On their way across the Atlantic to Saint-Domingue, where they had been told they would find untold riches, French soldiers prepared special pouches in their belts in which they hoped to store their gold. 137. In fact, within a year of the arrival of the French fleet the colony had become the theater of corruption and embezzlement on a gargantuan scale. Some whites soon began to regret the passing of the good old days of Toussaint's rule. One capped resident, complaining about the extortion of businesses by French military officials, noted, "The men who are here only want money, money, and then more money." 138. The captive wrote to Bonaparte in early October 1802, in what proved to be his final appeal to the first consul's humanity. He acknowledged that he may have made some mistakes, but claimed that the French government had been entirely deceived about Toussaint Louverture, and that since the revolution he had always served France with fidelity, probity, zeal, and courage, and worked for the nation's honor and glory. Remembering that Bonaparte was a family man, he evoked Pierre Baptiste, whom he referred to as his father and who had shown him the path to virtue. He hoped that Bonaparte's heart would be touched by his suffering, and that he would grant him his freedom. 139. Predictably, he received no reply, and soon the final stages of his martyrdom unfolded. Harassment by the prison authorities intensified, with regular night searches of his cell. As the winter of 1802-1803 set in, his health deteriorated rapidly. He lost weight, began to suffer from a chronic cough, and complained of constant headaches and stomach pains. He was given little medical assistance, and on April 7, 1803 the prison governor found him dead in his cell, slumped by the fireside. His body was buried in the fort chapel. 140. Contrary to the myth that he had forsaken his faith in captivity, Toussaint died a Catholic. He twice referred to God in his last letter, and described himself as crowned with thorns. 141. By the time of Toussaint's death, the military advantage in Saint-Domingue had decisively swung away from the occupying forces. Bonaparte's three-period plan for the reconquest of the colony was a distant memory, and the man charged with executing it died of yellow fever in November 1802. Months before his death, Leclerc knew that the game was over. It was the insurgent advance that now fell into three periods. The first began with the French decision to restore slavery in neighboring Guadeloupe, when the news reached Saint-Domingue in early August 1802, shortly after Toussaint's capture. It provoked widespread revolts across the colony and destroyed all efforts to disarm the cultivateurs. By October 1802 the second period began, when all the black and mixed-race generals who had been serving the French up to that point, Christophe, Dessalines, Pétion, and Clairvaux, joined the rebellion, which had by now become a general insurrection. This phase would culminate in the Arcueil Agreement of May 1803, in which all the local generals swore allegiance to Dessalines, who was appointed commander-in-chief of the insurgency. It was at this point that Dessalines created the future blue and red Haitian national flag by ripping out the white strip from the French tricolore. The final period saw the sale of Louisiana to the United States in April 1803, marking the end of Bonaparte's dream of a Western Empire, and the defeat of French forces at the Battle of Vertières in November 1803, followed by the evacuation of occupying troops from the French part of the territory. On January 1, 1804 Dessalines proclaimed the independence of the new state of Haiti. 142. What has become known as the Haitian War of Independence is sometimes portrayed as the second death of Toussaint Louverture. He did not want to break free from France, and until the very end he held on to the belief that the French would realize that their objectives could not be achieved by military force, and that a mutually beneficial arrangement with Saint-Domingue's revolutionary leaders could be reached. This was not entirely unrealistic. Bonaparte himself later acknowledged at St. Helena that the Saint-Domingue expedition had been a catastrophic mistake, one of the greatest he ever committed, and that he should have struck a deal with Toussaint, and made him viceroy. 143 However, the War of Independence saw the comprehensive mobilization of the rural masses, which Toussaint had been unable to achieve during his spring campaign and was seen through in the end by the very generals who had betrayed him, after owing him everything. When it was done, Dessalines systematically eliminated Toussaint's supporters and allies, both white and black. The regime which emerged after independence, which explicitly rejected the colony's European heritage, appeared to be the antithesis of Toussaint's dream of a multiracial republic. It was as if, even though he had failed in every other respect, Bonaparte had at least achieved his goal of making Toussaint no longer exist. Yet such a conclusion would be hasty. Toussaint was the first to understand the real nature of the conflict. From the moment he saw the French fleet at Samana Bay, he realized that the invaders would succeed in their project of retaking Saint-Domingue only if they restored slavery. He came to this conclusion even before Bonaparte himself did. Eventually the first consul conceded to Leclerc through his navy minister in June 1802 that the black population of the colony would eventually have to revert back to their original condition, from which it has been so unfortunate to have removed them. 144 Although Leclerc refused to carry out this instruction and is often praised for his humanity, his views about restoring the white order in the colony were no less extreme. A month before his death he told Bonaparte that the only way to preserve French rule on the colony would be to destroy all the Negroes of the mountains, men and women, and keep only the children below 12 years of age, to destroy half of the blacks living on the plains and not to leave on the colony a single man of color who has worn an epaulet. 145. Leclerc's successor Rochambeau carried out these genocidal instructions to the letter. Under his gruesome reign mass executions proliferated, and thousands of men, women, and children were killed in a campaign of terror. The means of execution included shooting, hanging, beheading, burning and drowning. Rochambeau also introduced hunting dogs from Cuba. 146 Among those murdered were Pierre Baptiste, Toussaint's stepfather, to whom the prisoner had paid homage in his memoir and whose son Simon he had written to in late January 1802. 147 Although he was over 100 years old and blind, the Haut-du-Cap patriarch was taken by French soldiers from his home and drowned at sea, for no apparent reason other than his family ties with Toussaint. In April 1803 Rochambeau wrote to Bonaparte asking for Toussaint to be sent back to Saint-Domingue, so that he could be hanged with the greatest decorum. He also advised that slavery should be restored, as in Guadeloupe, and that the Code Noir be made more severe, with white planters being given the right of life and death over their slaves. 148. Toussaint not only anticipated the nature of the War of Liberation, he also devised the strategy successfully pursued by the insurgents. The meticulous concealment of weapons, the scorched earth policy, the systematic destruction of the economic apparatus of the colony, sugar production ground to a complete halt by the end of 1802, the retrenchment of rebel forces on higher ground and the appeal to the levy en masse, all these were his ideas, 149 and early 1802 a senior French officer admitted that the war was being conducted entirely on Toussaint's terms. 150 Christophe later referred to the strategy as Toussaint's system. Regretting that he and other generals had not understood him and not fully backed him in implementing it. 151 Toussaint was right, too, in his prediction of the devastation of the French army. By mid-1804, out of a total of 44,000 troops which had arrived in Saint-Domingue in successive waves, the French had lost around 85% to death, injury, or disease, a very similar proportion to that suffered by the British earlier. Above all, the unification of the resistance under a single central command, which was achieved in May 1803, was a fundamental principle of Toussaint's. There is little doubt that, had he still been in Saint-Domingue after June 1802, he would have led the insurrection with the same panache he had demonstrated in the spring campaign, and he would probably have done so without the bloodletting which saw the elimination of brilliant black commanders such as Charles Belair, Sylla, Sans Souci, and Mackay. Toussaint Louverture decisively shaped the course of the Haitian War of Independence. But fighting it had brought him back to his republican self and reminded him of the extraordinary qualities of the immense people whose destinies he had steered from the mid-1790s. By the time of the French invasion, the people of Saint-Domingue understood, largely due to Toussaint, that their freedom was not a quality bestowed upon them by a benevolent authority but a right which they had seized through struggle. During his military reviews he often used to seize a rifle, brandish it in the air and shout, "This is our freedom." The people knew, too, that this right would be taken away from them if they allowed themselves to be disarmed, and that their strength lay in their collective force. This was another legacy of Toussaint's. As he boarded the ship that would take him away from Gonaives, he made the point to his captors, "By striking me, you have cut the tree of black liberty in Saint-Domingue. But it will spring back up from its roots, for they are many and deep." 152. 12. A universal hero. In the immediate aftermath of the Haitian Revolution, Toussaint and his comrades receded from Western historical consciousness. But it did not mean that his popular fame disappeared with him in the Jura Mountains, on the contrary. In the course of the 19th and 20th centuries he became an iconic figure, not just in the newly independent state of Haiti but across the Atlantic area, a legend who symbolized the bracing power of the Saint-Domingue Revolution and emboldened those fighting for slave emancipation and universal brotherhood, as well as radical political change within their own societies. Jailed for his attack on the Moncada barracks, Fidel Castro reflected in 1954 from his prison cell that the historical episode which was driving him to revolutionize Cuba from top to bottom was the insurrection of black slaves in Haiti, adding, "At a time when Napoleon was imitating Caesar, and France resembled Rome, the soul of Spartacus was reborn in Toussaint Louverture." 1. This inspirational quality was already evident in the final years of Toussaint's rule in Saint-Domingue, which established his international reputation as a liberating hero for all those who sought to challenge the slave-owning ruling classes, and as a terrifying ogre for slavery's defenders. 2. The late 18th and early 19th centuries saw a surge in slave rebellions of a new type across the Caribbean and the Americas, with a shift from individual revolts to conscious efforts to overthrow slavery as a system. 3. It was against this backdrop that the Saint-Domingue revolutionaries captured the collective imagination of their era, a phenomenon all the more remarkable that Toussaint himself did little actively to export his revolution to other territories. Yet a spontaneous Louverturian cult became plainly visible, and audible, in the region's popular musical repertoire. Toussaint was hailed for his achievement of racial equality and for Saint-Domingue's ability to govern itself in an orderly way. One of the many songs composed by Jamaican slaves in its honor, and frequently heard on the streets of Kingston in 1799, went black, white, and brown were all the same. Toussaint was cheered on, too, as a martial counterforce to the might of the colonial and imperial powers, shortly after he wrestled Santo Domingo from Spanish control. Freemen and slaves in the hills above Coro in western Venezuela, who had already revolted in 1795, were reported to be openly rejoicing at the victory of their idol, whom they referred to as the Firebrand, before ending with a menacing chorus directed at the authorities, "They had better watch out, for legendary figures can embody contrasting characteristics," and so, alongside the harmonious ideals of good governance and racial equality, these popular idealizations also nourished the subversive myth of black power. In the Dutch colony of Curaçao in the southern Caribbean, A slave uprising in 1795 was inspired not only by Saint Domingue's abolitionism but also by its charismatic leaders, who were Republican exemplars to their fellow slaves. One of the rebels executed by the Dutch authorities called himself Toussaint, and many black parents began to name their children after him. 5 Such was the potency of this combative strand of his legend that it helped instigate revolts in late 1797 even in Republican Guadeloupe, where slavery had been formally abolished, first in the dependency of Marie-Galante, then in the town of Lamentin. Insurgents called on local plantation workers violently to overthrow the economic power of the whites. Their rhetoric appealed explicitly to the example of Saint Domingue, where, they claimed, everyone does what they please, and all those in command are black, and white women go with the blacks. Local French officials believed that the trigger for these insurrections had been Toussaint's removal of Sonthonax from the colony. 6 Likewise, when a conspiracy by black and mixed-race people in the Venezuelan coastal city of Maracaibo was suppressed in May 1799, the authorities discovered that its aim had been to introduce the same system of freedom and equality in the locality as in Saint Domingue. 7 Similar plots were uncovered in Brazil and Uruguay, where libertarian principles were disseminated by slaves and free men of color. 8 This ideal of black power often crystallized around stories, material objects, and rumors relating to Toussaint's Republican Army. After his expulsion of the British from Saint Domingue in 1798, tales began to fly around the region about Toussaint's secret plans to attack Spanish-controlled Santo Domingo, which he of course did, but also to send expeditionary forces into Cuba, Jamaica, St. Lucia, Tobago, Puerto Rico, Mexico, and the United States. 9 In July 1798, white Virginians became alarmed by persistent rumors that a number of vessels from Saint Domingue were heading towards the Chesapeake Bay loaded with armed Negroes. 10 2 years later, the distant figure of Toussaint loomed over Gabriel Prosser's slave conspiracy in Virginia. 11 There were no geographical limits. One story which reached the Cuban authorities in 1800 even suggested that Toussaint had set his sights on taking control of the whole globe. 12 Yet these fantastic tales also came in very specific variants. A Baltimore newspaper alleged that while Toussaint was keen to implement his plans for world domination, he lacked the funds to finance his operations. His solution was effectively to blackmail the Jamaican authorities, threatening to attack the island unless they paid him 200,000 gourds every 3 months. Proof that the myth of Toussaint's omnipotence could also accommodate his fastidious attention to detail. 13 Toussaint Louverture was the first black superhero of the modern age. The main elements of his legend were already in place by the time he left the political stage at the beginning of the 19th century. He was seen as a savior, a military hero and martial emblem of masculinity, a lawgiver. His 1801 Constitution was a particularly important landmark, a symbol of emancipated blackness and, as William Wordsworth put it in his 1802 poem to Toussaint Louverture, of man's unconquerable mind. In keeping with the votive practice of deification of powerful ancestors, and despite his own efforts to suppress Saint Domingue's popular religion during the final years of his rule, Toussaint also eventually took his place, with Dessalines, among Haiti's Loas. 14 According to Haitian tradition, his principal decisions were informed by Auguin Fer, the warrior god. 15 A traditional Vodou song paid tribute to both men in the struggle for Haitian independence, Toussaint, not afraid to die badly, and Dessalines, the bull of Haiti. 16 As we have seen, Toussaint's legend was initially forged through popular oral stories about the exploits of Saint Domingue's revolutionaries which became part of Haitian collective memory and folklore, and were then reappropriated by slave, free black and mixed-race communities in the Atlantic region. These tales, like their subject, traveled at extraordinary speed. They had already begun to circulate in the aftermath of the 1791 insurrection and Toussaint's first string of military victories against the Spanish in 1794. 5. A letter from a concerned white planter in the British colony of Tobago in 1794 noted that many slaves had become imbued with ideas of fraternity and now believed themselves equal to their masters. He feared they would soon come together to exterminate the proprietors in the colonies. 17 Such revolutionary ideas were later spread by newspapers, pamphlets, and cheap prints, as well as artifacts such as buttons, military jackets, and necklaces bearing the portraits of revolutionary leaders, which were passed on by travelers to and from Haiti. Black sailors played a crucial role in this international communication network which flourished around Atlantic ports, in Masonic lodges, pubs, boarding houses, pawn shops, chapels and coffee houses. 18 In 1805, a year after Haitian independence, black officers of the Rio de Janeiro militia were found wearing miniature portraits of Dessalines around their necks. 19 These Saint-Domingue stories interacted creatively with local political mobilizations, helping to forge a transnational arena for the development of radical anti-slavery ideas. 20. Saint-Domingue's myths populated this Atlantic revolutionary imagination in a wide variety of ways. A year after Haitian independence, when enslaved Africans in Trinidad planned a revolt against French-owned plantations, they came together in a ritual which directly echoed the 1791 Bois Cayman ceremony, chanting, "Hey Saint-Domingue, remember Saint-Domingue." 21 Toussaint and his comrades were here invoked in a quasi-religious setting. The solidarity shown by United Irishmen in 1798 towards their black brethren in Saint-Domingue was more overtly ideological. Irish Republicans, whose rebellion was brutally suppressed, frequently compared their own predicament under British rule to a form of slavery. When he learned of the French invasion of Saint-Domingue, the Irish Republican leader James Napper Tandy expressed his solidarity with Toussaint, noting that we are all of the same family, black and white, the work of the same creator. A few years later another United Irishman, John Swinney, named one of his sons Toussaint, a practice widely followed among Atlantic progressives during the 19th century. On a more elegiac note, the Irish anti-slavery poet James Orr published his Toussaint's Farewell to Saint Domingo in 1805, in its evocation of grief, devastation, and usurpation, as well as the enslavement of small nations by great ones. It delicately wove together the fates and aspirations of Saint-Domingue and Ireland. 22. Because the authors of slave rebellions in the Caribbean or the Americas were rarely as literate as these Irish Republicans, few documentary traces of their activities have survived in the archives, and so we have little direct evidence of the precise ways in which Saint-Domingue's heroic traditions were appropriated in these local settings. A remarkable exception was the neighboring island of Cuba, which became one of the most active sites of rebellion in the region, partly as a consequence of the tripling of the slave population at the time of the Haitian Revolution. Between 1795 and 1812 there were 19 significant conspiracies or insurrections in Cuba, notably in Havana but also in Puerto Príncipe, Bayamo, Santa Cruz, and Gins. There was a great deal of testimony from captured insurgents, which was transcribed and held in the Spanish colonial archives and highlighted the extent to which the leaders, images, and values associated with Saint-Domingue influenced the political consciousness of Cuban slaves and freedmen at this time. 23. So fascinated were these men and women with the transformation taking place in Saint-Domingue that Toussaint Louverture and his comrades became household names. One Cuban newspaper asserted that locals knew of the events of the Haitian Revolution as if by memory. 24 This was no exaggeration. Toussaint's name, along with those of his fellow revolutionary leaders, frequently featured in the responses given by slaves when interrogated about their participation in Cuban rebellions. Even when they denied being involved in conspiratorial activities, prisoners testified that figures such as Toussaint were often the subject of conversation among Cuban slaves. In a number of instances his name was deliberately used as a means of recruitment. Slaves were promised that they would serve as military commanders in future rebellions, in a capacity similar to Toussaint's in Saint-Domingue. There was clearly a widely shared understanding of his role as a fighter and liberator among local Cuban slave communities. 25. The 1806 conspiracy in the region of Gins, an area of intensive sugar cultivation where the slave regime was especially brutal, demonstrated how the Haitian myth could serve both as a model of absolute freedom for individual rebels and, as in Toussaint's Saint-Domingue, an intellectual framework for a variety of revolutionary aspirations. Its three ringleaders who were arrested and interrogated by the authorities were Mariano Congo, an African-born slave, Francisco Fuertes, a Creole from Cuba, and Estanislao, a French slave who had earlier taken part in the Saint-Domingue Revolution. The trio appealed at the same time to African, European, and Caribbean ideals. Slave insurgents here combined classical Republican principles with royalist values, while also engaging in traditional ritual dances and pig sacrifices. But the common denominator, and key mobilizing agent, was Saint-Domingue, whose hardy rebels such as Toussaint were admired for having had the balls to take their destiny into their own hands. When he went to rouse the slaves in a local plantation, Fuertes engaged in a prolonged discussion about Haiti and its feats. He extolled the martial qualities of its leaders, and their achievement of freedom, which had made them the absolute masters of their country. 26 The ideal of black empowerment was at the heart of Toussaint's legend. Saint-Domingue was just as present in the minds of Cuban revolutionaries active in the towns. In 1812, after a series of insurrections were initiated or planned in a number of provincial towns, authorities arrested José Antonio Aponte, a free black artist and craftsman who resided on the outskirts of Havana. Aponte was a former captain in the local militia, and a leading member of an African fraternal society. His network included literate artisans, cabildo heads and militia members, as well as black slaves. 27 During the interrogation of Aponte and his fellow rebels, ambitious plans for a general uprising to emancipate Cuban slaves emerged, as did the rumor, spread by them, that the Haitian authorities had dispatched 2 officers and 5,000 armed men, who were waiting in the hills outside Havana to join the Cuban rebellion. Among the objects found in the search of Aponte's house was a blue military jacket, the outfit of the Revolutionary Army since Toussaint's days, which he probably wore to lend credence to the stories of Haitian involvement. 28. The most intriguing object uncovered in Aponte's library was a book of drawings of distinguished international heroes. It included an image of George Washington, portraits of Greek and Roman deities and Abyssinian kings, all mingled with the Haitian revolutionaries, including Christophe, Dessalines, and Toussaint Louverture. The book, about which Aponte was interrogated for 3 days, was put together from images which he had collected over several years among black dock workers in the Cuban capital. Like thousands of men and women in Saint-Domingue, they kept these portraits in their homes as precious relics. Aponte had made copies of them and had been using them as props during revolutionary meetings held in his house. We have no record of what he said specifically about Toussaint, but we can imagine that the black general would have been a perfect exemplar of Aponte's eclectic ideal of republican emancipation. 29. In 1824, the Haitian mixed-race writer and parliamentarian Hérode Dumasle published his Voyage dans le Nord de Haiti. Born in the southern town of Les Cayes, as whose elected representative he served, Dumasle offered a poetic evocation of his country's tumultuous history after independence. The first ruler of the new state, Dessalines, vowed in April 1804 that henceforth no colonist or European would set foot in Haiti as a master or proprietor. Almost all the white settlers remaining in the territory were killed. 30 Dessalines proclaimed himself emperor in October 1804, but his reign proved short-lived, as he was assassinated 2 years later. His death was followed by the effective division of the territory into a northern kingdom ruled by Christophe from 1807 to 1820, and a southern republic governed between 1807 and 1818 by the mixed-race leader Alexandre Pétion, another hero of the Haitian War of Independence, whom Dumasle greatly admired. In the course of his journeys, Dumasle gathered testimony from locals and visited revolutionary sites of historical significance, hence the work's subtitle, Revelations de l'Uet de Monuments Historiques. Thanks to the information he put together from these various sources, Dumasle was able to provide a detailed account of the 1791 Bois Cayman ceremony. His was among the first works written in Haiti clearly to celebrate the revolutionary contributions of Saint-Domingue's black slaves. 31. One of the most striking moments occurred during the author's visit to the villa built by Pétion at Volent-le-Thor, in the northeast of Haiti. As he stepped into the magnificent salon, Dumasle found that it had been designed by Pétion as a tribute to universal heroism. As in Aponte's intimate gallery, there were representations of distinguished Europeans who had fought to liberate humankind from the scourge of slavery, including Raynal, Gregoire, and William Wilberforce, who had played a leading role in securing the banning of the slave trade by Britain in 1807. The room also featured portraits of great conquerors of antiquity such as Alexander, Hannibal, and Caesar. What particularly caught Dumasle's eye, though, was a list of 8 Haitian names, positioned alongside these luminaries and inscribed in gold letters. 7 were persons of color, including the eminent martyrs Og and Chavins. The only black name, placed right next to that of his old foe Rigaud, was Toussaint Louverture. 32. Dumasle was unsettled by the sight of this homage to Toussaint, Earlier in his voyage he had described him as a man devoured by a thirst for domination and a bloodthirsty tyrant responsible for terrible atrocities during the Southern War. 33 This was the common view among mixed-race intellectuals in Haiti during the first half of the 19th century. 34 Yet he could not help but reflect that, despite his flaws, Toussaint was an exceptional figure. In fact, the presentation in Pétion's living room was symptomatic of Toussaint's posthumous fate in his native land. Mixed-race historians sharply criticized him, and he was officially spurned by black leaders such as Dessalines and Christophe, who had been his subordinates. Yet Toussaint would not go away. He remained a magnetic presence in the minds and memories of his compatriots. The veterans who fought in his army continued to revere him, and kept images and relics of him. They would later recount their tales to the historian Thomas Mathieu, whose accounts of the military engagements of the Revolutionary era were largely based on testimonies from former combatants. 35 To his credit, Pétion eventually accepted their view of his nation's eminent heroes. Although he had been an implacable adversary of Toussaint's before 1802, he sided with Rigaud during the Southern War, and came back to fight him with Leclerc's invading army. He recognized his essential role in shaping the destiny of the Haitian people and promoting the ideal of slave emancipation in the Atlantic world. This Republican heritage was no doubt in Pétion's mind when he offered asylum to Simon Bolivar in late 1815, just as the villa at Volant was being completed, and went on to provide crucial assistance to the Liberators' campaign for South American independence. 36. Toussaint made his first appearance in the official iconography of the Haitian state in the early 1820s, when the mixed-race president Jean-Pierre Boyer commissioned a series of prints to commemorate the nation's great men. After the deaths of Christophe and Pétion, Boyer's forces invaded the north and brought back a unified government in Haiti in 1820, and his inclusion of Toussaint reflected his personal admiration. He had met Toussaint as a young officer, when the commander-in-chief charged him with forming a cavalry regiment in the West. 37 But it was principally a political gesture, destined to find a consensual symbol of the country's newfound unity, and in particular one who would appeal to the black populations of the North. 38 In the early 1820s, Haiti was still widely regarded as a pariah state, still unrecognized by the major powers and threatened militarily by them. Following exactly in Toussaint's footsteps, in 1822 Boyer re-invaded Santo Domingo, which had reverted to Spanish rule, where he again abolished slavery. As the price of recognition by France, Boyer was eventually forced to agree to pay a ruinous indemnity of 150 million francs as compensation for the loss of her colony. 39 In such troubled times, Toussaint Louverture could serve as a fitting icon of Haitian nationalism. 40. The 4 Boyer prints, which were intended for public circulation, were produced in France, with the Haitian authorities carefully overseeing the selection of each historical episode and the precise wording of the illustrative texts. They were drawn by at least 2 different artists and, in keeping with the aesthetic sensibilities of Haiti's mixed-race leaders, Toussaint's features were somewhat Europeanized, in contrast with the Negroid look which characterized his depictions more generally during the first half of the 19th century. 41 The first image was entitled Meeting of Toussaint Louverture and General Maitland. Toussaint was seen showing the British officer some documents, and the lengthy caption beneath explained that he had been ordered to arrest Maitland, but that the commander-in-chief had refused, stating that he would be disinured to follow such an order, as Maitland had come to him in good faith. 42 This incident took place, as we saw in Chapter 7, at the time of Toussaint's negotiations leading up to the Maitland Convention in 1799. The point here was to underscore Toussaint's true Republican spirit, to highlight, through his sense of integrity, the absolute trustworthiness of the Haitian government, and to celebrate this landmark moment in the achievement of the nation's sovereignty. Indeed, the second print, Toussaint Louverture proclaims the 1801 Constitution, showed the governor holding up the sacred document in the presence of the illegally assembled delegates of the people, an important endorsement of the point consistently made by Toussaint that the text had been produced lawfully. A young child, clasped by her mother, symbolized the ending of slavery forever. The presence of a priest in the foreground, and the benevolent gaze of the Almighty, watching from above, added a powerful tone of religiosity to the image, whose composition was very similar in style to Guillaume Guillaume-Lurthier's classic painting The Oath of the Ancestors, 1822, showing Dessalines and Pétion swearing the Oath of Independence, see Plate 10. The connection between Toussaint's constitution and the 1804 declaration was made explicit in the caption, which stated that the Constitution of the Republic of Haiti 43 had been proclaimed in 1801, an elegant anachronism, but one which achieved the deeper truth of reclaiming Toussaint as one of the nation's founding fathers. The next image was more intimate, recreating the heart-rending moment in early 1802 when, in the wake of Leclerc's invasion, Toussaint's children were brought back to their father by their tutor Coyonan in a bid to buy his allegiance. The governor was represented in a posture of noble defiance, refusing to be swayed by Napoleon's envoy, despite the pleas from his wife and children. The caption had Toussaint inviting Coyonan to take back Isaac and Placide, as he wished to be faithful to his brothers and to his God. 44 This was again an oversimplification. At the time, it was only Isaac who had urged his father to accept Napoleon's terms, and he too soon changed his mind. But it was a perfectly accurate depiction of Toussaint's conception of fraternity, grounded both in his republicanism and in his Christian faith. The image also held up his patriotism as an example of civic behavior, hence his willingness to sacrifice even his family so as to preserve his people from enslavement. In keeping with the conventions of the heroic genre, the final image in the Boyer series was Toussaint's death. He was shown expiring in the arms of his faithful servant Mars Plaisir, who had actually long been removed from Fort de Joux by the time of his master's passing. The prisoner appeared in the classic posture of Christian martyrdom, arms stretched, with a halo of light shining on him through the window of his prison cell, symbolizing his ascent to heaven. David's death of Marat was an obvious inspiration for this drawing. The key theme here again was Toussaint's republican virtue, as made clear by the caption, "Thus ended the life of a great man." His talents and qualities earned him the gratitude of his countrymen. Posterity will place his name among those of the most virtuous and patriotic legislators. 45 Such was the force of his popular appeal that Boyer commissioned a double portrait shortly afterwards in which he had himself represented alongside Toussaint. 46 These four prints spoke, above all, of Toussaint's ability to embody the experiences of his people during their long struggle for freedom and to capture their collective imagination. In the subsequent words of an eminent Haitian ethnologist, the life of Toussaint inspired many a tale and legend in the nation's popular culture, as well as some of its most enduring superstitions. 47. The first in a series of prints commissioned by the Haitian President Boyer. It depicts Toussaint meeting Maitland and showing him two letters, Roumé's demand that he should arrest Maitland, and his own reply that such an action would be dishonorable. The second Boyer print shows the governor holding up the Constitution before the illegally assembled delegates of the people. A young child, clasped by her mother, symbolizes the ending of slavery. The presence of a priest in the foreground and the benevolent gaze of the Almighty add a powerful tone of religiosity to the image. The third print recreates the moment in early 1802 when, in the wake of Leclerc's invasion, Toussaint's children were brought back to their father by their tutor, Coyonan, in a bid to buy his allegiance. The governor defiantly invites Coyonan to take back Isaac and Placide, as he wishes to be faithful to his brothers and to his God. The final image in the Boyer series represents Toussaint's death. The prisoner appears in the classic posture of Christian martyrdom, arms stretched, with a halo of light shining on him through the window of his prison cell, symbolizing his ascent to heaven. With this entry into the Haitian pantheon, Toussaint's posthumous rebirth was complete. His legend had traveled considerable distances, in both time and space, before this spectacular return to his native land. 2 decades after his forcible exit from Saint-Domingue, Toussaint re-emerged as the only figure who could credibly symbolize the different traditions of the Haitian nation and hold them together in the face of an aggressive and hostile world. In the verses of the Haitian, the most sophisticated epic poem devoted to the revolution during the post-independence era, Toussaint was hailed as the very base on which the Haitian race was founded. 48 His compatriots celebrated his memory throughout the 19th century, and in 1903 a journalist visiting Haiti found an aged mixed-race woman who was over 100 years old and who claimed that she was Toussaint's goddaughter. 49. The Saint-Domingue epic was emblazoned in the hearts and minds of Haitians and Atlantic progressives, but nothing quite matched the fervor with which it was embraced by African Americans. 50 From its very outset, black men and women in the United States watched the unfolding of the Haitian Revolution with profound fascination. The sense of closeness, both physical and intellectual, was accentuated by the presence in America of scores of refugees of all races from Saint Domingue from the early 1790s onwards, and the frequency of travel in the opposite direction. A large number of sailors who worked on American ships were African American, and the stories they brought back after their Caribbean journeys gave an almost transcendental order to the revolutionary events and their leaders. 51 This mystique drove slave conspirators such as Denmark Vesey and Nat Turner to action. But over time the legend of Saint Domingue also inspired speeches, demonstrations, commemorations, songs, and the naming of institutions in the United States. At specific junctures, the revolution also provoked a significant population exodus. For example, around 10,000 African Americans moved to Haiti in the 1820s. 52 The newly created state symbolized black military power and racial equality. In his appeal to the colored citizens of the world, 1829, the abolitionist writer David Walker called Haiti the glory of the blacks and terror of tyrants. 53. At the same time, heroic tales about Saint Domingue and the Haitian Revolution stimulated new and creative ways of imagining African American blackness. These played an important role in the emergence of black nationalist consciousness in the United States, while also promoting a shared sense of belonging with communities of African descent elsewhere. In 1855 an article in the Anti-Slavery Bugle, published in New Lisbon, Ohio, hailed Toussaint as the hero of Saint Domingue, and expressed a hope that the story of his life could help destroy that bitter prejudice of color which denies the blacks the rights of citizens. 54 Just before the outbreak of the Civil War, a chaplain in South Carolina noted that in the American South, where there were 4 million slaves by 1860, the name of Toussaint Louverture has been passed from mouth to mouth until it has become a secret household word which symbolized the universal love of liberty. 55 Free blacks contrasted the rights enjoyed by Haitians with the violence, racism, and political disenfranchisement they often experienced in the North. 56 And because of his singular combination of political radicalism and religiosity, Toussaint also acted as a conduit between two strands in 19th-century African-American political thought about the abolition of slavery, the revolutionary, which took its inspiration from Haiti's struggle for self-determination, and the religious, which framed the battle for slave emancipation around a renewed version of Christian evangelism. 57. Toussaint's magnetic presence was powerfully illustrated in Freedom's Journal, the first ever African-American newspaper. Published in New York between 1827 and 1829, it sought to develop a sense of solidarity among black people in the United States, while also linking their destinies to the African diaspora across the world. There were numerous columns devoted to Haiti and the extraordinary men it had produced. 58 In May 1827 the paper ran a 3-part biographical account of Toussaint. The point of this flamboyant portrayal of the black Spartacus, as he was explicitly termed, was to hold him up as an ideal for emulation, a vivid demonstration that black people were not wanting in the higher qualifications of the mind, and could be pregnant with heroic energies, capable of wielding the sword of war, and swaying the rod of empire. 59 The article described Louverture Saint Domingue as a golden age, advancing as if by enchantment towards its ancient splendor under the rule of its guardian angel, who was hailed by black and white people alike with universal joy. 60 Toussaint's charismatic leadership was marked by his sense of integrity, his dedication to order and regularity and his refusal to yield to corruption. He was thus a fitting incarnation of the virtues. 61 Particular note was taken, too, of the strict sobriety of his personal life and his endeavors to reform the loose and licentious manners of white women. His maxim, the article stated approvingly, was that women should always appear in public as if they were going to church. 62. Although appealing here to a traditional conception of masculinity, the events of the Haitian Revolution, and Toussaint's memory specifically, were also called upon to honor female empowerment. A 4-part fictional narrative entitled Teresa, a Haitian Tale, published in Freedom's Journal in 1828, depicted the active engagement of a young black woman in Saint Domingue at the time of the War of Liberation against Leclerc's invading army. Uncovering crucial information about imminent French plans to attack Toussaint's positions, the heroine, Teresa, faced an agonizing choice between protecting her country and compromising the safety of her mother Paulina and sister Amanda. The dauntless young woman chose the patriotic course, and successfully conveyed the vital intelligence to the governor in his nearby military camp. The kind and fatherly Toussaint received her with gratitude and afforded her all the distinctions due her exalted virtue. 63. The New York-based American Anti-Slavery Society held up Toussaint as a model citizen. One of the first issues of the Society's periodical in 1835 carried an image of Toussaint on its front page, depicting the scene where he rejected Napoleon's attempt to bribe him into submission in 1802 by returning his 2 children. The caption beneath quoted Toussaint as saying, "Take them back, since it must be so. I am determined to be faithful to my brethren and to my God." It described Toussaint as the George Washington of St. Domingo, who gave union, energy, and a wise constitution to his countrymen, and by his bravery repelled every foe, and put an end to civil and insurrectionary wars. Noting that his life was powerful evidence of the equality of black people, the piece concluded, "The world may safely be challenged to produce a nobler character than that of Toussaint L'Ouverture. 64. Toussaint also became a star attraction on the African American lecture circuit, particularly for those speakers who sought to focus attention away from the more violent aspects of the Haitian Revolution, symbolized by figures such as Dessalines, emphasizing instead its harmonious, orderly, and regenerative characteristics. These qualities were often framed around Toussaint's religiosity. At a public lecture given in February 1841, the community leader James McCune Smith stressed that Toussaint was above all a peacemaker, a Christian man with a soul uncontaminated by the degradation which surrounded him. Adopting the widespread comparison of Toussaint with Reynolds, avenger of the black race, Smith affirmed that the black revolutionary chose to avenge those injuries by forgiveness. Indeed, according to Smith, once Toussaint acceded to supreme power, he turned his mind away completely from thoughts of war and conquest, even though he could easily have revolutionized the entire archipelago of the West. As Saint Domingue's ruler, his absolute priority was to demonstrate that the black race was entirely capable of achieving liberty and self-government. Such was the extraordinary legacy of this benefactor of mankind. 65. Toussaint Louverture was one of the iconic figures of the American anti-slavery movement during the 19th century. Here he is described as the George Washington of St. Domingo, and the image, copied from the Boyer print, see here, shows the scene where he rejects Napoleon's attempt to bribe him into submission in 1802 by returning his 2 sons. This emphasis on Toussaint's genius and Christian elevation of spirit could be heard in the 1850s and early 1860s. It drew upon European works on Toussaint by evangelist abolitionists, most notably in The Hour and the Man, 1841, a novel by the English writer Harriet Martineau in which Toussaint was the central character. Martineau's writings were widely circulated among American abolitionists. She portrayed her hero as a family-oriented figure who embodied the stoic virtues of forbearance and mercy, and demonstrated through his leadership that black people were fit to govern. 66. An edition of a Louverture biography by the English writer John Relly Beard was published in the United States in 1863 and widely promoted among Americans of African descent. It concluded that, for Toussaint, God was the sole reality, and the sovereign good. 67. Demand for the book was so high in the mid-1860s that suppliers frequently ran out of stock. 68. In a series of lectures delivered by the African-American priest James Theodore Hawley, Toussaint was described as an unswerving friend and servant of God and humanity. His record as hero and statesman was also taken as irrefutable evidence of the black capacity for self-government. The revolutionary leader's only flaw, and Hawley was not just alluding to Saint Domingue here, was his too great confidence in the word of the white man. 69. Speaking in Virginia about her escape from slavery, Eliza Wood concluded with a glowing tribute to the Negro statesman and martyr Toussaint Louverture. 70. The most eminent publicist of the Haitian hero was the Harvard-educated abolitionist Wendell Phillips, whose lectures on the great man, published as a pamphlet in 1861, dwelled on his human qualities, his trustworthiness, and his sense of Christian mercy. This was someone who never broke his word and whose motto was no retaliation. Taking some liberty with the historical record, Phillips even claimed that after his capture Toussaint had instructed his son to forget what the French had done to him. He was the model of the soldier, statesman, and martyr. 71. One of the major influences on Phillips was Martineau's novel, which he carried with him on his speaking engagements. 72. In 1862 he delivered his lecture on Toussaint at the Smithsonian in Washington, in the presence of President Abraham Lincoln. 73. His speech became a classic, which was frequently reproduced in the American press 74 and inspired several generations of successful high school orators. Excerpts from the text continued to be read out at African American civic meetings well into the 20th century. Yet, in this torrent of religious fervor, Toussaint's revolutionary image was not swept away. His masculine heroism resurfaced powerfully during the era of the American Civil War. Efforts to increase the number of black volunteers in the Union Army after 1861 appealed to the memory of the Haitian Revolution, with frequent and explicit references to Toussaint. One call for black recruits in Massachusetts suggested that joining the Army would provide the African American with the opportunity to display those qualities which the experience of this war, as well as the history of Toussaint's battles, has shown him to possess. Another call strikingly referred to African American military recruits as black Toussaints, whose superior talents and principles would advance not just the cause of slave emancipation but also the broader integration of black people in American society. 75. The 54th Massachusetts Regiment was the home of many of these African American fighters. During one of their most famous engagements, the attack on Fort Wagner in South Carolina in July 1863, a company from the 54th took the name of Toussaint's Guards. Among its hardy combatants was Toussaint L. Delaney, the son of African-American writer and abolitionist Martin Delaney. As in other parts of the Atlantic, the naming of African-American children after the hero of the Haitian Revolution had by now become common in the United States. Toussaint's medical skills were also celebrated, with his memory being associated with the provision of care for soldiers, when a medical facility was established by black freedmen in Alexandria, Virginia in 1863 to provide assistance to injured black soldiers. It was named the L. Branch Hospital. 76. In his later chronicle of the role of black soldiers in the Civil War, George Washington Williams argued for a central connection between the Haitian Revolution and the American Civil War. Both had been fought to end slavery, and he saw the achievement of emancipation in the United States as a continuation of Toussaint's work. 77. By the end of the 19th century, Toussaint and the Haitian Revolution had become powerful symbols of collective emancipation, inspiring men and women far and wide, from the Atlantic right across to Maori communities in New Zealand. In 1863, one of their newspapers likened the Maori struggle to reclaim their rights from European settlers to that of the Haitian revolutionaries during their War of Independence. 78. During the Cuban War of Independence, 1895, Toussaint's example was often invoked, and he was specifically compared to one of its heroic figures, Antonio Maceo, who became known in the United States as the Cuban Toussaint Louverture. 79. At the same time, the events in Saint-Domingue stood as shining historical reference points for progressives seeking to reflect on, and reimagine, the international system, and for black intellectuals increasingly contesting the racial ordering of the world. 80. Rebutting Arthur de Gobineau's influential pamphlet about the superiority of the white race. The positivist Haitian intellectual Antenor Firmin championed Toussaint Louverture's life and achievements as irrefutable evidence of the principle of racial equality. 81. As the norm of white racial supremacy became more openly entrenched in the later decades of the 19th century, critical voices also drew on Toussaint's legend to celebrate black contributions to global civilization. There were few more eloquent exponents of this counter-narrative than the African-American abolitionist and civil rights leader Frederick Douglass. One of the greatest orators of his generation, Douglass was especially well placed to comment on Haiti's world historical significance. The Saint-Domingue epic captivated his imagination throughout his life, and he remained to the end a passionate champion of Toussaint Louverture. He served as the resident American consul general in Haiti between 1889 and 1891, and was then appointed by the Haitian government to act as the commissioner for its pavilion at the Chicago World's Fair in 1893, which featured, among other objects, a prominent bust of Toussaint. 82. In his speeches, Douglass reminded his audiences that at the time of Saint-Domingue's revolution, all the neighboring islands were slave-holding, and that her hand was against the Christian world, and the hand of the Christian world was against her. The freedom of Haiti was not given as a boon, but conquered as a right, notably against the brave and skillful warriors sent by Napoleon. 83. Engaging directly with the erasure of the Haitian story in the Western world, Douglass noted that the standards by which revolutions were judged internationally were strongly influenced by racial considerations. Hence George Washington's struggle for freedom was universally praised, while Saint-Domingue's was passed over in silence, or, worse, condemned as barbaric. The absence of monuments of marble to commemorate black revolutionaries was not fortuitous. Color and race make all the difference. Douglas observed many busts and portraits of Toussaint in Haiti, and confirmed that he was a full-blooded Negro, but he noticed that Toussaint's standing even among Haiti's elites was not as high as it should have been. They blamed him for being too French, despite their own adoption of French mannerisms and cultural habits, a classic example of the kind of neo-colonial alienation that Frantz Fanon would later call turning white. 84. The majesty of the Haitian Revolution, in Douglas's account, centered around Toussaint, a unique figure who stood alone and was without example. At the first mention of his name, the stenographer at his Chicago speech noted that there was prolonged applause. By his extraordinary leadership, he had transformed the black slaves of the colony into fearsome warriors. He did so just by the sheer force of his personality. The fire and fortitude of his soldiers proceeded from himself. This ability to make his people believe in themselves and in the great cause of liberty, despite his own slave origins, also attested to his greatness. Toussaint was a model, too, because in the midst of all the horrors of the revolution he remained devoted to the ideal of mercy, and focused his energies on the effective administration and organization of the colony. Above all, Toussaint's life and achievements were driven by a mission to the whole white world, to bring about a universal realization of the moral imperative of emancipation. The slavery of the Christian world was more disturbed by him than by any man prior to him. 85. This allowed Douglas to move on to the more general Haitian contribution to global civilization. Even though she had not enjoyed much prosperity during the 19th century, and remained plagued by political division and social misery, the infant Haitian state had nonetheless had a transformative impact on world affairs. Greeks had brought philosophical beauty to humankind, and Rome a love of laws. Britannia's commercial spirit had ruled the waves, while Germans had taught the world to think. America had established the ideal of modern democratic rule. There was, evidently, no room for the French in this hit parade of world historical glory. Haiti's seminal contribution had been to serve the cause of universal liberty. For the revolutionaries of Saint-Domingue had fought not just for themselves, interlinked with their race, and striking for their freedom, they struck for the freedom of every black man in the world. The Haitian Revolution had acted as the original pioneer emancipator of the 19th century. 86. Thanks to the efforts of Douglas, and also those of successive generations of writers, journalists, publicists, and preachers, the resonance of Toussaint Louverture's legend in African American culture was prodigious. He was acclaimed as a role model exemplifying the qualities of leadership, independence, and sacrifice. 87. The press played a key role in the dissemination of this ideal. From the mid-19th century onwards, black and progressive newspapers in Washington, New York, San Francisco, and Chicago, but also in small towns in Ohio, the Carolinas, Oregon, Indiana, Utah, Kentucky, Louisiana, Minnesota, and Montana celebrated the Black Spartacus 88 and cited his name in general chronologies of modern world history, taking due note of the seminal nature of the Haitian Revolution. Articles carried quotations by him, especially his Tree of Liberty statement, which appeared with some variations, 89, and recounted stories about his exploits, ranging from summaries of his revolutionary acts to serializations of his life and achievements. 90. His name, spelled with an apostrophe, was given to African American children and was considered to symbolize the quintessence of reliability, as in the case of Toussaint Louverture Lambert, an employee of the Detroit Mail Service who had never missed a day from service in 50 years. 91. The Toussaint title was also taken by a range of American political, artistic, and cultural associations. One of them, the Toussaint Louverture Literary Society in St. Paul, Minnesota, was an Irish fraternity which celebrated the historic links between the Irish and Haitian revolutions. 92. In a similar spirit, a Washington-based organization called the Knights of Toussaint Louverture held a rally in 1915 to protest against the adoption of segregation laws in the District of Columbia. 93. A film about Toussaint, the Abraham Lincoln of Haiti, was written, produced and directed in 1920 by Clarence E. Muse, who went on to become one of the leading African-American movie stars of his generation. 94. Images of Toussaint proliferated across the United States. Prints of him were sold, displayed prominently during commemorative events and used by commercial companies to market newspapers, books, watches, insurance products and even beer. In 1940 the Michigan-based Pfeiffer Brewery ran a large advertisement in the Detroit Tribune celebrating Toussaint as an inspiring name in Negro history. It included a handsome drawing of him, and beneath it the Wendell Phillips caption, Soldier, Statesman, Martyr. 95. During his spell as consul, Douglas directly witnessed aggressive attempts to promote American military and economic interests in Haiti, and warned against those of his compatriots who were trying to turn the country into an American protectorate. Advocates of this neo-imperial policy eventually prevailed, and in 1915 President Woodrow Wilson ordered the invasion of Haiti, initiating a brutal occupation which lasted nearly 2 decades and which blatantly contradicted Wilson's lofty liberal rhetoric about the right of national self-determination. During these years Haiti effectively became a vassal state, losing her economic and political sovereignty. Her legislature was disbanded, and a new constitution, which for the first time allowed foreigners to own land, was forcibly imposed. US-style racial segregation was introduced and popular protest violently suppressed. 96. As opposition to the American military occupation gradually built up both in the United States and in Haiti, it often coalesced around Toussaint's memory. The radical internationalist Hubert Harrison denounced the invasion in a Negro world in 1920, and urged fellow black people not to allow the land of El Ovichid to lie like a fallen flower beneath the feet of the swine. 97 In Haiti, resistance to the American presence directly inspired the formation in December 1923 of the Société d'Histoire et de Géographie Haitienne, which brought together the nation's intellectuals in a bid to reaffirm Haiti's distinct cultural heritage, rooted in its African origins. Among the founders were Jean Price Mars, Dantes Bellegarde, and Alfred Nemours. 98 Significantly, its first president was Horace Paulus Sonnen, Haiti's leading Toussaint Louverture scholar. At the Society's first meeting in March 1924, Sonnen explicitly linked the study of past heroes to the inspiration for collective resistance against American occupation, in times of crisis. All peoples instinctively look back to find lessons of collective patriotism in their history. 99 The third volume of Sonnen's biography of Toussaint, published in 1933 at the height of the American occupation, dealt with the French invasion of Saint-Domingue and ended with a proclamation of Haitian independence, a pointed reminder of what his people could do in the face of a bloody and odious oppression. 100. The teaching of history as a means of releasing black communities from the servility of the mind was also at the heart of the work of the Jamaican Pan-Africanist leader Marcus Garvey. In his efforts to kindle a sense of pride among men and women of African descent, he celebrated the greatness of Ethiopian rulers and Zulu warriors, as well as the revolts of dissident slaves. In 1920 Garvey stated that the next global conflict would be a racial war, which would be led by a new Toussaint Louverture of the Negro race, heading an army 400 million strong to carve an African imperialism and an African nationalism. 101 Garvey always reserved a special place in his pantheon for Toussaint, whose brilliancy as a soldier and statesman outshone that of a Cromwell, Napoleon, and Washington. 102 As the international communist movement developed in the interwar period, the Saint-Domingue Revolutionary was also appropriated by Marxist intellectuals in order to embody a radically different ideal of heroism. In 1929, the black West Indian radical Cyril Briggs claimed that Toussaint belonged to a historical lineage of martyrs of the world proletariat, and served as an inspiration for the present struggle against the master class. 103. A year later, a young African-American named Jacob Lawrence arrived with his family in Harlem. He was 13 years old, and cherished the dream of becoming an artist. As a young adolescent he heard orators recounting the exploits of eminent black heroes in the churches, schools, clubs, and streets of his neighborhood. Through this popular education, he came to learn about the lives of Nat Turner, Denmark Vesey, Frederick Douglass, W.E.B. Du Bois and Marcus Garvey, and they became his icons too. But the figure who most captivated Lawrence's imagination was Toussaint Louverture, whose story he first heard about at a lecture at the Harlem YMCA. So much so that he dedicated his first major work to him. First exhibited in Baltimore in 1939, Lawrence's 41 narrative paintings of Toussaint and the Saint-Domingue Revolution have become one of the monuments of modern political iconography. Each image was given a brief caption, telling the story of the Haitian Revolution from the imposition of slavery to Toussaint's military and political achievements, and the subsequent Haitian War of Independence. The overall aim, as Lawrence later declared, was to use the example of the Haitian Revolution to challenge the economic and racial slavery of modern times. 104. In 1940 the Michigan-based Pfeiffer Brewery ran a large advertisement celebrating Toussaint's inspiring role in leading the Haitian people towards independence. It included a handsome drawing of him, and beneath it the Wendell Phillips caption, "Soldier, Statesman, Martyr." With their arresting modernity, simple lines, dynamic colors, and powerful representation of the revolution's raw energy, notably in the 6 equestrian portraits of Toussaint, Lawrence's paintings in one sense mark the culmination of the heroic Louverturian legend. Lawrence's genius lay in his ability to allow us to glimpse how Toussaint was visualized by generations of black men and women across the Atlantic from the early 19th century onwards. At the same time, the paintings and their captions integrated Toussaint within the emerging emancipatory traditions of Pan-African politics. Lawrence's Toussaint was a son of Haiti to the core, but also a Caribbean internationalist who was inspired by the transformations in America and in France, a man of action but also a thinker, who carefully planned the different stages of his political interventions, an exceptional genius, but also a commander who knew how to use the abilities of his subordinates, a solitary figure, but also a chief who drew his strength from the collective force of Saint Domingue's people, a fierce warrior, but also a tolerant and humane leader. The caption beneath the final, imposing image of Dessalines drew an unfavorable contrast between his dictatorial style and the more liberal leadership embodied by Toussaint. 105. Lawrence's Toussaint series stood at the cusp of another major historical moment, the heightening of anti-imperial consciousness, and the emergence of popular movements for self-determination across the colonial world. As this struggle began to gather pace in the 1930s, Toussaint and the Haitian Revolution helped to counter ongoing claims that colonial subjects lacked the capacity for self-government. These heroic figures were also deployed to contest what had by then become the conventional view in the Western world about the abolition of slavery, that it had essentially been the outcome of European humanitarian benevolence. The case of Haiti was used to show that emancipation was achieved through the efforts of the slaves themselves, an example which had obvious implications for colonized people's pursuit of self-determination and collective empowerment. All these dimensions of anti-colonialism came together in the work of the Marxist Trinidadian intellectual C.L.R. James. In an article written in 1933, James denounced the continuing existence of slavery in parts of the British Empire, a century after the formal Abolition Act passed by the House of Commons. 106. A few years before the publication of the Black Jacobins, his seminal political biography of Toussaint Louverture, James wrote a play in 3 acts about him. It was staged at London's Westminster Theatre in 1936, with his friend the radical African-American actor and singer Paul Robeson, who had admired Toussaint since high school, cast in the leading role. 107. While it questioned the more authoritarian aspects of Toussaint's rule and his reluctance to break with France, the play was a tribute to him and the dauntless spirit of his people, summed up by the words James put in Toussaint's mouth as he confronted his French jailers: "You can defeat an army, but you cannot defeat a people in arms." 108. The play thus distilled ongoing debates about black liberation and anti-colonialism among Caribbean, African-American and Pan-African progressives. Toussaint's appeal to the anti-colonial imagination grew in the aftermath of the Second World War. Robeson was a notable example, campaigning for African-American civil rights and supporting wars of national liberation against European imperial powers. In 1954, just as Fidel Castro was likening Toussaint to a modern Spartacus in Cuba, Robeson made an explicit comparison between the Haitian and Vietnamese struggles, in the wake of the defeat of the French colonial army by Vietnamese forces at the Battle of Dien Bien Phu. He described the revolutionary leader Ho Chi Minh as the Toussaint of Vietnam. Warning prophetically against American intervention, Robeson appealed to African Americans not to support the cause of white imperialism. 109. At around the same time, the communist Chilean poet Pablo Neruda included Toussaint Louverture in his epic homage to Latin American liberators in his Canto General, depicting Toussaint as a natural monarch who attacks, blocks the way, rises, commands, repels, defies. He saluted his scorching revolutionary legacy, thanks to which the cliffs burn, hidden branches speak, and hopes are transmitted. 110. Toussaint and the Haitian Revolution also featured in the works of early African anti-colonial writers, such the Angolan poet Viriato de Cruz, whose poem Mama Negra featured Toussaint as a global symbol of resistance and rebellion, alongside Cuban slaves and jazz musicians. This presence was even more pronounced in the anti-colonial Pan-Africanist cultural movement known as Negritude, which developed among Francophone thinkers and political figures from the 1930s onwards and which took different, often contrasting forms. For example, Leopold Sédar Senghor, one of the intellectual founders of Negritude, rarely mentioned Saint-Domingue in his works, although his 1948 Prayer for Peace strikingly represented as the heart of the colonized Pan-African world. Beloved Haiti, which dared to proclaim humankind in the face of the tyrant. 111 For the writer René Depestrat, one of the founders of the Haitian Communist Party, Toussaint Louverture symbolized the struggle to restore a free, prosperous, and independent Haiti in the face of the brutal dictatorship of François Duvalier, better known as Papa Doc, who governed the country despotically between 1957 and 1971.112. Some writers in the Negritud tradition drew upon Toussaint to reflect on the political and cultural tensions of colonial emancipation. In his play Monsieur Toussaint, first performed in 1961 at the height of the Algerian War of Independence, the Martiniquais poet Edouard Glissant imagined Toussaint in his French prison cell, engaging in a dialogue across space and time with figures he had encountered during his lifetime, from Mécondel and Béon de Libertat to Les Vaux, Regard, Moïse and his own successor, Dessalines. By removing the physical frontier between France and Saint-Domingue, Glissant liberated the prisoner from the confines of his cell. His conversations with the dead also reconnected him to one of Haiti's long-standing cultural traditions, and hence to his Creole and African roots. This prophetic vision of the past was at the heart of Glissant's ideal of Negritud as an exercise in intellectual liberation, in which lost or forgotten histories were creatively revived by colonial subjects. 113. Yet, for Glissant's Toussaint at least, this homeward journey only opened up a deeper paradox, as the tragic hero, though liberated from his cell, remained trapped by the conflict between his loyalty to France and the defense of his own people's interests. This existential contradiction was highlighted even more acutely in the Ivorian playwright Bernard Dodier's Isles de Tempête, 1973, which began with a sympathetic portrayal of Toussaint but went on openly to lampoon him for his material and intellectual dependence on France. The ultimate heroes of the Haitian Revolution, for Dodi, were Dessalines and Moïse, who both argued that Toussaint's reliance on white settlers, and his insistence on retaining close colonial ties with France, could lead only to disaster. At one point in the play Moïse berated his uncle, in a question which vividly captured the post-colonial predicament: when shall we ever stop living with our eyes permanently fixed on Europe? 114. This charge of excessive, and naive, Europhilia was commonly leveled at Toussaint by some of his black critics, both in the diaspora and in Haiti. The figure who defended him most vigorously from such claims was, fittingly, the thinker who originally invented the concept of negritude, the radical Martiniquais poet Aimé Césaire. Saint-Domingue's revolution was, for him, the defining moment in the modern history of the Caribbean, and he constantly evoked it in his plays, essays, and poems, notably in his Cahiers d'un retour au pays natal, 1939, where he described Haiti as the site where negritude stood up for the first time and affirmed its belief in its humanity. 115 In one of the poem's most famous passages, he pointedly depicted Toussaint alone in his prison cell, imprisoned by whiteness, but at the same time defying the white screams of a white death. 116 Toussaint guided Césaire in his intellectual awakening about the brutal realities of French colonial racism and in the decisive moments of his political life, notably when he formed his Progressive Party in Martinique in 1945. He later noted that he had not wished to enter the political arena but felt, like Toussaint in the early 1790s, that events left him with no choice. 117. Toussaint and the Haitian Revolution lurked in the background in Césaire's Discours sur le colonialisme, 1950, one of the first comprehensive modern critiques of colonialism, which anticipated many of the key themes later developed by post-colonial thinkers such as Frantz Fanon and Edward Said, notably the decivilizing effect of colonialism on indigenous populations. Césaire brought all these historical, personal, and philosophical elements together in his essay on Toussaint and the Haitian Revolution, first published in 1960. This sweeping account was a rejoinder to C.L.R. James's Black Jacobins, which had portrayed the Haitian Revolution as largely derivative of its French counterpart. For Césaire, however, while it was originally influenced by French events, Saint-Domingue's revolution took place according to its laws and with its own objectives. It was a colonial type of revolution. 118 This distinctness was a consequence of its racial dimension, which Césaire analyzed thoroughly, underscoring the contradictory and hypocritical approach of the French revolutionaries, including Robespierre and the Montagnards, towards black emancipation. He was especially scathing about the elaboration of a republican version of the Code Noir in 1793, which he sarcastically noted made for very interesting reading. 119. Even though he was critical of some aspects of Toussaint's leadership, such as his militarization of politics, Césaire's tribute to him was fulsome. He represented him as the founding father of Haitian independence, who had prepared the ground for Dessalines, a nation-builder who had awakened the spiritual consciousness of his people, and a martyr who knowingly sacrificed himself for the greater good. His greatness resided in his single-minded devotion to the emancipation of his people, all races and ethnicities combined. 120 Having successfully destroyed the ontology of colonialism, the idea of the whites' natural entitlement to rule, and the inherent inferiority of black people, Louverture was the first great anti-colonialist leader the world has ever seen. 121. Césaire also dealt crisply with the criticism that Toussaint had remained too close to the French, an accusation which was frequently leveled at Césaire himself, who did not campaign for Martinique's independence. As a leader, Toussaint had interiorized the principles of liberty and equality, and skillfully deployed the cultural resources available to him to win the slaves over to the revolutionary cause, hence his appeal to Caribbean and monarchical ideals, which Césaire vigorously defended. 122 True, his 1801 constitution had not contained the magic word of independence, but this was an ingenious attempt to fend off a French military invasion, and was not based on some black fondness for dictatorship, as Toussaint's opponents had often alleged. In fact, his constitution was a precious contribution to modern political science, as it was the first attempt to frame a theory of imperial dominion which could allow colonies to develop their own laws and institutions while retaining their formal ties to France. Toussaint's brilliant intuition thus anticipated the idea of a French Commonwealth, in which colonies could organically and peacefully evolve towards self-government. Its only drawback was that it had been ahead of its time by 150 years. Toussaint was, and this was a fitting epitaph, a precursor of modern emancipatory politics. 123. Slaves and freedmen, artists and statesmen, dock workers and public intellectuals, black nationalists and Pan-Africans, devout Christians and uncompromising materialists, utopian rebels and order-loving conservatives, feisty Cuban laborers and misty-eyed Irish poets, Toussaint Louverture's legend played to a dizzyingly broad gallery, reverberating throughout the Atlantic world and beyond, and prompted new ways of political thinking, while interacting in myriad ways with local struggles for emancipation. In more domestic settings, the story of Toussaint also served as an education in the virtues. Evoking her childhood in the United States in the 1940s and 1950s as the daughter of engaged Jewish intellectuals, the literary theorist Cora Kaplan remembered the household gods who were revered as secular family heroes. This eclectic list brought together William Shakespeare, Ludwig van Beethoven, Tom Paine, Karl Marx, Frederick Douglass, Eleanor Roosevelt, and Toussaint Louverture. 124. In its robustness, its plasticity, and its constant ability to renew itself, Toussaint's legend manifested the classic traits of modern political heroism. He epitomized the figures of the great captain, providential leader, founding father, sage, with more than a whiff of Caribbean supernaturalism, national liberator, and saintly martyr. Ironically, his legend most resembled that of his nemesis, Napoleon Bonaparte. In the early 19th century the two men were often compared, and Denis Vallotton's neoclassical painting of Louverture on horseback was very similar in style to Jacques-Louis David's depiction of Napoleon crossing the Alps. There was considerable overlap, too, in their insular origins, in their depictions as saviors and their lurid, racist and ogre-like demonizations, and in their tragic final fates, banished in equally desolate locations, with the added poetic justice that Napoleon's humiliating treatment by the British mirrored his own callousness towards Toussaint, right down to the instructions that he should not be addressed by his proper title. 125. There were also compelling similarities between the two men's posthumous resurrection and subsequent global appeal, as well as their unresolved relationship with their respective homelands, with some Haitians and Corsicans believing that Toussaint and Napoleon strayed too far away from their native roots. Yet a more fine-grained comparison reveals three major differences, which pinpoint the singularities of Toussaint's legend. First, Napoleon's myth was grounded in his own radical reinvention in the Memorial de Sainte-Hélène, where he used his conversations with Las Cases, its author, to turn himself into a faithful disciple of the French Revolution, a father of modern nationalism and, most improbably, a man of peace. Toussaint's legend was not originally based on any authoritative self-narrative, or for that matter any set of primary texts. Even his memoir, discovered in the French archives by the Haitian historian Saint Remy and first published in 1853, occupied a relatively marginal place in the posthumous laudatory narratives surrounding his name. 126. Furthermore, there is a much greater visual component to Napoleon's myth than to Toussaint's, with busts, portraits, images and, eventually, statues playing a major role in the diffusion of his legend in the 19th century, which reached its zenith in the solemn official ceremony which accompanied the return of his ashes to the Invalides in 1840. In contrast, Toussaint's legend was conveyed primarily through oral popular traditions, and, notwithstanding the prints commissioned by President Boyer, with relatively little support from official state institutions or organized political groups. Last, but not least, while military prowess was at the heart of the Napoleon and Toussaint myths, the emperor's was essentially that of an expansive conqueror, in the imperial traditions of Alexander, Caesar, and Charlemagne, while Toussaint symbolized, and was one of the founders of, the defensive just war tradition of popular resistance to empire. 127. Political legends are powerful bearers of collective ideals and values, and in this respect too Toussaint's legacy was highly influential. It helped maintain, and over time bring to the fore, the central issue of race in global politics. It did so initially through its association with collective struggles for slave emancipation across the 19th century. Slavery was formally abolished in Cuba only in 1886, and the later battle to confront an international order which legitimized imperial and settler colonial rule and rejected the principle of racial equality until at least the mid-20th century. In the process, Toussaint inspired the world's first black champion, immortalized in Ralph Ellison's short story Mr. Toussaint, 1941, where the young Riley evoked one of the African guys named Toussaint who whipped Napoleon, shot down his Peckerwood soldiers from his mountain retreat and scared them white folks almost to death. 128. But while it is often said that Toussaint's legend embodied martial ideals, this masculinity was not limited to his swashbuckling victories on the battlefield. It also challenged entrenched racist stereotypes in the Western world, helping to associate blackness with notions of rationality, good governance, sobriety, and forgiveness. His legacy also offered a bridge between different, and at times competing, visions of blackness in the modern era, the reformist and the revolutionary, the separatist and the transnationalist, the Caribbean and the African, the Catholic and the Vodou, the religious and the secular, and the Marxist and the anti-imperial. Toussaint's charismatic personality, and his capacity to straddle divides across the ideological spectrum, also explain why he resonates so powerfully in the imagination of the modern global South. There was something unmistakably libertarian in Frantz Fanon's single-minded pursuit of revolution, in Fidel Castro's indomitable physical and discursive energy, in Ho Chi Minh's and Yasser Arafat's strategic artfulness and ability to transform material weakness into political strength, and in Nelson Mandela's generous spirit of reconciliation. Above all, Toussaint's legacy provided the historical mythology for a form of anti-slavery republicanism, which grew out of the Saint-Domingue Revolution in the late 18th century and spread across the Atlantic. Rooted in communities of African descent and in the concept of fraternity, it was a way of thinking that was ideologically distinct from its American and French variants. This republicanism, whose history is only beginning to be excavated, underpinned the struggles for slave emancipation in the 19th century, as well as the battle for civil rights in America. It later inspired a strand of anti-colonialism which emphasized shared ideals of justice and a vision of citizenship based on common political values rather than ethnicity, and which reaffirmed the classic Republican opposition to imperial conquest and military occupation. 129. Conclusion. An inspiration for our times. In 1975, the black writer Ntozake Shange completed her verse play for colored girls who have considered suicide / When the Rainbow is Enough. In this work, which has become one of the classics of the modern feminist dramatic repertoire, 7 African American women discuss their experiences of racism and sexism in society, and the creative strategies they devised to counter them. One of the characters, the Lady in Brown, spoke of her mind-blowing discovery of Toussaint Louverture as an 8-year-old child from St. Louis. After entering a reading contest in her local library, she was swept away by how Toussaint had freed Haiti from slavery with the spirits of all dead Africans from out of the ground. Because she had found the book about Toussaint in the adult reading room, however, she was disqualified from the competition. The disappointment only compounded her fixation with her hero. He was dead and living to me. He became her secret lover and confidant, advising her on how to remove white girls from her hopscotch games. Frustrated with her situation, she decided to run away to Haiti, but then met a young boy who proved to be a more than adequate substitution, all the more so that his name was Toussaint Jones. 1. Shange's sparkling evocation highlighted not just the enduring quality of Toussaint's legend, but also its delightful capacity for reinvention. Once symbolizing black masculinity, the Saint-Domingue revolutionary was now inspiring his second-wave feminists to unsettle traditional notions of political and cultural authority. While restricted library access to Toussaint reflected efforts by establishment forces to preserve their power, the narrator's exuberant appropriation of her heroes celebrated the transgressive joys of rebellion. Indeed, this identification produced a Toussaint who was himself liberated from the somewhat leaden image constructed by previous generations of men. Here was a Toussaint who was young, playful, maliciously subversive, and fully immersed in Saint-Domingue's African and Vodou traditions. Shange's Toussaint was a call to challenge stereotypical representations of blackness, expressed in the monolithic idea that everybody is the same. He was also a prompt to reject intellectual conformism and take charge of one's destiny, not sit around waiting for the powers that be, whether they were white or black. 2. From the final decades of the 20th century, Toussaint's myth soared to new heights. As with Shange's play, novelists, poets, playwrights, painters and musicians drew on his life to explore a wide range of personal and even intimate issues. At the same time, he was formally canonized as a global icon by public institutions. He remained, of course, a potent emblem of Haitian nationalism and the promise of a better future, when the Catholic priest and liberation theologian Jean-Bertrand Aristide won the 1990 Haitian presidential election. Mural portraits of Toussaint, whose achievements Aristide celebrated, appeared across the country. 3. He was also depicted full of youthful vigor in a statue erected in Haute du Cap, near his birthplace on the Breda plantation, and the bicentenary of his 1801 Constitution was widely commemorated, with his face portrayed on a new 20 gourd banknote. 4. In a similar spirit, busts honoring his memory appeared in Miami and Montreal, two cities with large and long-established Haitian communities. Just as he was being feted by the American diasporas, a towering statue of Toussaint sought to reclaim the revolutionary leader's Pan-African heritage in the town of Alida in Benin, where there is also a project to build a museum in his honor. See plates 14 and 16. 5. His progressive ideals were not forgotten. A bust hails his role as an emancipator and liberator in Santiago de Cuba. A shining effigy sprung up in the new National Museum of African American History and Culture in Washington, where a full-length Toussaint, armed with a copy of his Constitution, looms near Jefferson and a pile of bricks representing his slaves. Likewise, in South Africa, Toussaint has been chosen for inclusion in a gallery of leaders in Freedom Park, the official memorial to the struggle against apartheid. 6. Perhaps the most spectacular sign of Toussaint's Olympian status was his symbolic entry in April 1998 into the Pantheon, the sacred Parisian abode of France's eminent leaders. The former pariah of Saint-Domingue was now officially anointed as one of the Republic's grands hommes. The commemorative inscription lauded him as a freedom fighter, architect of the abolition of slavery, and Haitian hero, a gracious homage, but one which might have been enlivened with the zest of Shange. Toussaint led the army of zombies walking cannonball shooting spirits to free Haiti. 7. The later 20th century was also a milestone in Toussaint's literary representations. For a long time, creative writing about the Haitian Revolution was dominated by theatrical and poetic productions. Between the late 1790s and 1975, there were no fewer than 63 plays about Saint-Domingue by playwrights from Africa, the Caribbean, Europe, Scandinavia, and the United States. 8. At their best, these works were rich, complex, and striking in dramatic terms, and offered contrasting ideological representations of Toussaint, typically dividing between revolutionary and conservative visions. 9. But they tended to view the Saint-Domingue epic from an external standpoint. In particular, they made little effort sympathetically to imagine the events from the perspectives of the agents themselves, a literary echo of the erasure which Michel Rolfe Troerlet noted as the defining characteristic of the revolution's historiography. 10. Two examples, a century apart, illustrate the point. Despite its title, Alphonse de Lamartine's drama Toussaint Louverture, 1850, had little to say about his military and political leadership, let alone the social transformations which took place in Saint-Domingue during the 1790s. Indeed, even though the play superficially defended the idea of racial equality, it stuck to the mid-19th century Republican colonial mantra that the slaves of Saint-Domingue owed their liberty to the intervention of French authorities rather than their own actions. The play was written 2 years after the abolition of slavery by the Second Republic in 1848. Furthermore, the text was suffused with paternalistic undertones about European aesthetic and intellectual superiority. Lamartine's Toussaint was physically ugly and loathed his own body, the qualities he admired, intelligence, courage, decisiveness, and patriotism, were all defined by the French, and he appeared fixated with Napoleon, with whom he obsessively compared himself, he the first of the whites, me, the first of the blacks. 11. A different but equally depreciative perspective was at work in Alejo Carpentier's The Kingdom of This World, 1949, one of the most famous modern novels about the Haitian Revolution. In contrast with Lamartine, Carpentier set out to narrate the events through the eyes of a black slave, T.I. Noel. With the exception of Christophe and, briefly, Dessalines, Saint-Domingue's great leaders barely featured in the novel, Toussaint was completely absent. Yet T.I. Noel's relationship with the revolution was largely passive, and in the end his story served essentially to highlight its futility. Carpentier engaged explicitly with the spiritual dimension of the Haitian Revolution, with some eloquent passages about Macondal, the Lord of Poison who was invested with superhuman powers. T.I. Noel was one of his followers, and as an adept of voodoo he later attended the Bois Cayman ceremony. For all its emphasis on its marvelous aspects, Carpentier's overall depiction of Saint-Domingue's slave religion was nihilistic. It came across not as an empowering ideal, or even a soothing balm on the scars of slavery, but as a savage, destructive force. So, even though Dessalines' victory over the French was credited to the deities of powder and fire, the voodoo-inspired orgy of violence and racial hatred ended up consuming the revolution itself, with T.I. Noel left to contemplate a devastated land invaded by cactus and brush. 12. The prospect of the bicentennial of the Haitian Revolution in 2004 acted as a catalyst for more complex literary works. The movement was largely driven by writers of Caribbean origin, and it was no coincidence that it coincided with a return to center stage of the revolution's iconic figure. Among the most eminent contributors to this Toussaint Renaissance was the St. Lucian poet and playwright Derek Walcott. His drama on the revolution, The Haitian Earth, was first produced in 1984. It marked the culmination of a lifelong engagement with the Saint-Domingue epic, which began with his play Henri Christophe, 1950, and his historical pageant Drums and Colors, 1961. Heroism and its popular archetypes were a central concern for Walcott, and in The Haitian Earth they were embodied by Yet, a young mixed-race woman, and Pompey, a black slave driver. Their tragic and ultimately doomed love affair symbolized Toussaint's republican dream of a multiracial society in Saint-Domingue. Walcott repeatedly contrasted the noble ambitions of the good Dr. Toussaint with the narcissistic weaknesses of Dessalines and Christophe, who, in the play, ordered the execution of Yet for attempting to place a curse on him. 13. Brave, compassionate, and humane in his leadership, Toussaint was the true patriot of the Haitian Revolution, and his betrayal and exile appeared as its greatest tragedy. 14. There were also critical explorations of his more contentious policies. This was notably the case in Maurice Condé's In the Time of the Revolution, a play about the struggle against slavery in Guadeloupe and Saint-Domingue which was first staged in 1989, the bicentenary year of the French Revolution. Condé alluded the extraordinary story of Toussaint, the black Spartacus who understood that he had to play his own cards, the black man's cards. Yet Condé severely censored his refusal to divide the land among the peasantry and his harsh regime on the plantations. The drama's storyteller described him as a frightening leader, and condemned his brutal disciplinary methods. That said, when Toussaint was captured by Leclerc's troops and deported in 1802, and the French restored slavery in Guadeloupe, Condé credited the Louverturian spirit with igniting the popular resistance. One of the rebel commanders summed up his inspiring role by commenting, "The whites took Toussaint. But there are thousands of Toussaints in Saint-Domingue." 15. Among the most subtle and original literary evocations was Fabien Pasquet's novel L'Oxy Mort de Toussaint Louverture, 2001, where the revolutionary hero returned in a LOA-like capacity to his cell in Fort de Jouw in 1807, now occupied by the Prussian poet and dramatist Heinrich von Kleist. Pasquet, whose father was Haitian, sketched a Toussaint who was magnificent in his virility and his cultural eclecticism, using his knowledge of medicinal herbs to cure the prisoner's knee injury, drawing on Vodou, Native American and African myths to celebrate nature's healing properties, and embarking on a captivating philosophical dialogue with Kleist about the meaning of life, in which he dampened Kleist's romantic and grandiloquent fantasies. In a notable reversal of the traditional hierarchical relationship between the European Enlightenment and its colonial subjects, it was Toussaint the Sage who performed a cathartic role, drawing out Kleist's Jungian shadow, his suppressed, and better, self. He brought Kleist to embrace an absolute love of life, and educated him in the ideals of patriotic resistance, universal freedom, and progressive transformation. Comparing a revolution to a wildfire, he observed, so that this fire can become a flame of liberty, it has to be contained and controlled, fanned in some places, reduced in others. 16. Fort de Jouw, an unfailingly popular site of Louverturian memory, also served as the backdrop to the Haitian novelist Jean-Claude Fignolier's fictional autobiography Moi Toussaint Louverture, 2004. Here too Toussaint was cast in the role of the oracle, projecting himself forward in time to compare himself to fellow providential leaders such as Bismarck, Mao, and de Gaulle. But this was a somber hero, assailed by regrets as he revisited his career and contemplated the troubled history of his native land over the course of the 19th and 20th centuries. Fignolier's Toussaint was at his most provocative in his comments about contemporary Haiti. He distanced himself from the country, claiming that he was a French general. He ridiculed the notion that Haitians were part of a wider community of African descent. Both of these could be read as critical commentaries by Fignolier on elitist social attitudes in Haiti, rather than first-order beliefs the author was ascribing to Toussaint. The revolutionary hero acknowledged some of his own mistakes, in particular that of succumbing to the vice of Caesarism, and allowing his legacy to be appropriated by brutal dictators such as the Duvaliers. After the dictatorship of François, his son Jean-Claude ruled Haiti despotically from 1971 to 1986. Most dramatically, he lamented the civic and moral disintegration of Haitian society, noting that the descendants of Saint-Domingue's revolution had become a people of shadows. But this prophet of doom had not completely lost his sense of humor, complaining that he had not been invited to the inauguration of his statue in Benin. 17. Fignolier's absorbing novel demonstrated the contemporary resonance of Toussaint's legend, further reflected in Madison Smartbell's fictional trilogy about the Haitian Revolution. 18. Indeed, the Toussaint myth has become, to borrow Sartre's expression, the horizon impassable of the contemporary Haitian literary imagination. For his Caribbean admirers, Toussaint's fundamental role was to act as a symbolic repository, welding together, along with Dessalines, the different elements of the Haitian revolutionary tradition. 19. While also standing as one of the precursors of the ideal of negritude. 20. This synthesis was most powerfully conjured in the oeuvre of the Haitian novelist Jean Metellus, most notably in his Toussaint Louverture, Le Precursor, which first appeared in 2004 and was republished after his death in 2014. Metellus offered an exalted defense of Toussaint's heritage, which stood as an exemplar not just for the history of anti-colonialism but also for contemporary struggles against injustice and racism in the global South. Echoing a widespread view among Haitians, the novel insisted on Toussaint's intellectual originality and his seamless ability to combine European, African, and Caribbean influences. Metellus dwelled on Toussaint's medicinal powers, which were grounded in his cult of nature and expressed his own highly personal form of spirituality, one which was indebted to, but at the same time distinct from, votive faith and Catholic values. In the concluding section of the novel, inevitably, in the Fort de Jouw cell, Metellus brought Toussaint back to this theme with a vividly tropical rendering of his Machiavellianism. In order to achieve this liberty which we were always denied, I deployed all the ruses of the animal kingdom, that of the spider which eventually traps its prey, that of the fox which hypnotizes its victims, and that of the serpent which paralyzes its aggressor. 21. Just as Toussaint's status as one of the modern giants of the Caribbean was being confirmed, his public renown in France, too, was rising to new heights. His entry into the Pantheon in 1998 was a symbolic landmark in a broader historical turn in France, which witnessed the start of collective debates about the significance of slavery in modern French history. This process notably saw the passing of the Toussaint Law by the French National Assembly in May 2001, recognizing the slave trade and slavery as crimes against humanity. This was followed by the official designation of a specific day in the annual calendar, May 10th, for the commemoration of slavery and its abolition. Since 2006, this Journée Nationale has been marked by formal ceremonies at designated sites of memory across France, as well as initiatives by educational institutions and cultural associations to promote greater awareness of the history of slavery. 22. New public memorializations of Saint-Domingue's icon have been a central feature of this French effort critically to revisit its slave history. Toussaint's name was given to schools, streets, squares, theaters and even car parks in numerous locations, including Paris, Bobigny, Saint-Denis, Angers, Poitiers, Montpellier, Clermont-Ferrand, Narbonne and Niort. In the chateau of L'Isle de Naux, Gers, formerly the seat of the Naux clan, the owners of the Breda plantation, there is now an Allée Toussaint Louverture, and the village dedicated a monument to him in 2003. The Naux family also donated what they claimed was Toussaint Louvertures. Walking stick to the neighboring Musée des Beaux-Arts in Miranda. 23. In the same year, the municipality of Bordeaux unveiled a plaque on the house formerly inhabited by Isaac Louverture, who died in exile there in 1854, and also created, perhaps infelicitously, an impasse Toussaint Louverture in the city. In the Château de Cormenin in Burgundy, where Etienne Lévaux lived from 1809 until his death in 1828, a plaque commemorates Lévaux's friendship with Toussaint Louverture, the leader of the slave insurrection. The city of Nantes, once France's largest slave trading port, built a memorial to the abolition of slavery and named a square after Toussaint. Monuments in his honor appeared in all corners of metropolitan France. In the Parisian region, the town of Massy put up a bronze statue of him in one of its main public squares. In May 2005, the municipality of Grenoble inaugurated a Louverture plaque on the City Hall building, and in the same year a bust of Toussaint was erected on the bank of the River Garonne in Bordeaux, where thousands of slaves were also bought and sold. Since 2009, the city's Musée d'Aquitaine has dedicated several permanent exhibits to the history of Atlantic slavery. In the Jura, Toussaint's denuded former cell in Fort de Joux was enhanced with a bust of the great man, as well as a commemorative plaque, both donated by the Haitian government. The most arresting monument to emerge in France was a full-length bronze statue by the Senegalese sculptor Ousmane Issou, who had earlier produced a highly praised sculpture, Toussaint L'Ouverture and the Elderly Slave. Inaugurated in May 2015 in the western coastal city of La Rochelle, another of France's principal slave trading ports, Issou's work depicted an engrossed Toussaint scrolling through a copy of his 1801 Constitution, see Plate 16. Issou's statue, a fine symbiosis of European, Caribbean, and African motifs, seemed a serene illustration of France's reconciliation with the revolutionary hero of Saint-Domingue, and its willingness squarely to engage with its colonial history since the early 21st century. Yet a closer inspection revealed ongoing tensions. Even though Toussaint's entry into the Pantheon was a considerable gesture by the French state, it was a belated one, coming after more than a decade of campaigning by anti-slavery associations. To make the same point differently, white abolitionism was easier, and much less troubling, to honor than black resistance to slavery. Victor Schouelcher, the Republican leader, and Toussaint biographer, who oversaw the definitive ending of slavery, entered the Pantheon in 1948. The locations chosen for some of the Toussaint monuments seem to betray a lingering unease on the part of French local authorities. This was notably the case with the Bordeaux bust, placed well away from the city's center. Likewise, Issou's statue was put on display in the courtyard of the Musée du Nouveau Monde, and so out of immediate public reach. This museum happened to be in a building, the Hôtel Fleuriot, named after one of La Rochelle's principal slave traders, an inelegant juxtaposition, to say the least. In the Château de Cormenin in Burgundy, where the Saint-Domingue governor Etienne Lévaux lived from 1809 onwards, this plaque commemorates his friendship with Toussaint Louverture, the leader of slave insurrection. It also celebrates Lévaux's influence on Lamartine, who later played a key role in the abolition of slavery by the Second Republic. Confirmation of Toussaint's unsettling presence in French collective memory could be found in the contrasting ways he was described in the different public monuments. The Pantheon inscription noted that he died in exile, deport, in Fort de Joux, an oddly inappropriate expression, given that he was French at the time of his death and died in France. In Sau's statue, in contrast, he was wearing the outfit of a French governor. The Grenoble plaque wisely sidestepped the issue of his nationality by celebrating him as a Republican abolitionist, but illustrated this with his Tree of Liberty quotation, which he uttered after he was taken by Leclerc's men. The statement anticipated Saint-Domingue's independence struggle. None of the inscriptions explain why Toussaint was captured, or that he was taken treacherously by the French army, or that the men who arrested him were sent by Bonaparte to restore slavery in the Caribbean. These evasions and contradictions reflected the inability of the French Republican tradition to go beyond its self-serving accounts of slavery and its abolition, and engage with the 1789 revolution's faltering attitude towards racial equality. Toussaint's official memorialization showed up France's reluctance to stray too far away from its sweet colonial utopia about its imperial history, namely that slavery was a product of the Ancien Regime, which was excised from the body politic by the Revolution, that this outcome was the result of enlightened French intervention, rather than revolutionary action by the black slaves themselves, and that colonial authorities genuinely acted in the best interests of the black populations living under imperial dominion. 24. These ambivalences were played out in a two-part drama on Toussaint broadcast on French television in 2012. Directed by the Franco-Senegalese filmmaker Philippe Niang, Toussaint Louverture cast a Haitian-American actor Jimmy Jean-Louis in the lead role. That such a film was even made was remarkable, given the absence of any significant cinematic treatment of the Haitian Revolution either in Europe or in the United States. 25 And Toussaint's personal qualities, his dignity, bravery, love for his family and aspiration for a better life for black people, were sympathetically portrayed. But the overall depiction of him and of late 18th century Saint-Domingue was caricatural in the extreme. Slavery was sugar-coated so as not to offend French sensibilities. The impression was given that it was a peaceful, consensual labor system, where plantation workers shared in the profits. Indeed, Niang's Toussaint declared himself to have been a happy slave until his eyes were opened by Raynal and Diderot's Histoire philosophique. The French military invasion, too, was treated positively, with a dashing Leclerc shown as a morally scrupulous officer who reluctantly resorted to force in the face of Toussaint's insubordination. Taking its cue from neo-imperial orthodoxy, the film effectively blamed the war on Toussaint, in particular his 1801 constitution, which was presented as an act of wanton stubbornness. There was no allusion to French plans to restore slavery in the Caribbean or the ferocious brutality of Rochambeau's forces. All the atrocities seen on screen were committed by the rampaging black insurgents, driven to kill the whites by their primitive voodoo religion. Through its nostalgic vision of white plantations, its paternalistic portrait of Toussaint and its stigmatization of black Haitian revolutionaries, Niang's film illustrated the resilience of French colonialist Roman national. See Plate 15.26. Toussaint's French resurgence indicated that, even though his legend was highly elastic, it did not sit comfortably with simplistic interpretations. In this sense, his French memorializations, and their limits, reflected ongoing conversations in former slave-owning and colonial states about creating more inclusive public spaces in which figures who resisted slavery could be honored, and buildings and public monuments associated with the defense of white supremacist views removed or renamed. In France, for example, a local debate has begun about the statue of General Leclerc in the town of Pontoise, with some citizens saying that it is inappropriate for such a war criminal still to be honored. 27 In Britain, discussions about the active legacies of colonialism have so far had a limited outcome, as reflected in the unsuccessful campaign to remove an Oxford statue of the British imperialist Cecil Rhodes. 28 The United States has been much more forthright in both respects, with notably the erection of a statue honoring Denmark Vesey in Charleston and the dismantling of several major Confederate monuments, although more than 700 remain across the United States, mostly in the South. In 2017 the New York activist Glenn Cantave sparked a lively discussion when he suggested that the statue of Columbus in New York should be replaced with one of Toussaint Louverture. 29. The real essence of the Louverture legend, as championed by creative artists, writers, and educationalists, is vigorously dissenting and universalist. The Haitian-American painter Jean-Michel Basquiat caught its combative spirit in his Toussaint L'Ouverture v. Savonarola, a neo-expressionist work which celebrated Toussaint's timeless humanity by placing him alongside the Florentine scourge of papal corruption and despotism. 30 The Afro-Guyanese poet John Aggard, likewise, penned an acknowledgment by Toussaint of Wordsworth's poem in his honor, even though he had never set foot in Britain. Aggard's Toussaint spoke of his tongue which reached out from Europe to Dahomey, and saluted his Cumbrian brother in their shared devotion to the sweet smell of liberty. 31 The former French World Cup winning footballer Lilian Thuram, a major international campaigner against racism, held up Toussaint as one of his black stars, a beacon of fraternity who could help teach younger generations about the achievements of men and women of African descent. 32 The comic strip book series JOURJ, centered around historical counterfactuals, portrayed Toussaint being released from French captivity in 1802 by an Irish freedom fighter and being given a second chance, which he promptly used to secure the liberation of his American brothers from slavery. 33 This ambitious vision also featured in the mission statement of the Lycée Toussaint Louverture in Pontarlier, Du, which hailed Toussaint as the precursor of the global struggle for racial equality, and the founder of a tradition of revolutionary internationalism whose modern incarnations included Martin Luther King and Nelson Mandela. 34 This image was amplified on a 2016 West Belfast Republican Street mural in homage to Frederick Douglass, which showed Toussaint on horseback alongside Mandela and King, and in the company of such legends of black emancipation as Abraham Lincoln, Rosa Parks, Paul Robeson, Muhammad Ali, Bob Marley, Steve Biko, and Angela Davis. 35 Seen in this light, Toussaint is much more than a glorious relic of the past, to be wheeled out at official anniversaries. The Louverturian struggle remains a vital source of intellectual inspiration and progressive renewal, especially in the current age of populism, and serves as a reminder that the global injustices of today, within and across societies, have deep historical roots. Toussaint's life also stands as an example of classic Republican ideals and virtues, the equal dignity of all humans, irrespective of their race, creed, or color, steadfastness and courage, even in the face of overwhelmingly superior enemy forces, integrity and refusal to compromise on one's fundamental values, coexistence and forgiveness, rather than separation and hatred, and above all the audacity to envision a world organized around radically different principles. This ethic can serve as an effective basis for bringing back a politics of hope rather than fear, and promoting a robust internationalism which challenges the false idols of ethno-nationalism and identity politics, while at the same time avoiding the self-pitying negativity which often corrodes post-colonial narratives. Music is the art form which best captures the universalist spirit of this Louverturian promise, and it provides a fitting coda for our Odyssey. Toussaint himself was a great music lover, as has been depicted in some of the more recent literary works. For example, Metellus visualized him performing on the banza, a four-string violin which was much used in slave dances in late colonial Saint-Domingue. In fact, every musical generation has found inspiration in Toussaint's life, from the feisty songs of Caribbean and African American slaves and freedmen in the 19th century to the members of the Toussaint Louverture Musical Club in Wilmington, Delaware 36 and the classical composer Samuel Coleridge Taylor's Pan-African symphonic poem Toussaint L'Ouverture, 1901, through to the tribute to the Haitian Revolution by the Black Swan Record Company, whose phonographs included a L'Ouverture Model 37 and the creations of later jazz legends Duke Ellington and Charles Mingus, and the New York jazz trumpeter and band leader Donald Toussaint Louverture Bird. 38 In September 1977, the composer David Blake premiered his opera Toussaint at the Coliseum in London, a sweepingly lyrical evocation of the last 7 years of the life of the liberator, who spoke in biblical terminology and was inspired as much by Vodou as by the serene presence of his wife Suzanne. 39 In a musical tale first released as a compact disc in 2012, Jerome Brie imagined the final days of Toussaint, the black star who shed his singular light on the world around him. 40 Modern rock music, too, has faded Toussaint, with an acclaimed composition in his honor by the Mexican-American guitarist Carlos Santana in 1970, and a suitably eccentric more recent opus entitled Bring the Sun/Toussaint Louverture by the experimental American group Swans. The 34-minute piece featured bloody incantations against a backdrop of deep horn blasts and galloping horses. Asked about the song, the composer Michael Girard disclosed that it was his metaphysical homage to the Haitian Revolution, and that it grew out of playing music and needing some fucking words. I started screaming toussaint, and I came up with words that fit the phenomenon. 41. Girard was not the only artist to be possessed by the libertarian spirit. In his album From the Hut, to the Projects, to the Mansion, the Haitian rapper Wyclef Jean turned himself into Toussaint Saint Jean, a figure from the hood who will not tolerate disrespect, while his British comrade Akala applauded Toussaint's bulletproof ideas. Not to be outdone, the Haitian band Chook BWA, Tree Stump, which completed its first British tour in 2018, took its name from the famous Toussaint quote about the Tree of Liberty. Originating from the great man's beloved Go Naives, the band proudly promoted an altogether different strand of his heritage by performing highly percussive pieces infused with a vodous sensibility. Its song Negizien, Haitian Man, invoked Macondo, Toussaint, and Dessalines, and serenaded the Haitian people as the children of Nago, Congo, and Dahomey. Singer Adel Joseph crisply summarized the band's upbeat libertarian message: "The mission is to bring positive energy to people, this energy has no borders." 42.